something. Okay. Red. That's done. That's done. This is done. Okay. Good. Okay, we're good on Zoom, we're good on live, we're good on Telegram. Everything is good. All right. Area and Q details. All right, good morning, everybody. Wednesday, July 30th, 9:10 a.m. Eastern. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to superareas.com, Well Lifetime. Other two offices, wherever you're joining us in person or online. Welcome to another trading day, one of the most important day today. So anything I say is not financial advice. Let's set the tone. This stream is going to run today until 5 p.m. I will be here until 5 o'clock because this is an exciting day. So we'll do a full marathon. So I'll try to, keep you guys entertained and until so anything I say is just for entertainment purposes, educational purposes, informational purposes. Nothing is to be considered as a financial advice. You always set your stop loss, always know, and the standard disclaimer that applies every day. Why am I excited? Why am I sitting until 5 o'clock today from 9 to 5? Because we have lots of news. When something already has happened, in 8:15 to 8:30, 10 o'clock we have news, but the most important news is from 10 o'clock, 2 p.m. Eastern to all the way to 6, even longer, because we are all of a sudden we have federal funds rate cut, maybe not. It's 4.5% for U.S. So this is the most. I always like to call these days the explosion day, the nuclear bomb days, because in the market there's no bigger news than federal funds rate, especially in the U.S. equities, top five, four, Nasdaq, S&P 500, Dow, and Russell. And at 2 p.m. we have 5. So today, please, everybody who's trading live money, trading a performance account, be careful. Your mid bands may not work. Things will kind of go chaotic. So the best way to approach today is just wait for your number, wait for an area, because things that are after 2 o'clock will get super chaotic. And I know President Trump, it says at 4 p.m., they're going to come and talk about it because he wants to neutralize the damage the Fed chair may do to the market. I don't think there may be a cut rate, but who knows? But right now we have two people fighting: Fed versus Trump versus the market. So let's see what will happen at 2 o'clock. So today everything is off the agenda. Just looking at and watching because the craziest move we have seen is about $1,000 move in Nasdaq. So 1,000 points shot down in 1 hour. And that happened. Let me check on interest rate. So last time interest rate was on June 18. Market didn't really do anything. Previously, it happened on May 7th, $185 move, nothing points. Yes, on March 19th, 438-point move. FOMC 260 on January 29th. December 18th is the day everybody will remember. $1,000 move. It went from your opening to extreme low. So just be very careful. Prior to that, September 18, prior to that was, so there you go. So it's one of those days. So please, if pressure is down, base is down, high to go low. So you've been warned. Don't say this RSI, midband, SRES, everything is out of the window today until 2 o'clock, because that's where the fireworks will begin. So, so stay as far away as possible. So then my plan for today is 23,700. That's my initial plan. Right now, price is 23,500 approximately. So Nasdaq, I'm not taking any short position personally until expected high. I'm skipping R1, R2, so and the highest level, because we have a highest high ever of Nasdaq. I believe that was 2 days ago, so 642 somewhere around there, right? So 642, 651. So there you go. So that's why I want to go even higher than that, and inside the expected high, because if market goes and 23,000, so 400, 500 points down, I will be thinking around buying. Maybe expected low, first stop 23,300. So that number for Nasdaq users, stick to 23,700, 23,300. At 300, again, it's a hit and run. It's not a buy thing, because I think what President Trump will do is, personal opinion, they may not lower the interest rate, which will have the market crash. And then when it starts crashing, how far can it go? You have these levels. So I have seen in my life all levels break. So it's not one of those days. So it is one of those days where anything is on the table and everything is on the table. So we're going to steal the most amount of money from the safest zones today. So in the market, expected high and expected low is my game plan. Of course, alerts have been fixed last night. So today's alert should be coming in. I added Zoom notification. I added area update. So a couple of more things are going in. So we'll listen to Daniel's brief in about 10 minutes. But let's do one thing that I forgot so far. Let's do highs and lows. So last night's high for NASDAQ has been 23,522. The low has been 23,449. So whole night market. Now, for new users, you can do it two ways. You can start the market at 6 p.m. until 9:30. That's the evening and night sessions combined. Daniel prefers it differently. He prefers it from 6 to 12 and then 12 to 9:30, right? It's these days you can pick anything, but you will have a high, you will have a low. and now you have the value areas, you have everything else written for you. But today, just worry about numbers. Things are going to. So now I'll tell you what happens, why the market goes in like this mode. Bunch of bots, bunch of algorithm trading. They comes in, institutions come in. This is the bigger fish eats the smaller fish. So whoever has the most amount of funds will win the game at the end of the day. So they're hitting each other's stop losses, either is buy stops and sell stops. So you don't want to be caught in a tornado and just with your $2,000, $5,000, 10,000, 20. Unless you have $100,000 today in a live account, you're not going anywhere. I mean, you have no chance of standing against these $1 billion funds. So because they will analyze the speech live and they will put in the orders automatically. So where we want to be is we want to be with the biggest fish, shark out there, biggest whale, and then hopefully the price pushes up to certain points. So you never know. Either it could go break maybe 20 and can get to 24,000. If they do cut the interest rate, hey, this could shoot up to extreme high. And if they don't, so the small group that I am personally monitoring is somewhere around 23,700 is going to be my entry for position trading as well for a long-term holding. And 23,000. If I want to buy long-term, meaning so for long-term, the 23,000. But for today, expected low, expected high is and I'm not yeah, with micros, I go in with evaluations, hit and run here and there, wherever I find an opportunity. But we will do it something like that.
And for ES?
Sorry? Yes, good question. ES. I'll give you some numbers for ES of at least 75. If it shoots up 64.75 within the extreme high zone. Extreme high zone of selling, because now we already have a 57 as a highest number ever, right? And that is going above expected high. So might as well go higher, and then high to go low is the consensus for today. But high to go low means let the price go to at least 54. So don't attempt it if you are doing averaging, whatever you're doing. फिर आपके लिए स्पेशल प्लान है 23,700 आंखें बंद करें और सॉरी उनसे पीछे क्योंकि उनके पास उन्होंने अपना ये बचाना है आपके लिए भी यही प्लान है क्योंकि 20 मेरे लिए भी 23,700 आप बताएं सर आपका क्या हुआ वो जो आपका
सबमिट करा दिया
ठीक है तो चार्ज तो नहीं लगा ओके गुड सो यू so can we see the screen instead of order ticket? Oh, sorry, I think I'm sharing. Just sorry, my bad. Let's see. I think I should be sharing whole screen. There you go. That got fixed on Zoom. Thank you. All right, let me fix the pending issues of a couple of copiers, I gotta say. So today is just analysis, talking, less trading, more analyzing. And ES, I'm going expected high, at least 57, 54. That number is good because we're not that far. So 54 minus 11, we're at 43-point move. But this could happen. But if these numbers come around 4:30, 5 o'clock, don't do it. Wait for 6 o'clock because at 4, Trump is going to come in and start yelling at the Fed chair. So this is a pre-planned batter for us. So topi drama chala rahe hain humne sirf so this is WWE of the markets. Everything is scripted. Every single thing is scripted. It's all manipulated. It is highly inside insider, but it is what it is. We are in futures game. This is what we expect. This is speculation. So Google. So, but for new students, it's a great learning opportunity to see what happens in one of these major events. days. So you have your, what is the strike price? 23,420. It's the same, and interest rate FOMC. But all of this could nothing happen to. It's on the other end too. All of this could just be normal. So I've shown you the range that in a day, 150 points, nothing happened. But then on the other range, there's 1,000 point move, December 18th. So we'll see. So this will get recorded in a history. Markets are all-time high. What will happen? So let me just quickly do one analysis of historical numbers. Previously, in September, give me a second, sorry. In September interest rate, we were hovering around 19,700. So today is 23,500 minus 19,700. So 3,800 points since September. That's the volatility markets has gone. Go watch my TikToks from 2, 3 years ago. We were playing with 4,300s, 3,800s numbers as we go. But so in the last 2, 3, 4 years, things have kind of. So next happened on December. We were looking at around 22,000. So 3,000 points, 1,000 point. Next happened January 20, around 22,000. Next happened 19,000, 20,000. So now we are at 23,500. So let's see what the game plan is. So it is 23,500. Okay, so yes, buying from where? That's a good question. If you were to look at buying, at least 63, 63, I would take 63.50. 63.50. So 63.50 minus 64.11. Yeah, 61 points this way and 64.54. 64.54 minus 64.11, 43 points this way. If it and 5 years ago, this would have been a nuclear bomb if the market moved. Market only moved 20 points total, 10 up, 10 down, total. So whole volatility was you went from 43.10 to 43.15 and 43 like '05. That was it. And so top of the bar, you took it, you got your 2 points, and then you exited. Bottom of the bar, you took it, you got, so one bar was stuck from 9 to 11. One bar. And $400 at the bottom you would एक बार आई. So a lot of guys who are veteran traders into this win lifetime, they don't like it today. Honestly, why? It's the volatility is crazy because one time you could be sitting at S3 and next time you're sitting at R2. These numbers used to happen in a week. If you look at our weekly areas or monthly areas, but everything the Trump era. So now you can say, hey, I've seen the days where it was more than 10 points. Now I can see ES move 100 points combined, right? So we all get used to it. So it's okay. We're going to go with the plan in the high winds and the no wind at all. So if you're doing area and you're not sitting in person, you are more than welcome to sit from 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock. But you guys could be doing something better. I mean, but if you enjoy this like I do, hey, kudos. Go crazy. Because today is a fun day to watch market. I'll get some work done here. Because I have my work cut out for me. There's a section all of you will have. It's called Deep Dive soon. On yesterday's Telegram, I sent a 15-minute clip of our AI that's working to analyze. So let's say if you miss this 3 hours and you want to know what was talked about in a short summary, and you are searchable, you can search bull longs, you can search take profits. So I've given AI almost 3,000 hours worth of videos, and it is doing decoding, analyzing indices. So, all right.
Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal. Hello guys, game show. Microphone check guys.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam, Jain ji, walaikum salam. Sunil ji, good morning. Majid, good morning. Clifford, Shaji, good morning. Amir Bhai, Paresh ji, good morning. Jagdeep ji, good morning. Good morning. Manpreet ji, Bhupendra ji, good morning. Prague. Zakir, good morning. Harleen, good morning. Sandeep ji, Inder, good morning. Sorry, I can't read the messages before 9:12 because I log in from my system at 9:12. So I know people, they enter earlier. Sorry, everybody, best wishes for the new day. A quick review of our disclaimer, guys. All material and posting on our web service or on our trading floor not intended as trading advice. They're just meant to enhance your trading decisions, but not make it for you. And we take no responsibility for any profit or loss. You're solely responsible for all your actions. And don't think you made money yesterday, you'll make it today. Always be on your toes, always place your stops, and always ready to accept those losses. And do what you see, don't do what you think, and treat this market the very first day you treat. And all the areas we have on our superareas.com or on our graphs of not buy and sell offer or buy and sell areas. These are just for information and educational purposes only, and we take no responsibility at all for any action taken by any subscriber. Today, our base is down, pressure is down. Very, very important day for Canada and for US. Our interest rate news is coming. That is crucial, very important at 2 p.m. And then on top of that, the most important thing is, and stronger than that, is 2 p.m. press conference. And then 4 p.m. we have Trump speeches coming. We don't care about that because the impact will be after hours. But the important thing right now is our, if you see our automatic non-farm employment change data, that is way better than before, but that's always wrong, not really, because it's automatic data. And then we have our GDP is green, so price has to go down. And then we have advanced GDP is red. So it will balance out both things here. And 9:45, we have our fund rate, interest fund rate and overnight lending rate for Canada is coming. So Canadian dollar will create the impact, and we'll see what Canadian dollar is doing. 10 o'clock, pending on sales, and then we have crude oil inventories are coming, and then important is the Fed interest rate today for US. S1 got tested, and remember, S1 got tested 4 to 5 times. So we have to be very careful now if it's coming. Yes, we can. After 9:30, it's valid. But today, our expected high for S&P 500 is 64.41 to 54, and the low is 63.80 to 63.68. Might see our expected low today, but we'll wait for our 2 p.m. and then 2:30 p.m. news. Our Nasdaq high is 23,640 to 700. Nasdaq low is 23,300 to 240. Nasdaq, remember, striking price for Nasdaq did not move up, and if you see S&P, Dow, and Russell 2000, striking price move up, and when striking price move up, it means pressure is down. This is very easy way to tell. And once our Nasdaq, if you see Nasdaq striking price is not going up, so that's where the mix and match situation is. And we might see today our Nasdaq price also goes up because they will follow. And there's a huge gap in between up and lower striking price. One day I will give you the full class of on how to read the striking prices. And our Dow went down yesterday, went to our expected low. S&P 100% hit our expected low, and very nice, beautiful push to the upside. And that went up almost 20 points. Yes, 20 points and 11 points retracement to the downside. Again, right now you see S1 very nicely hit and run 4 to 5 points and it bounced back up. S1 on our Dow, S1 on our Russell 2000 is not Russell 2000. It's just coming down from R1. Nasdaq is very close to our S1 area. So all markets yesterday went to our expected low. Nasdaq almost hit our expected low and bounced back up 101.101, one tick less. Currencies are tanking, guys. If you look at the British pound, it just tanked. It's very strong push to the downside. Went to our expected low for the day. Canadian dollar already hit our expected low. 100% it reached to our expected low, what we predicted. And it's coming down from our opening of the European session. So when it opens, slightly push up. And the first bar that closed low, we knew that this is up thrust to go down, pump to dump, and exactly price did the same thing. And after 7 a.m., flat, straight, market is coming down. British pound tank, Canadian dollar tank, creates a diversion to the downside. And after 9:45, we'll see again, maybe Canadian dollar goes to our further low, then push to the upside. First push down, next push up. Euro is at our expected low for the day, 100% reached our expected low, and this is what we were expecting. And nice, beautiful push to the downside. Crude oil is up. Crude oil went up yesterday, very strong push to the upside. And right now it creates, this morning it creates diversion. If you see at 4 o'clock, it creates a diversion, swing move to the new price, the price that we had around 69.80, and that's our expected high for the day, and we might see our expected high hit again above PP. Crude oil is above PP, R1 or our expected high, either one, and we'll see a push to the downside from there. FDAX went up yesterday, exactly hit our expected high for the day, 100%, and bounced back down 181 point, $181, and then nothing is going on. Gold is down. Gold pressure, base, everything, just 1.5 hour gold tank. Expected low, wait for expected low, somewhere 46, 47, 40, anything below 48 would be a good area to go along. And in these days, when gold reached our expected low, don't expect more than 10 to 20 points, $20 push to the upside. And that's a big push to the upside. If you go normal days, we pick $3 to $4, but now $10 to $15 push is nothing. Yesterday, hit our expected low, went up $32, came down $34.10. That's a nice return from our retracement to the downside. Copper is down. Copper went up yesterday, very close, just shy a few cents from our expected high. Copper came down 12 cents right now at S1 area, and we might see our expected low for the copper today. Silver already hit our expected low. While I was sitting here, the copper was at $38.10, and came down to 37.57. That's 92 cents swing low from our yesterday, the low higher high. So higher high after 12, I'm talking about 11 to 12 o'clock. It creates that high from high. That's a big push to the downside on our silver. Just one day. That's a big push to the downside on our silver. And natural gas, if you see tank, it just dropped big, went to our expected low for the day. So $3, somewhere $3.20, $3.40, and right now it just hit $3 and 0.20. Means we might see our $3 mark will be done. So mostly markets hit our expected low for the day, especially the silver went down like it just a rock drop to the downside. And then we have our Bitcoin. So if you look at the Bitcoin, 3 days, it's doing nothing, just flat. It coming down $26.65. So yesterday it went very close to our expected low for the day yesterday. And today it's just sitting at S1 area. Excuse me, S1 area, and S1 is holding the Bitcoin. And 2 o'clock, and after 2 o'clock, we might see Bitcoin will get a big jump either to the upside or to the downside. Especially, guys, the main factor will be the press conference, not the interest rate news. They're not going to cut interest rate. We know a diamond pattern will be there. And then we have our Ethereum. Ethereum yesterday, 100% went to our expected low. 1 o'clock hit our expected low, 37.50, 37.44, and pushed to the upside. Very nice, beautiful push to the upside. $118.50. That's a good, nice push to the upside. And then today it came down $92. So Ethereum, Bitcoin, exactly mirror copy. If you see, sometime Ethereum is not moving with the Bitcoin, but today they're just 100%. Like candle to candle, they copy each other. So it means they sync because of the panic at 2 o'clock. And very, very important, guys, 2:30, we have FOMC press conference, and then the answer at 4 o'clock from the Trump. So be careful. Don't leave any open trade today. Close your trade at 4 o'clock or 4:50, and then enter after 6 p.m. because the two titan, what we call the bulls, will collide today. Fed, and then Fed press conference, and then 4 o'clock Trump will answer. He will reply to whatever press conference. There's a big war going on in between Fed and the U.S. president. Other guys, just chill, calm, relax, hit and run from area. If you're done from area, just call for the day and wait for these two giants to fight with each other. And after 6 p.m., whatever you do. But today we'll see a diamond pattern. Diamond pattern means at 2 o'clock or 2 or 1 or 2 or 3, wherever the price is. If it goes up, it will come back to the same place. If price goes down, it will come back to the same place. This is called the diamond pattern. Please, guys, take the areas. If you have any question, you can call me or you can text me. I will be here.
A quick question. Suppose they don't raise the interest rate, what do you expect the market to do? Go up or down?
Up and then down. Because price is already at our high and it's at the history. If they're not doing anything, don't think price will go up. Price will go down. But first push you'll see to the upside.
Okay. And if they do cut the interest rate, price will go up anyway, right?
Anyway, but I don't think so. The both way price will go down. It will break the high and then goes down. Because without retracement, nobody will buy at the top. Then they had to bring market at least S&P 250 to 300 points, then push to the upside. But long term, I'm expecting 500 to 600 points and then push to the upside above 7,000.
Okay, so diamond pattern first move up and then move down. Okay.
Yeah. Bye. Either down or up or down.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care. All right, guys. Have a nice day, G. Take care.
All right, so you guys heard his comments, pretty much same in terms of just sitting out, waiting, seeing what's going on because price is jumping this huge crazy. एक माइक्रो से 10-20 पीस निकाल के अगर किसी ने सिर्फ मछलियां पकड़ी हैं उसके मुंह में ना आ जाइएगा क्योंकि आप पता लगे मछलियां पकड़ने गए हो wrong.
Sound clearly, ना? पकड़ा मैंने बहुत बड़ा पकड़ा Nasdaq is 23.7, 23. كل من بيكتب كل مش هو مش هيك بيجي هنا كل الكلام الطويل ده
دول لغة تمام دول
All right.
only know the figure you do second number year is
single node, right? It's the
like
next.
Where are we going? What's the alert? 50. We're heading, the alert says we are inside the R1 area first time. So let's see. Heading towards R1. जा रही है अभी तो So for new users, just open it up. If you guys want to sit with Majid Bhai, it's recommended. I don't know if you've watched the video of Ninja Trader Beginner's Guide. अगर नहीं देखे अभी तो अच्छा, no problem. वो आपको बता भी देंगे. But because he will get you going on how to buy, how to sell on the basic. So if you like, if you want to sit here, more than welcome to. For Telegram group, you guys can now do it yourself. Just follow the instruction. You don't have to send me a WhatsApp anymore. The new system, new website, just click on it, talk to the bot, and it will add you to the group automatically. Yeah, because there was a bit of a delay where I needed to approve, no longer required. So, okay, let me just. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Majid bhai. 3 new students भेज रहा हूँ. Sorry, rotation में. So, हाँ जी. आपका resume forward किया मैंने. Hopefully we'll get some. Hopefully. Oh, no problem. आज 7 बजे, 7 o'clock. और पिछला record. हाँ? अभी 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 आज हो रहा है क्योंकि उसको 2 घंटे रिकॉर्डिंग 2 घंटे एडिटिंग 2 घंटे उसकी डिस्क्लेमर डालने हैं तो आज हो जाएगा नो नो प्रॉब्लम इस वो वाला रूम खाली है हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी we're gonna start asking people to bring their picnic chairs just ले आए 5:12 This is amazing.
All of us are just shut down. Big time.
All right, let's open up a couple of accounts because today is the day you pass because of volatility. कुछ भी पकड़ लें, फेंक दें, you'll get good points. But patience is the key. Two and Q's full. Either this way or this way. There is no. Today is a gambling day. Pure gambling day. Sir, par hai. Do right. Because remember, everybody's trying to climb, right? So how many will survive? No idea. So कहीं से 5 फेंक दें 500 के एरिया से बन ही जा रहे हैं video game hai. Today trading Nasdaq is how good. Have you played Subway Surf or the guy that game used to be where you chase the coins? Well, so today is the playing that. So Nasdaq is you go in the market, whatever you grab, you get out because it's $10, $5, $2, $3 because you will see 200 by the time you hit. Maybe you get 500, maybe you get minus 200. It is so. Today is going to be it's a reaction game. So Nasdaq today is how good you can click. So this is not true. हाँ क्योंकि आप 200 देखेंगे आपने कहा यार 300 होंगे वो पता लगा -70 पे बाहर आ रहे हैं आप. So because market orders are going wild and we love it because why? If you watch Nasdaq 30-20 overbought oversold, it gets to 99%, set your ATM 5 points, get out. Set your ATM 5 points, get out, but still have a stop loss too because it will get rough. Just remember. Don't give back anything you have because look at the spike today from 540, 521 to 450. All shot down.
3 माउस चाहिए, एक बाय पे एक सेल पे एक स्टॉक पे।
नहीं एक एटीएम चाहिए और दैट्स इट।
क्वेश्चन,
हाँ जी हाँ जी
ये 1510,
हाँ जी
ये लोअर लो बना 64,
हाँ जी
अभी वो 6405,
आ रहा
अब
सर,
उसको ब्रेक कर,
हो गया
और
तो
लोअर लो पहले बंद दिखा रही है
हाँ
Fix पे।
ठीक है, वो कई दफा उसके वो रिफ्रेश नहीं हो पा रहा स्पीड की वजह से।
It has to break the previous value.
करेक्ट।
लोअर पेज से अप पेज में
JK से SK में no, this is pretty advanced class, I mean for beginners, so but you should be okay now, enough time, as long as you control your hand today, please.
I'm on sale today.
नहीं आप खेलें, लेकिन एक्सपेक्टेड हाई से अच्छे पॉइंट मिल जाते हैं। Okay, I gotta get this going in terms of what I was supposed to do. Oh yeah, Malik said super areas.
Office open here Monday.
Sorry,
Are we open Monday?
Monday is what is? Give me a second. Take a look at Monday here. US seems open.
Yeah.
If US is open, I'm here. Only like I signed up for a very difficult job when I came to do it, because literally there's only like 10 holidays in a year, and so but somewhere around Christmas time it slows down everywhere. So the last 2 weeks of a year are, but I don't see any way I can take a break. So September 1st is holiday. That is a holiday. It's bank holiday in US. So that's the only thing I can see in near future. वही 520 से 475 के दरमियान ही अब स्विंग आ रही है, 520 to 480 swing. Yes, good question. Which funded companies allow you to trade news? Take profit? No. Zero, zip, nothing. So most likely if you log in, you will not make any money and take profit. So 5 minutes in the news, 5 minutes after the news. Minutes don't count, just the 2 p.m. release. So Apex, you cannot do take profit. However, Bullnox, if you want to risk your account, they allow you to trade. So roughly.
So after 5 minutes we can do.
हाँ सर, कोई गल ही नहीं। Per dia, yes, per dia you can trade the news. बस याद क्योंकि आप अमन भाई याद 18 दिसंबर ना बोलिएगा, एक 2 माइक्रो पर डिया में 3,000 का अकाउंट. So the account size was $3,000. It's a handsome amount of money. and interest rate actually dropped, and market was supposed to shoot up. It went down 1,000 points. So 2 points is $4. So even that $3,000 could not have a chance to survive with a micro. So that's why I say interest rate.
Stay away.
No, or have strong set of diapers. That's it, because you're gonna shit. So that's all I say. Because if you have heart issues, today is not the day to trade. If you have bowel movement issues, today is not the day to trade. Because this business is for, especially doing Nasdaq, you need to be built tough to be able to understand. Because sometime I'm in a trade and you see minus 1,000, you should be able to not panic, right? Nasdaq. But if you're doing, so Nasdaq is the way, because you just have to figure out at what point I'm gonna do an average, and at what point I can hold this.
ini इसको 2.4 successfully liquidated
Ten o'clock news came in for, or what news was it? Pending home sales, I believe. Yeah, in about 5. There you go. Pending home sales are done, but no major volatility. Now the next is 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Fed interest rate, then 2:30 statement, 2:30 press. So I will turn on the TVs behind you for new users if they want to see what the thing is about.
सर
जी भाई
मगर 3-4 पड़ गए
क्यों, क्या हो गया?
और उड़ गया जी
अभी कर दिया काम इतनी जल्दी? नहीं, मैं तो 2 बजे
ये तो बकरियां पकड़ने गए थे
माइक्रो में ही गए थे मिनी। फिर आपने देखा ना, अब मैं क्या करूँगा? अच्छा, मैं अब लतीफ़ा सुनाता हूँ, वेट कर, पहले लतीफ़ा सुने। नहीं, ठीक है। आप जंगल में गए, वहाँ शेर आ गया, आपने पूछा क्या करूं? जो करना है शेर ने करना है, आपने कुछ नहीं करना। तो अब जो करना था नैस्डैक ने कर लिया आपके लिए। अब आप जाएं बुलनॉक्स का एक और अकाउंट खरीदें, $15 और खर्चें।
उसमें पिछले 3,000 तो नहीं दिखाएगा ना?
वो तो सर ब्रांड न्यू फ्रेश अकाउंट, फ्रेश माल निकाला आपने, फ्रेश टिकट लिया। अब आप जाके फिर 2 बजे का वेट करें, वरना अब से लेके 2 बजे तक आपको 50 अकाउंट तो खरीद जाएंगे। लेकिन अगर आप इसी तरह खरीदते रहे ना, हाँ 15 जरूर देखें। I do have a person who likes to gamble, loves to gamble. Just remember, this is his best way to spend your $15. If you enjoy high adrenaline rush, dopamine, excitement, instead of going to a casino anywhere, and you will have a budget of spending, let's say, how much money, buy Bullnox and play Nasdaq, right? So that's your rush. हाँ सर, वो कौन सी है, मारो मुझे मारो, वो जो वीडियो जो वायरल हुई थी कि मुझे मारे यार, तो 800 प्लस के बाद वो उसने आपको खत्म कर दिया। तो 800 प्लस मुझे बताए बगैर आपने बनाए। सर आपको ये मेरे आने से पहले ही आपको यहाँ से चले जाना चाहिए था कि ताकि आपको, because trust me, this will suck you in every second, every minute. I'm getting excited. ओ लगता है यहाँ से मार्केट नीचे जाएगी, ओ लगता है यहाँ से मार्केट ऊपर। 50% तो आप जीत जाएंगे। आपने जीते जीते you turned and made $800 profit and now you've given away your account. I am sorry, my condolences, but account success नहीं हो गया ना खत्म, ठीक है ना। इधर वे बट लेकिन 800 बनाने के बाद I am speechless. That's all I can say. अभी तो शुक्र है यहाँ डैनियल नहीं बैठे, वो बहुत गुस्सा करते हैं। आपका अकाउंट ही निंजा बंद कर देते। यहाँ पर एक दो हैं उनके निंजा, उनके घर से रिक्वेस्ट आई है कि ये रुक नहीं रहे, so he's like we're gonna block you, so it's okay. असल में आप he has a good saying, Nasdaq is not a vending machine. You're going to put in your money, it's going to give you money. It requires a little bit of discipline. $800, मैं अभी $40 के लिए बैठा हूँ, माइक्रो कर रहा हूँ, आप 800 में ले गए थे। Oh my God, man. That's amazing. That's good. It means you can trade. That's the good sign I see on any of this. Majority people don't know how to click. सिर्फ आपका मसला दूसरी साइड पे आ रहा है, ability to control, because 800 is good number from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. 800 is a good number. Sorry. So Bank of Canada 14 minutes ago, interest rate is staying the same. That hasn't changed, I believe, right? Holds the policy rate at 2.75. So US should do the same. That would be a miracle if there is a US interest rate drop, but let's see. But Bank of Canada has said no interest rate going up or down. So that's so for interest rate, how many times on November 2024? So first was December 2024, January 2025, March 2025, May 2025, and June 2025, zero change. So since this December 2024, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 stable consecutive, holding rate, policy rate. So no change in up and down. Because the longest they have not done anything was from July 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times they left it. Interesting. Come on, dear.
हाँ टर्मिनेट लिखा हुआ है चलो पिछले वाला टर्मिनेट का हाँ
हाँ जी टर्मिनल
कौन सा लेना है सर इसमें अकाउंट
सर 50,000 वाला $15
जैसे हो गया तो you can do a rollover also.
no done this account is no longer
इंडिया को रुपये करेगा 25 पर कौन को दूँ स्टार 170 XR को तो उसको 7 से 10,000 पे XR को लेगा
कूपन तो दिखाई नहीं रहा है
सर कूपन ऊपर सबसे ऊपर लिखा हुआ
नहीं इस पे कूपन लगता है खत्म हो गया
नहीं सुपर एरियाज लिखे हैं मैं आ रहा हूँ
मैं आता हूँ
सर हो चुका है ऑलमोस्ट वेरी क्लोज लाइक सर देखें नहीं बाहर आपने नया साइन अप नहीं करना गो बैक अदरवाइज ये देखें उससे पहले डैशबोर्ड अकाउंट साइन अप यहाँ कूपन डालना होता है और फिर आगे जाएं सुपर एरियाज लिखें फिर आगे जाएं नहीं अभी हुआ नहीं अलर्ट आया Somebody is talking on Zoom. How can I participant mute them? They can't talk on Zoom.
ज़्यादा नहीं बस
अब उसको उनको बोलूँगी बता के
नीचे आ गया
तो हाँ मैं नीचे चला अरे नेगेटिव
आपके कंसर्न ठीक है उसमें पर्सन नीचे देख के सोचते हैं अकाउंट है नहीं मेरा अमेज़न जो आपके बार-बार करते हैं आपके अकाउंट नहीं है हाँ चलो अलर्ट कैसे देना चाहिए फास्ट तो क्या बोलते हैं एनी डेट्स हाँ देखते हैं क्योंकि मैं 6 मार्केट का टेबल बैठी है मार्केट यहाँ से पूरा 13 बैठेगी अच्छी होती है नहीं मैंने बंद कर दिया नेगेटिव में मेरा 1.1 था एक मैंने बंद कर दिया तो मैंने भी बंद कर मैंने कहा इस तरह के नहीं मैंने देखी नहीं पहले तो वो कर लेता है अच्छा तो बहुत सारे पानी के
All right. Somebody is talking on Zoom. No, they couldn't. Give me a second. No, we cannot take profit. EA you can, PA no. No PA at all. Performance account on take profit. Let me log in. I think under news section they allow you, they disallow you. Give me they don't allow you news trading. News calendar.
होल्ड कर सकते हैं सर
है नहीं
पर डे में होल्ड कर सकते
नहीं पर डे में होल्ड नहीं कर सकते. Yeah, on 30th it says don't trade. Mark on.
इनको मैंने भेजा मैसेज पर वो चेंज कर दिया ना कि
हाँ
तो व्हाट्सएप का व्हाट्सएप पे
अच्छा, आप मैसेज क्यों भेजे? वो देखें, सिर्फ निंजा रीस्टार्ट करेंगे 10 मिनट में खुद ही आ जाएगा। अच्छा, सिर्फ लिखते हैं उनको व्हाट्सएप को कि प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व, यू डोंट नीड टू रीडू इट। हाँ जी,
इसकी क्या वो है इसके बाद वो
नहीं 50,000 को 53,000 ले जाना। वो बैंड सॉरी आता है, बैलेंस
हमारे क्या बोलते हैं
हाँ, लार्ज फिगर्स हाँ
उसके बाद कलर चेंज होता है।
हाँ जी, पहले बैकग्राउंड कलर चेंज होता है। First thing is price moves from mid band to 20 ticks, then color changes. So it's everything based on price, right? So price is changing the colors and the bands and everything else. It's nothing.
It's not day change before and then
No, nothing can change. So first changing the price, right? So if there's no movement, nothing will change. So if price goes from this point to this point, midband will change color, background will change color. So it's based on price.
momentum shows once the price starts.
Yes. So right now, for example, only thing come in advance is fib boxes.
Okay.
That okay, this is where the possible resistance is. Only thing in that, right?
ठीक है तो मैंने एक ऑर्डर लगा हुआ है
So Fed is leading and others are
No, they're all leading. It's just, huh?
for us it's all leading.
No, everything is, there's no such thing as, it's plotting based on price. What is lagging when you have a candle minute chart? That's pure lagging. This is all live happening. So it will change it live for you. Yes, sir.
एक ऑर्डर लगा हुआ
नहीं, इसको बंद करके वो अब वो पुराने ऑर्डर लगे हुए हैं, पुराने के बंद कर दें, नो करें और फिर रीस्टार्ट करें एंड दैट विल वर्क. Okay, any desk. 1624. What am I doing?
अभी देखो ग्रीन बोर्ड हाँ तो इसमें चार है इसका देखो इसका ग्रीन है ये चार्ट फोटो करो
Three, 5, 7.
Good idea to have two accounts now, like one set of one.
Yeah, you can hedge, but they will block you. Only company allows you to hedge is Apex, meaning you can buy two accounts and go one north, one south. That's on sale for 90%, but their rules for round 2 are very strict. They're not the best company to work with in terms of. It takes up to 30 minutes. It's 700. That's the number I'm waiting for because look, it shot up big time. Yeah, that's overbought. Huh?
First time I'm seeing this.
This line? नहीं हायर हाई से प्राइस नीचे आ रही है ना
नहीं वो तो आ रही है लेकिन ये लाइन जो प्रेडिक्ट की है ये
that I will have to check if they rolled out a new update.
First time I'm seeing this line.
I am still amazed. How come he didn't close the trades? $800. 521. We're very close to our area.
So you're waiting till 7, right? Until then you want.
No. Today is the day where things will go very stupid very fast. So why am I gonna risk? Yes, I am trading, but evaluation accounts, the ones that have no meaning to pass it. Yes, I see this sell, I see this buy, overbought, oversold, but I'm not trading for real money today until I get my number. So that's the plan. So,
like how we have created EV, so you
yeah, you can. Yeah.
and you trade on.
Yes, correct.
Connect नहीं हुआ
सर एक दफा और करें
आ गया
क्यों नहीं आएगा
कनेक्ट हो गया बहुत दिन परेशान है बहुत दिन परेशान मेरी ना
It's okay. मैं अभी भी my head can't wrap around that you managed to make $800 and not walk away.
मेरे को फोन क्लियर करना था मैं ऑलरेडी माइनस में था
नहीं वो
तुम आते तो मैं 18 कल 800 नहीं कल 400 उठाए थे आज 800 उठाए 1200 नहीं रुकी तो अभी फिर भी माइनस में था ना मैं इतना गिरा हुआ था
नहीं मैं कल तक आप कह रहे थे कि बस मुझे निकलवा दो और आप 1200 निकल भी आए थे होल में से
तो सर अभी भी मतलब ऑलमोस्ट $500 माइनस में था फिर 31 ओवर बनाने थे
तो कोई बात नहीं यार यहाँ तक तो आ गए थे ना
आपने जो कहा हुआ 100
100 to 200 is more than enough when you are in looking for a right.
I believe in this.
हो गया कल
जा रहे हैं दो दिन नहीं बैठना क्यों जैसे कपड़े पहन गए था वो हो गया कपड़े पहन गया ना कल ही हो गया टिकला नहीं वहां को तो दाग को डाल
Okay जी take care enjoy. I'm just 64.18 didn't get to over R1 yet fully for yes and that didn't go to 540 so only 529 for the day high.
अंजुलों ने फिर 50,000 डाल दिए जाओ हैश करो अभी का अकाउंट बढ़ा अगर दो क्वांटिटी के पांच क्वांटिटी एक प्रॉफिट इसमें दो टिप लेती है $120 ठीक है कितने नॉट था $30 है लेकिन $90 कमीशन भी दे रहा है पर लॉट फॉर तो 5 लॉट डाले 2 के लिए So 5 times it's still about $20, यहाँ पे 15 20 का मिलने जाते हैं रफ
Yes, yes.
somebody making more than $1,000
It's 400 is our highest
4,000.
in 90 minutes.
Wow.
20 अकाउंट लगे हुए थे वो एपेक्स नहीं नहीं वैसे बगैर नहीं All right, audio is fixed. My mic with battery was gone, so that's fixed. Okay, mic is good, audio is good. That got fixed.
हाँ ऐसी बात है तो वो जो पहले वाला एक्सपीरियंस था काम ही करता
Thank you, yes. That got fixed.
निकल नहीं रहे निकल नहीं जो नहीं मैंने कितना तो लेकर बैठा पीछे मेरा 10% प्रॉफिट है ये बात तो प्रॉफिट के तरह नीचे तो पैसे निकल रहे हैं कितने स्क्रीन शॉट कर रहा है अगर पता नहीं वो भी 40 बोल के चलता है से कंसेप्ट तो सही है कीमत है ट्रेड लगा उधर पैराटक के तरह ग्रीन में नीचे पैराटक क्या मैंने बनाए थे शाम को 500 880 अभी आ रहा है yes पे आगे वो डब्बे आ गए उसको फिर के बॉक्सेस इसका वजन छोटा पड़ता है से छोड़ना है अच्छा गैप ट्रेड एंड डाइवर्जेंस में कौन इसकी है
Right now, still hasn't touched it. Divergent is slightly weak, slightly. But it didn't touch mid-band under because
if that doesn't touch that वो buy market
नहीं सर अगर वो इसी कैंडल में हुआ तो फिर तो आप गए ना क्योंकि वो उसने एक ही कैंडल फिर नीचे more confirmation sometime people will let the black candle form then start buying bottom of the bar.
very good
Apparently, my mics keep dying. Good thing I have lots of backups. Okay. Five. So we are now officially inside the zone of R1 Nasdaq. Just telling you guys.
How to play paper?
So touched over R1. Let's see. I took 10 points almost from R1. R1 is done.
540?
हाँ जी हाँ जी 540 से 530 तक मेरे डन हो गए 5 पॉइंट डन beautiful R1 is done so my order was sitting at 539.75 because this time मैंने थोड़ा सा नीचे रखे सब छा गए हाँ हाँ नहीं वो बॉय कई दफा आ रही थी कह रही थी कि 21 22 29 मैंने भी कहा नहीं आज मैंने मगरमच्छ के मुंह में नहीं आना सर देखिए 15 पॉइंट आ गए मैं इट्स ओके आने दे हमारा नंबर R1 का दिया गया था हमने R1 से लिया 10 पॉइंट लिए डन हो गया जी सिंपल इज दैट सर जाने दें जितने R1 ले लिया डन ओके डन हो गया gold is approaching expected low somebody just texted all right thank you for this alert gold is reaching expected low very good so thousands of ears and eyes this is really good some I saw
96 का लगाया
एक्सट्रीम से भी नीचे बोलते हैं
है नहीं आज का I think my issue is check for December contract December not August का contract गलत ना हो जाए the gold areas are December
अच्छा हमारे सर अगस्त का लगा है
सर नंबर ही गलत आएंगे हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिसंबर हो रहा है आप अगस्त में हैं तो
इसको कैसे अपडेट
जाएंगे डेटाबेस टूल्स अपडेट and we'll show you that
टूल्स डेटाबेस
rollover you will see rollover
rollover then yes
yes
I think contract yeah specifically contract to gold or all those December ठीक है 10 12 पॉइंट Yes, no.
पास से मिली
Yes, no.
हाँ
Yes,
ना
no.
10 को मिली जाते 30 हाँ
देखो ना 3356 ओ ये रीजन था ये रीजन सर फुल पॉइंट मिले हुए हैं और तो नेगेटिव में जा रहे थे नेगेटिव पे जा रहा हूँ उधर ग्रीन शो कर रहा हूँ नीचे पैसे माइनस में जा रहे हैं 1.1 मिले $110 और देखता हूँ नीचे पैसे डॉलर वो दूसरी बार किया फिर 1.1 मिला और फिर आप अगर ना बताते ना भी अगस्त से दिसंबर का तो हम तो इसी तरह फंसे हुए थे $200
Nope. Sorry, somebody, one of our students' relative passed away, and she's just getting the news. So our condolences. So that's why. Noreen?
ऋषि सिटी
अच्छा अच्छा.
नौरीन हाँ उधर चली गई
All right. Okay.
when you're away from
Yeah, yeah.
this is the problem you're sitting very very far during this situation ये तो we different है
हाँ सब कुछ इतना सी हम तो ऑल टाइम लो की बात नैसडैक भी देगा तो सारी हो गए रो वाइट सर यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं
अभी बैठी हूँ
हाँ अभी बैठे हैं
वो क्योंकि ना नए जब आए थे ना स्टूडेंट्स तो उनको उधर भेजा था तो
वो तो इधर काफी देर की बैठी
नहीं वाजिब भाई ने भेजा था उनको यहाँ आ जाओ क्योंकि उनको समझाना था फिर वो उसके में साथ ही बीच वाले कमरे में चले बीच वाले ऑफिस
तो ये बहुत जब कोई दूर होता है ना
बड़ी बिग ड्रॉप है अब जब घर से कितनी दूर बैठे कुछ नहीं कर सकते आप
वैसे भी जिंदगी में बाद में आप कुछ वैसे भी नहीं कर सकते
नहीं मतलब कम से कम वहाँ पे होते तो पास तो पहुँच सकते थे
हाँ,
यहाँ पे सिटिंग वेरी वेरी
समझ सकता हूँ तब अभी रिसेंटली कौन सा मेरे एक्चुअली मॉम और वाइफ दोनों कश्मीर
बता
मैं तो फ्यूनरल भी नहीं अटेंड कर पाया
वो इंडिया में होते
हाँ वो इंडिया में थे रात को फोन आया मम्मा है नहीं और मॉर्निंग में मैं अपनी वाइफ को कीमो के लिए लेके तो आप देखो ऑन द हाईवे मैं क्या क्या कर रहा था वो समझ नहीं आता मेरा माइंड कुछ और कह रहा था तो मन कुछ और कह रहा था That's what the light is. Yeah.
It's a tough situation to be in. 40 points drop from R1. Life moves on.
अब तो R1 नहीं ले सकते खत्म हो गए
So, a little bit of coin.
Sister. So that's the first thing. So, yeah. ये नहीं पता अभी मेरे ख्याल से sister.
पाकिस्तान में
हाँ हाँ तो वो फिर जब.
फैमिली में से कैसे को
All right, that's going down.
इसको तुम पे जाते हो उसका आजकल एक सेकंड में तो पता लग जाता है ना
हाँ हाँ exactly. So
बंदे को पूछो कहाँ फिर आप धीरे धीरे
now the bad news is always it travels fast and plus there's this subject matter is tough itself because there's timely and untimely. If it's timely, then it hurts a little bit, but certain things you get used to it because like my grandfather was 92, 95. That age, you were expecting because they came, आपके स्टॉप लॉस हिट होने वाला है आपने बहुत आपने अपना टीपी ट्रेल करते करते 95 तक लगे हैं तो इट्स ए because I was reading interesting study in 1840 to अभी 2040 आने वाला है 200 साल हो गए before 1840 your average expectancy of life was 35 if you managed to get born and live until 35 you were lucky right so and said only last 200 years we have pushed it from 35 to 85 but that is amazing right that's a now in Canada average life expectancy is 85 that's incredible average it's जितनी ऊपर जा रही है ना ते average अभी देख लेते हैं 81 years old 81 is amazing and for women you're right it's a slightly higher 83
So they're trying to have seniors age from 65 extended to 75. They're trying to do that in order to reduce the burden on the government.
See, the thing is, right now in Pakistan, it's still 66. Why? Not enough health care, right? And before 1840, every two births, one was dead because of no medical system, right? So, since last 200 years, we have evolved big time, right? Yes, yes. So for survive because more, yeah. So it is incredible the medical transformation. So it's England is pretty low though. By the way, England is I think about 82 years lower. Japan is the highest.
How much?
मेरे जो grandfather थे, he died at the age of 103.
Well,
सब उनकी आंखों में कैटरेक्ट मोतिया बिन की ऑपरेशन कराया मतलब
Yeah.
ब्लड टेस्ट नहीं कराया
Okay, my grandfather, I used to call him Toyota because only oil change needed, and like when he was like, man, because he kept saying, why? He's like, moderate lifestyle, reasonable, walk the lot, that's good enough, right? So,
सनसेट की बात कुछ खाना नहीं है
yes, yes. So,
भूख लगी है हमें कहा जाता है ना 2 रोटी की भूख है तो एक खाओ या 1.5 खाओ
हाँ,
सर उन्होंने कभी पिज्जा नहीं खाया होगा
हाँ, ऐसे।
बाहर तो खाते हैं
अभी भी आप यहाँ से मैं travel करूँ, if I travel from here to UAE, or you burn per mile more calories because food is better and you are doing more walking, and here like like I walked in at 9 o'clock, maybe I've taken 40 steps in and out, right? It's a lot of dead like steps sitting, like just sitting, and so calories keep up. So again, from yesterday, my higher high weight of 108 to lower low 95. So
You can get low, more low.
yeah. See, the thing is, but then it's not healthy. भाई इसको all the way push बंद ही कर दें. Yeah. I think that store is still open because but interesting fact, since we're just talking about this subject matter, it only takes 3 days for you to recover from anything. Anything, 3 days. And certain cultures, the moment you bury, your pain is gone away. Most cultures, the moment you bury, and life is so brutal, you can, most loved ones will be forgotten within 3 days. 3 days. That's all the, just like your account, आपने अभी $15 खर्चे हैं, पुराना अकाउंट भूल गए हैं.
नहीं सर मैं नहीं बता
So, pain. So,
बुरा नहीं लगा जब जिस दिन आप बोला
हम हमारे यहाँ संस्कार करते हैं ना जब संस्कार करते हैं टाइम लगता है वहाँ पे तो वो लोग उनसे कि और कितना टाइम लगेगा और कितना टाइम मतलब
yeah, because you want to be get it over with, right? So
जब डेथ होती है तो आदमी का नाम ही वो बॉडी हो जाती है
yeah, exactly.
बॉडी को ले आओ पर उसका नाम ही नहीं खत्म हो जाता बॉडी हो जाती है.
So the closest you are to a person, the more you will miss them. That's natural, and that's the inherent rule for kids. if a mother loses a child before seeing, no much pain, but when the kid is like, so I think it is untimely. Like my son rides motorcycle as of almost 8, 9, 10 weeks ago, and his best friend just died. 21-year-old just hit a car, and they were supposed to ride that weekend together, and that is the day we decided no more motorcycles. Right, so that's an untimely death, right, and that can have a bit of a trauma in your so it is a hard. It's a very tough truth, but it is. We gotta all go through one of these things. But I know. But but the best thing a person can do is cry. Honest to God, like let it all out because eventually your tears will run out. Your hormones are stable. पर ये आपको और मारना चाहिए हमें कि ये अगर 1200 के बाद आप नहीं उठे तो इट्स ओके डोंट वरी इट्स हो जाएगा सर आगे so
बहुत पॉजिटिव रहते हो
$500 अपने अकाउंट में उड़ाए थे कैश
Sir, every day I come and I say, you will get to a point, either go right, fix yourself, or either left, sell this laptop. So there's going to be no middle ground for you to keep trying. क्योंकि I don't know आपने वो स्टोरी सुनी है वो किंग बैठा होता है गार में एक सोल्जर और 100 दफा गिरती है कीड़ी और वो फिर चढ़ जाती है वो कहता है कि नहीं सर लेकिन ये डिलिबरेट कर रहे हैं हम यहाँ मुझे थोड़ा सा हो रहा है
मैं क्या सोच के कर रहा था हाँ कि मतलब एक दो दिन में मैं इसको पूरा कर दूं
नहीं लेकिन कल शाम तक ये था कि ये अकाउंट डेड हो गया आपने उस मुर्दे को आईसीयू से उठा के प्लस 1400 कर लिया अब वो से उसको हीलिंग चाहिए थी थोड़ी बहुत आपने उसको वहां से उठाया और फिर वापस ग्रेवयार्ड में फेंक so all right did gold work with it actually broke expected no not yet that was 6B एक सेकंड सर एक सेकंड आपने पीपी पे सेल कहाँ बनती है सर एक सेकंड S1 तो काइंड ऑफ अर्ली मॉर्निंग ES का S1 अब हेड हो रहा है yep
ये वजह से ले सकते हैं बाय का
I am not doing
पास ही करा
साथ हैं That's good.
S1 and S2 जाएंगे फिर छोटे बाइक बोलना ना
34.6 क्लोजर ही है कहते ना बोलने वाले
फिर आर्मन के लिए तो
नीचे स्लाइड मैं क्या ऊपर आएगा
छोटा सा मैं था ना उसको भी
हम कितना बोला
S1 worked again.
EQ बनी
EKS. Yes.
super area.
Yeah. Kind of came in slightly delayed, but it's done. I'll fix the alert system so it's as close.
Yeah. 52.
तो सुना वो जस्टिन ट्रूडो की गर्लफ्रेंड कल वो डिनर डेट पे था
Katy Perry?
कैटी पेरी के साथ The prince has taken how many as he wants. Yeah. And so उसकी बीवी का बिल्कुल सब डिवोर्स हुआ है ना उसकी बीवी का हाँ वो तो ओपनली आपके ऑटो में बोलते हैं पहले and
315 plus 315 plus 25 plus 210. $810. Okay, good. Per day capital. Okay, let's look at this.
लेकर के बैठे इसने बीच में घूमते
What a beautiful run from 540 down to 480. My God, 540 minus 480. 60-point move. We're still S1 and S2 is so little between your ES. It went down. ES, the first stop before the news around 93, 63, 93. S2, because on 60 minute, the lower band is sitting at 63.93 approximately. Just saying that if you're planning S2, just go slightly below than if you are planning S2 on ES, go slightly below. Let's see if that respects. And 90 जरा ज्यादा ही लो हो जाता है 93 पे वो बनता है उसको it should give us some points but the next area is from 98 to 95 but officially S1 is done though. No.
6390 पे लगा देते हैं।
सर 90 बहुत नीचे है.
93 पे लगा देते
93 is reasonable. But before again our
हैं। 9375 पे लॉन्ग लगा दिया जी।
sure.
Why not?
Look at the body. और जब तक लेना फील करोगे कि चक्कर एक चक्कर पूरा देखना उसके ना मिड बैंड चल रही है यस
Gold is inside expected low, right? Let's see. 33.45. We are inside expected low.
सारी चार ऐड करना 875 stop limit
So we have an SRES setup being born at 1510. So you have a higher high, a lower low, lower high, and first higher low. So that could be a sign that it will go up.
4.5.
यहाँ से 4.75 के.
4.7.
Yes.
7.
Yeah.
4.7. So yeah. So I'm expecting no kind of exit will come. Yeah. But yes, I will.
Gold is still trying to pull up. It went as low as 43. Yeah, around 41.
Going down.
Yeah, gold is inside the. If it goes to around 49, then it will our area. Crude oil touched expected high and it's done. Natural gas is inside expected low right now as of 11:36 a.m. Eastern. But everything else is just equities are waiting. Nasdaq, yes. Silver is inside expected low again. And crude oil, then natural gas is again. Let's see gold if it pulls up. Gold has a higher low, higher low on 3020. So gold should pull back up. We're just, if that candle makes it up, it should go back up. This 30-20 gold is giving me a good chance, showing that it's a lower low of $17, then lower high of 4.3, now a higher low of -4. So let's see. If there's a black candle to the upside, then gold will get out of this expected low area. Maqaida bana hua ji, lower high. So let's see. Because there is a divergence too. Your price went down, strength did not go down. आपने 45 पे लिया तो अच्छा लेट्स सी आ जाएगा डॉलर का ही दूर है डॉलर MQ micro MGC I got to upgrade to tools database management rollover. My price is 33.43.60. That's what my price is. Let's see. Tools, database, and I'm in with 2 micros, just to let you guys know. ब्रोकर में खुद ही हो जाता है आप उसमें हैं लाइव है ओह अच्छा सॉरी तो आप यहाँ जाए इसको बंद करें इसको लिखें न्यू और यहाँ लिखें MGC नीचे यहाँ बॉस दिसंबर हम एरिया दिसंबर में नहीं equities का contract ठीक है. So now there is a divergence on gold. So 30-20, so it's pulling up. Let's see. I am up $38 with 2 micros. $38 and 2 micros. All right, this could happen for a few days, but it's gold. And gold मैंने expected low का alert आया था. तो contract को change किया 2 micro long किया हुए हैं. Sir, tools and $50 is my target. I'm up to $44 with 2 micros. I entered 33.44.60 and I am done. $50 US in a real account with 2 micros, done. So let's see. It should pull back up, hopefully. Instruments, tools, database management. I'll be right back. Gotta grab some drink. It's going to be a long day. जब इंडिया बंद करेंगे तो वहाँ सेव कर उसमें लॉस करना शुरू कर मैं नंबर ले रहा हूँ ये रखो उसमें क्या वो लगी उसमें लगी हुई इसमें मैं बहुत ट्रेड है मैं चॉइस का था मैंने चुने लिखा उस पिछले ना करके देखा क्यों देना यार नहीं तो अदरवाइज ये काफी दिन लगेगा So that's what we do. We'll get a little bit of relationship with our facial points. Completely not as the actually states of the passports of the skills of number of them, which come to more words in the book of the liquid. They can't get I'm keeping it.
गलती से लोन ट्रेड की है महीना हो गया तो आई आपको दूसरा वीकेंड है तो आ तो गया सो के वैसे आ तो ट्रेड लेने के लिए भाई आने निकला अपने लाइफ में कुछ लाइफ साल मैं बड़े पैसे कमाए मैं नहीं करता ये मैं यार पूरा महीना 10 दिन की मैं पॉलिटिकल को हाथ नहीं लाया पूरा 2 महीने हो गए बोलना 3-4 दिन की बात हो रहा है आज आज करने के बाद 2 मैं हूँ जरूर चार जुलाई हाँ वो तो मैं ले तो इधर चालू था नहीं 2 मिनट जरा भी लगा कोई ट्रेनिंग कितनी दिन जाती है एसी गर्मी ना हो पर मैं तो एसी चाहिए मेरे जल्दी कर नहीं किसी चलने में हम लोग किसी भी एक्सपायर हो रहा है किसी समझ हां सुपर एरिया वाद हो रही ना वो का देखो ये बना दे आई थिंक वो काउंट बात कर मैंने आज तो कौन सा आई थिंक ये मैसेज ठीक है
निकल गया
ये सॉन्ग है
उधर ही है You're almost yeah, so if you took from 45 हो गया आपका गोल्ड का ट्रेड हो गया It's up to almost out of the expected low zone 48 was our number to 40 done officially gold trade से बात गोल्ड का ट्रेड किया
आज पता चला ना आज तो पता चल रहा है ना ये सितंबर चला ना हाँ गेट कब चेंज कब होते हैं ये सितंबर होगा अच्छा
ES का सर ES कितना प्यारा चला कोई So SRES gave us more than 2 points. So buy stop करके हो गया जी आपका ट्रेड हो गया. Sorry. My apologies, guys. I know those listening online. I know it's we're not beating anybody over stop loss. Just not hitting anybody over stop loss. Don't. Because if this noise goes to Zoom and Zoom goes to YouTube, their AI will pick up that there's person crying. So I need to make sure we add disclaimer that why they're crying. AI doesn't know why a person is crying. So just for AI purposes, yes, we will hit you for your stop loss. But only assurance. Good thing is that you're doing it.
Sir, जिसका SRES 9 break कर
हाँ.
Let's say it goes up to bottom of the bar.
फिर bottom तब green शुरू हो गया ना. Green शुरू हो गया तो bottom of the bar शुरू हो जाएगा.
30-20 का ready है.
नहीं लेकिन अभी 30-20 को जाने दें. Bottom of the bar शुरू करेंगे 30-20 SRES के बाद.
Okay.
या तो अभी दूर है. Buying अभी बहुत दूर है. अभी तो 30-20 का वो होना है. Mid band test होना है 30-20 का. Because large triggers are open, everything is fine. Because that swing now has its own fib levels, deep retracement, high, shallow replacement, अभी तो 30-20 का मिड बैंड बाकी पड़ा है. But gold is almost, if you're inside the gold trade, you were at break even, but it depends on where you bought it, 43 to 42. So, but good trade. Almost a couple of dollars got out of it. From 43 to 47, $4, 45 to 47, because the range was big, 48 to 40. So, depending on where you entered. It's coming from a higher high. Let's see if it touches your first pullback. And now gold should go up. Touch the 45 zone. Touch the mid band on gold. Why am I talking gold right now? Because there's nothing else to do or say. One market is stuck between R1 and S1, R1 and S1, R1 and S1, below S1. Okay. नहीं, मैं तो एक्साइटेड हो रहा हूँ. मैं तो कह रहा हूँ ये 12 से 2 किसी तरह बच जाए ताकि मैं अपने ट्रेड डालने शुरू करूँ. क्योंकि it's so boring, like, so.
गोल्ड का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कितने टाइम में रिन्यू होता है? जैसे पिछला 8 मंथ का था, जैसे आपने 12 मंथ में लगाया गोल्ड का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, पहले 8 मंथ में था, कितने टाइम बाद ये
2 माह बाद, तकरीबन 2 माह.
और 8 में लगाई थी ट्रेड, नया रोल ओवर कर लिया तो पीछे से
उसकी प्राइस होती है. यस,
लॉस होता रहा. यहाँ पे मैं देखा उन्हें ट्रेड नहीं लगाई और पीछे 7 करोड़ गई.
That's a first white dot towards it, meaning अभी तो white dot पहला आना है. Right now it's a bit of a top of the bar selling. Let's see. I want to see full black candle first. 15-10 का अभी 30-20 का मिड बैंड पे स्ट्रगल हो रही है. Gold is getting expected high. Let's see. Oh, she left.
She has gone. उनकी बेटियां आएंगी.
Okay.
या तो बेटी या फिर वो तो मिल जाएगा. जैसे मार्केट है ना. वो मतलब पर डे में अच्छा दूसरे को कितने हैं?
Let me see if I can send alerts for GC. At least let's add.
आपने बनाना है, मैंने बनाना है. इतना भी नहीं. ओके. काम तो करेगा. जैसे ये $15 लगेगा. ओके. वो सब करती है. मेरे क्यों नहीं आती? $15. और क्या तो sometimes it will be 4-5 minutes के बाद from 1.5 seconds. Yeah, इतनी ज़्यादा नहीं है. तो कुछ नहीं. देखा नहीं ये पीछे ये रिकवर की तो सब अच्छे किया रिकवर हो तो ये नहीं कर रहा हूँ. अपने का 2 पॉइंट डेटा में वैसे ही है. 91 gold. Oh.
Still stuck in expected low.
गोल्ड चार्ट कितने में लगा? कितने मिनट्स में?
वही गोल्ड का 30, 20, 15, 10, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. That does not change.
माइकल तो होल्ड कर सकते हैं.
गोल्ड वो कहते हैं ना हमेशा बाय, तो वो
गोल्ड के लिए कितना ही का होना चाहिए?
एटलीस्ट $1,500 एटलीस्ट प्लस फ्लोटिंग लॉस. ओके, कोई बात नहीं. नहीं वो देखें, वो मैंने स्टेटमेंट वापस जाके सुने. वो आपके 2 बजे वाले एरिया से 2 बजे वाले मैं सारे नंबर पुल बैक कर लूंगा. 2 बजे वाले जजमेंट कॉल 2 बजे वाली वही है, कोई चेंज नहीं आई. क्योंकि वो अगर स्पाइक आ गई तो फिर पीछे मार 2 पे कई दफा खुआर हुए हैं और 2 पे फंस जाते हैं. So yes, MES, GC. कोई बात नहीं भी, आपको ऐसी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगी आप कहोगे.
क्या नंबर?
सर गोल्ड तो एक्सपेक्टेड लो के अंदर घूम रहा है इस वक्त, तो एरिया के अंदर है इस वक्त. लेकिन वो 48 तक गई थी. $3 पूरे मूव हो गई है। गोल्ड में $2 चाहिए होते हैं, $2 बस।
$2 कितने होते हैं?
$200। $1 मूव होता है गोल्ड से। चलो वो कोई बात नहीं।
लोड पे लिया था वो नीचे चला गया।
गोल्ड का मत बनाइए, नाज़दाक खरीदिए।
Gold is completely different,
वो तो जल्दी पैसे
beast is.
गोल्ड चपेड़ा में बढ़िया लगता है।
Oh, if you get stuck, कोई बात नहीं, आप ज्यादा दूर नहीं है। Let me see if gold will now send alerts. Right click, strategies. All right. Good. So today I added gold. So now you will get Nasdaq, you will get ES, and now you will get gold alerts too. I have 15 markets, but you will say, come on, with कौन सा 3 ये ठीक है, 3 is good enough.
R1 पे गाड़ी हमने लिया हुआ है ना, बाइक लिया हुआ है। बाइक को आजा।
Live stream is not ended at all, G. It's still, live stream is still going strong. So I have, आ गया आपको 45 आ गया. So next 12 o'clock candle just started. So Europe is closed officially.
सर नाज़दाक की आ रही है अपना R1 पे दोबारा।
हाँ वो आएगी सर. R1 तो हो चुका है, R1 भी हो चुका है, S1 भी.
पर वो दोबारा जा रही है।
बेशक जाए, लेकिन अगर वहां से रेजिस्टेंस तोड़ गई,
पता नहीं है
सर R3 लें. टाइम हमारा जो है ना, घड़ी क़यामत की करीब आ रही है.
कितना था आपने?
सर 23,700 पे. अब to be honest, these are the safest zone. Hard to lose from those zones, but will the price go there? I don't know, right? That's the question. Europe is officially closed. EC and Q, and now you guys have gold alerts as well.
Yes, बाहर
जो डाइवर्जन लगी थी सर काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग लगी
किस चीज की?
वो
SRES. Yes, yes. गोल्ड आपका ब्रेक इवन पे आ गया है अभी तो आने दे निकलने दो 48 तक तो आए एटलीस्ट मेरे से
मैंने स्टॉप लॉस लगाया था वन टाइम का हो सकता है
तो आप प्रॉफिट में होंगे अब कंग्रेचुलेशन
$110 लेके
110 गुड गुड पूरा $1 ले लिया ना वेरी गुड सी getting so these kind of trades will make you more confident about a certain type of a trade. So I wanted to go higher. I wanted to go to at least the number that I would like to go to is at least 56 from 46 to 56. $10 move will be good. Because still it's inside the expected low range because the price has come down from, let's see where it has come down from, almost this morning from 85. So if the 85 is my starting point, let's even go in after the session is 83, it's down to 42. So 83 minus 42, that's almost 83 minus 42, 41 point move. So let's calculate my fib levels, how far we can go. Yes, that is sad.
She was in depression.
Oh my God.
I was already in depression.
पहले हस्बैंड की डेथ हुई है एक ही बच्ची है वो परेशान थी बच्ची की वजह से उसका क्या
इनसे छोटी थी बड़ी
इनसे बड़ी
Yeah, I had to cover with AI disclaimer. AI would listen, somebody's crying, could flag our account. So I said, hey, we're not beating any traders. So next thing, that's the problem because that's pretty loud, but I know. Emotion.
मेरे बड़े भाई की डेथ हुई मैं क्लास ले गया
Oh my God.
मैसेज आया और फिर निकल गया 15 मिनट बाद और मैं पूरी क्लास में निकल गया मैं होया क्या चल रहा
So gold retracements coming from 33, 42, 41 swing size. Prices coming from lower low. So it should at least go to 57. That's 57. If you're trailing, 57, 56 tak ja sakte hain. That would be a good healthy correction. Let's see. Because first retracement is at 51, then is at 57. So how I did the same thing. Same thing. Okay. Picked up my starting position, 83. Ending position, 42. So now I have a 41 point swing. आज ही के दिन में started at 83, ending at, so at 9 o'clock, the price was hovering around 83. It fell down to, I'm looking at this one, fell down to 42. So that swing is 41, gold. Gold came down $41. Now if it has made a lower low, it should go back up, bounce back up. How far can it back? It can go up to for 51, $10, 56, to almost $16. So we are just waiting to see where it would. So that's it. If this is the lower low for today, it should go back up to around 56, 50, 56. So depends on if you took $1. So from 42 to 56, almost 56 minus 42, $14 trade. But generally, gold $3 to $4 is more than enough for you to go inside the area, inside the trade. Sir, नहीं gold
December
47.20.
क्या करो सेव करो हाँ अभी आप चल पड़ो बिल्कुल हाँ आगे देखो मुझे सही पड़ रहा
यार समय तो एक कॉल आएगी और जरा हैंडल कर लेना वो फिर कह रहे हैं कि जी सॉफ्टवेयर लाइफ टाइम है सपोर्ट भी लाइफ टाइम सारी फेवरेट
On go even call that.
कौन कौन है क्योंकि ऊपर के
बड़ी सी पूरे
बोर्ड का
So Win Lifetime members can now pay online as well, fully. You can go and make your payment if you're expiring tomorrow, depending on. He has set up the whole system to make the payment online.
everything includes
सब कुछ है नहीं क्रेडिट कार्ड ऑटो पे सुपर एरियाज की वेबसाइट पे जाएं एंड हैं हाँ तो हाँ it's pretty cheap for like
for a year.
for a year, but it's $150 a month but 4 months are already included in your membership if you bought it certain time.
लाइफ टाइम होनी चाहिए
नहीं सर सिर्फ बेगम दी सब्सक्रिप्शन लाइफ टाइम होती है कि बेगम एक बारी आ गई ना ठीक है That's in England mostly.
ये थे वेदर का
ये कह रहे ट्रस्ट ना करो
छतरी जो रोल्स रॉयस भी छतरी करते हैं तो बड़ी बड़ी गड्डी में मेरे छतरी ले रहे
लगाए रखा सर इसका वो एरियाज नहीं आ रहे गोश्त के गोल्ड के एरियाज नहीं आ रहे
अब राइट क्लिक करें और नहीं ऐड करें एग्जिस्टिंग को डुप्लीकेट करें नया ना बनाएं नहीं, इस तरह ना करें, कैंसिल करें, NQ को डुप्लीकेट करें, इसको बंद करें, NQ है
क्रैश की है, लैंडिंग कर सकते हो, प्राइवेट प्लेन से कोई खास कुछ नहीं, नो वन हर्ट्स।
तो इसको राइट क्लिक NQ, राइट क्लिक द NQ टैब, नीचे बंद करें, इसको बंद करें, ये इसको राइट क्लिक, राइट क्लिक, duplicate in the new tab, duplicate, and now change the symbol to GC. So whatever settings you had in NQ and ES, duplicate it and it will go and do, so duplicate to GC.
इसमें दोबारा जाके इसमें इंडिकेटर्स में जाके
नहीं, बस सिर्फ ना इसका GC कर लेना, सिर्फ ऊपर सिंबल,
अच्छा
and that's it. Now save it. So अब GC के एरियाज आ जाएंगे once it's loaded. Yeah. So you don't have to create a new tab for all the time. So gold is above 47.90. All right, gold is pulling out of the expected high range. आपके पास आप माइक्रो में दो, so 48 minus 45 times $20, 60 बने ना, ठीक है सर, 100 की दाढ़ी चाहिए होती, बैठे बैठाए 100. So here's the new approach. I'll make it easier for you. Come here 9 o'clock, go home 2 o'clock. In 1 hour, at least make $25 to $30. You will feel much better because एक घंटे देखें बाहर कितने, बाहर एक ट्रेड डाल लिया ना, एक पॉइंट ले लिए, नहीं एक घंटे, तो 5 घंटे में $150, क्योंकि बाहर ऊबर में तकरीबन इतना ही मिल रहा है. यहाँ देखिए हम लग्जरी बातें कर रहे हैं, एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, मार्केट को गालियां दे रहे हैं, चाय पी रहे हैं. ट्रम्प तो देखिए कितना कंफर्टेबल है, कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. अगर आप 1 घंटे में 1 पॉइंट नहीं ले सकते ना, मैं हमेशा आखिरी स्टेटमेंट में कहता हूँ ये सॉफ्टवेयर किसी हकदार को दे दें, मुस्तहिक को दे दें, जो इससे ज्यादा डिजर्विंग है. आप आई एम जस्ट सेइंग 48.50 देखिए उन्होंने 2 माइक्रो उठाए लाइव में, एक्सपेक्टेड लो से लॉन्ग किया हुआ, 2 माइक्रो उठा के, मैं जल्दी निकल गया, मैं 50 पे निकल गया, वो 48 पे, लेकिन मैं एंटर 42 पे हुआ था. So to make $50 in 1 hour, there is no better way than trading, and we're heading. Sir, 30 average forklift की इस वक्त सैलरी चल रही है $35 an hour, forklift की. So $35.
नो सर, $17.
नहीं थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस दे ना को, 5-6 साल में वो कर रहा है, आगे पीछे जूम इन कर लेता है. 30. Okay, so then ChatGPT lied to me.
बड़ी पेशेंस चाहिए है ना जी.
Yes.
वो हर बंदा कर भी तो सकी
नहीं वो देखें, जो फोर्कलिफ्ट का ड्राइवर है वो बन सकता है ना, हो सकता है, बन सकते हैं, 2-3 साल लगाएं, एक कैरियर बन जाता है ना, इट्स अ गुड कैरियर लाइसेंस. But to make $50 US 1 hour, 1 point a day, because what happens is most people come in. I'll again, not to point him out. He made 400 plus 400, $800 US. That is times 1.40. That's $1,100, $1,000 Canadian. 2 weeks का एक पे है यार. चलो 1 वीक की रहो, बहुत अच्छा हो, जो 4,000 निकाल रहा है महीने का, वो भी 1 हफ्ते बाद एक चेक आता है, कटा होता है, गवर्नमेंट ने ये ले लिया, ट्रूडो ने ये खा लिया, 80. और यहाँ पर मुझे नहीं समझ आती कि क्यों लोग नहीं करते.
आपको सुनना है तो
नहीं तो आपने नहीं फॉलो किया, चौथा दिन है आपको.
डंडड़ी बना
तो again. I will keep scolding you. Anybody doesn't matter. मैं भी उसका विक्टिम बनता हूँ कई दफा यहाँ से घर से बना के आया होता हूँ या यहाँ बना चुका होता हूँ वो होता है यार मार्केट आ गई है एक और ट्रेड ले लो वहाँ फंस जाते हैं राइट सो it's there's so many times I've blown accounts based on just aggressiveness. Now we are inside the R1 zone again. But yeah, Nasdaq is inside. Yes, Abhi hasn't got, but Nasdaq is very much inside. Coming soon. So let's see which way it wants to go.
माइक्रो कैसे बना सकते हो डोम के बिना बन जाता है चार्ट पे बना
हाँ हाँ चार्ट को कॉपी करें MGC MCL ये सारी चीजें कर लें
ये वन ऑर्डर वो ऑर्डर लगाना उसको करना है
So if you entered 48, you got $1.50 in gold. If you entered wherever, so mid-band on gold worked again. SRES worked. That wasn't SRES, but gold is still climbing. Let's see.
बहुत अच्छा बताते हैं कि यूरेन
अपनी गोल्ड इधर भी लगा दिया
हाँ नहीं इधर गोल्ड की प्राइस 33.48 10/11 day 12
इसके बाद में स्क्रीन
64.18 almost for R1 is at 21 21 है सर एरिया 21 से ऊपर है एरिया हमारा R1 21 से शुरू हो रहा है 57 64.57 दो से पहले कुछ भी कर लें दो के बाद कुछ ना कीजिए
नहीं आ रहा
60 चोट की इतना क्या बात है इसमें R1 पे सेल लगाना
बिल्कुल लगा सकते हैं अगर
उस पे आ रहा है
सो अगर आपका 21 है ना R1 राइट so let me double check R1 is 21 to 24 things are still it should respect it हाँ जी
गोल्ड में 100 की आ सकती है जहाँ
नहीं यार स्पाइक गोल्ड में 100 तो नहीं $20-22 की आती है
मैं 50 सेंट उल्टा हूँ इसमें मेरा 50 सेंट मतलब 50 पॉइंट एक माइक्रो है
नहीं लेकिन आप लॉन्ग में शॉर्ट में फिर तो निकल जाएगा तो आप 50
पॉइंट 34
अगस्त कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फंस जाएगा ये एडवाइस थोड़ी सी कल उनसे लीजिएगा हैं तो हाँ फिर अगर आपको ऑलरेडी एडवाइस आ चुकी है तो आई कैंट ओवरराइड नहीं इट शुडंट ऑन देयर यू गो वो कितनी स्पाइक जल्दी आई 50 पे ले गए ना आपका पहला रिट्रेस आ गया आप निकले ठीक है इट्स ओके कोई बात नहीं so I'm out of that a trade 2 for gold expected low worked 100% on per dia capital I took full lot and I got $380 so full lot 380 divided by $100 so $3.80 I took
800 से 500 लेके
ओ अगस्त का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आप कर रहे थे gold is running stream is running everything is good we're inside the area soon
Thank you, sir.
no problem जी
सुनहरे बन गए बड़े सुनहरे लुटेंगे दो दुकानें खोल के दो तीन पे जाएंगे एक को इधर नहीं मैं एक और दे देता हूँ रोड ओवर करके इसमें कर दिया मिलता है चलेगा आपको माइक वो भी ना बाकी कल करेंगे दो तीन जगह पर डाला ये तो गोल्ड समझ यूरोपैन पड़ेंगे ना नहीं दक्षिणी Okay, sir.
take care जी all right good day ahead All right, so 1.5 hour. Do we have a countdown yet? No, we don't have a countdown yet. So gold is coming down, doing a bottom of the bar, trying to test the area one more time. So 5160. Let's look at our fib levels. 100% gold bounce from our fib level. So if you look at the shallow pullback, what was the number it came from? 3351.60. What did our computer predict? 3351.60. So 100%. So that was your first TP. So let's see if it goes to 57 now after touching this mid band. Now the next retracement could go up to from 49 to 57. आप कहाँ पर हैं? प्राइस क्या थी?
इससे 50 ऊपर कर लेते हैं अगस्त में नहीं।
अच्छा इससे
3350 में हूँ अभी 3300 पे है।
नहीं उस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की क्या प्राइस? लेट्स डबल चेक। अच्छा स्प्रेड $50 का ये देखिए अभी पता लग जाता है। जी ये जीसी है ना, ये चल रहा है 3292, ये चल रहा है। Okay, so let me just fix this up. So let me move this into the new tab, new window, move to new window. Okay, so आपका ये प्राइस डिफरेंस चल रहा है। So 3349.40 minus 3292.40, almost $57 का फर्क है। तो आप बैठे पिछले कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के 50 पे। सो करंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को जाना चाहिए 3350 प्लस 57, 34 और 7 पे। जब करंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होगा 34 और 7 पे तो पिछले कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की प्राइस आ सकती है। अब देखते हैं 34 और 7 की प्रोबेबिलिटी। अब उधर जा रहे हैं, राइट? सो नाउ लेट्स take a look at what is our options possible. Looking at a gold on a 30-minute chart. Let's double check gold. on a 30-minute chart. So on a current contract, 33, okay. ठीक है sir, you should be okay. क्योंकि mid band is sitting somewhere around 75, 33.75, because it's outside of the 30-minute boundary. Let's look at maybe 60-minute boundary. तो वो सही कह रहे हैं कि आप जब ब्रोकर का दिल करेगा, नहीं वो कुछ हर ब्रोकर के. So if I look at 60-minute visualization, you're okay. It's 33.81. If you're looking at gold for 240, you are at a break even. 4 hour वाली कैंडल मिड बैंड खड़ा है, आपका ब्रेक इवन हो सकता है. मुश्किल नहीं है गोल्ड, सिर्फ एक जो नहीं अभी कुछ ना लगाए. अच्छा ठीक है, लेकिन अभी आपके पास टाइम कितने हैं? एक 15 दिन है. 15 नहीं फ्राइडे तक वो कह रहे हैं प्राइस कुछ ना कुछ तो पुल अप करेगी. अब से लेकर 15 दिन है आपके पास जो कुछ होना है. गिरना नहीं चाहिए इसका. 1 माइक्रो है ना, तो 2 माइक्रो $20 के, तो 57 टाइम 20 आप हैं नेगेटिव 1140. ठीक है, शायद ये आपको 500-600 तो रिकवर करवा दे, क्योंकि
कल 26 पे गया.
अच्छा
तो मेरे सर के चक्कर में मैंने
नहीं ठीक है, उन्होंने जो एडवाइस दी है सही दी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की वी शुड हैव
600-700 होगा भी लॉस काट के मैं दोबारा से दोबारा.
लेकिन फिर उसको नीचे आ लेने देना. फिर उसको अगर वो उसकी मैक्स रिट्रेस है तो फिर अब वहीं से क्यों घुसना है, उसको नीचे आ लेने देना. अभी वो दोबारा टेस्ट कर रहा है मिड बैंड 30-20 का गोल्ड. हाँ फिर
वापस ही जाता रहेगा. सर 2 चार्ट अलग-अलग क्यों दिखा? इन्हों ने कंप्यूटर पे कुछ और दिखा रहे हैं, मेरे पे कुछ और दिखा रहे हैं. गोल्ड
वो अगस्त और आप दिसंबर के. एक सेकंड,
मेरा जो है वो जीसी पता नहीं. हाँ जी, एमपीसी का जीसी का नहीं, मेरा जीसी जो है तो 3350 दिखा रहा है. तो मेरा
ये देखें, ये दो 3350.
हाँ जी, इनका 50 दिखा रहा है, आपका भी 48, मेरा भी 48.
एमजीसी तो नहीं. अच्छा, सिर्फ एक कनेक्शन में कनेक्शन कौन सा खाली वन अप है या मल्टी कनेक्शंस है?
मेरे कनेक्शन इस वक्त जो है वो पर्डिया का है,
सिर्फ एक है.
हाँ जी,
और कोई कनेक्टेड भी नहीं है. पर्डिया फिर या डिलेड डेटा दिखा रहा है कि आपकी एक्सचेंज ही अपडेट नहीं है. जरा जाएं पर्डिया की वेबसाइट में, कि मेक श्योर करेंगे गोल्ड वहां पर एक्टिवेट हो।
तो मैं रेजिमेंट पे दिया आपको। मेरा तो नाम
नेट और इन्वेस्ट
आ गया।
ये रेजिमेंट के ऊपर नहीं हो रहा है, ये होता है ऐसे कोई
होना चाहिए।
I'll take blank.
एनी टाइम सर, लेके पैसे डिपॉजिट करके हमारे लैंडलॉर्ड को दे आए, इतना भी था कि
काफी दे दो।
नहीं मैं ले लेता हूँ, ले रेंट इतना महंगा।
ब्लैंक चेक मिलेगा। पर एक बार रिवाइज 700 पे मतलब किया नंबर।
हाँ हाँ कोई मसला नहीं, दबा के।
तो हम लोग 4 बजे के बाद नहीं कर सकते ना?
कर सकते हैं, सारे कर सकते हैं, 4 से कर सकते हैं, 5 बजे बंद होती है। 100 पे 445 मोस्ट फंडेड कंपनी।
मैं तो 4 से पहले बंद कर दूं डर के।
आज ही तो ट्रेड करना है तो
मैं तो आगे नहीं बैठ तो मैंने R1 लगाया था उसका ES का
लिया।
नहीं
नहीं वो देखें 1975 से आ गया ना, तो अब वो
हमारा 21 था।
कोई बात नहीं,
इसका मतलब फिर जाएगा उसको रीटेस्ट करने?
पॉसिबल है, पॉसिबल। Most expensive thing in Canada is your rent, man. Rent is, yeah, mortgage still is okay, but I mean, living expenses are the most. Gold is going.
एक ग्रुप रिस्पेंड पे आ गई।
We take the stop loss, जेड़े मर्जी मेडबैन ले जाओ। It does not change ever, 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 ever. हाई से आ रही है, हाई
ES तो मिला है।
ले लेंगे। पास हो जाएगा ठीक हो जाएंगे, मीनिंग निकल जाएगा, नहीं लेंगे फेल हो गया तो गुड, तो हमेशा 1 of 4 पॉसिबिलिटीज रहेगी. So whenever in doubt, Daniel says stay out of it. If I don't know what the doubt is. Doubt is if it goes against me. So either stick to area, mid-band divergence, yes, but not change trade by trade just because trade is not coming. So he was sitting at 21, didn't come, no order, right? So then he will refocus. Should I take a mid-band? I don't know. So
boxes are here.
So हर चीज आपके सामने चल रही है.
This is the first movement after trade.
First retracement, huh? It should work. Technically, I don't see anything wrong. Boxes are landing in the same area. It is coming from higher high. Both charts are good, heading towards an area. It should respect it. The word is should.
We should take our order too.
area की
3.7.
मैं तो
Mid-band
1.1 उस पे अटैच कर देना यार,
बिग बना देना, फिर अपन ऑर्डर कैंसिल करना पड़ेगा.
46.
निकल
नहीं
अगर कैंडल बनी है फिर पता लगेगा.
मैं भी नहीं लाता मिलता है.
अब तो हमें लग रहा है बस छूटी है. आज हम लगा ऑर्डर.
लेकिन
वो एक
ठीक है, अब देख रहा चल जाएगा.
किया था लेकिन वो एक पॉइंट ऊपर से चली नहीं वापस.
आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते, कर्सर से उसको नीचे खींच लें प्राइस को.
बिलियन लोग इकट्ठा लगाना शुरू करेंगे तो पॉसिबल होगा. एटलीस्ट यू नीड a million, quite a 10,000 orders. 10,000 orders. 46.
आएगा.
अब देखें ना, एक ही ट्रेडर ऊपर वाला सोच रहा है मैं इधर मिड बैंड दूं या ना दूं.
सब उसी बोर्ड पर
46.
आएगा.
This is risk to reward. तो आप रिस्क लेंगे.
मैं तो रिलीजियसली लगा रहा हूँ इसको.
क्योंकि आपको 4 क्लासेस में सिखाया है सिर्फ यही.
अब आगे कौन सिखाएगा? सेल्फ लर्निंग है इधर उधर.
नहीं है ही नहीं है कुछ इसमें. Like there is either area, SRES, mid band divergence, that's it. There is
bottom
उसकी पूरी वीडियो बनी हुई है कि how to place that order. No.
I think it's too early. आंखों को समझ ही नहीं आती कहाँ पहुँचा है.
नहीं सर, at least maybe into 3 months into.
एक जो वाजिब भाई करते हैं वो कलर चेंज हो जाते ले लो.
या वो हर एक की डिफरेंट स्ट्रेटजी है.
पर वो समझ नहीं आता वो कब कलर चेंज हो रहा है.
फिर आप ले ही ना रोलर ट्रेन. लेकिन नहीं समझ आ रही तो
स्ट्रेटजी में देखता हूँ कौन सा प्रॉफिटेबल है.
वो प्रॉफिटेबल हो गए पिछले कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में. मैं उन पे हैरान हूँ. वो सब क्योंकि प्राइस दोनों की ऊपर ही गई. सो
डिपेंड करता है वेयर ऑर्डर है. उसने लोगों को 15 मिनट आगे प्रॉफिट दे देगा तो करेगा. Fibonacci boxes, can 20 का बड़ी strong.
इधर 30-20 वाले ज्यादा स्ट्रांग होते हैं. See, all investors in the world trading, they're halted because they don't know what these two clowns are gonna do. American clowns. $30-20 mid-band work, tested the area again, and it should go back up. Gold. Gold came, tested, did the area, came down, entered. Net. This is messed up.
Sort of picture.
मेरा फेवरेट एरिया, उस एरिया में जाएगा. 2500 का अकाउंट है, बुलनॉक्स का, पर्डिया तो ज्यादा हो गया. Expected high, maybe a mini. R2, R1, maybe 5 micros. What's my goal? $150 to $200 a day. Like today, I'm already done $400. Sorry, $450. How? I have 4 take profits. Price first time went to R1. I shorted with 5 or 6 micros, and I took this. When I'm done, so each account is $100 to $120. 4 accounts. So 9 p.m. today, I will request 450. So I don't make things complicated. Honestly, I don't need to. My goal, if you want to see, it's running live. Her account pay. 1 second. Here's my. It's green. $200 per account. So Sham go. That's why I like Perdia Capital and Take Profit is at 9 p.m. when you have done your evaluation, when you are done your performance buffer. 9 p.m. घर check आ जाता है. I don't have to wait for 10 days, 12 days. Like Bullnox, yes. I'm today in day number 6. 0 trade. I don't have a trade. Okay, so I want to make sure I have to make $250 in that account. 3 accounts are together built in, but it's no rush. It's performance. But I like Perdia. Perdia and Take Profit. Go in. I have first I cleared 4 EAs, 5. Then I cleared 5 PAs. And if I make $80 to $90 to $100 in each account, they gets copied, and then 500 शाम को घर आ जाता है. Right, so it's Wise live. लाइव वाइस के अंदर आपके आरबीसी में आएगा, स्कोशिया में आएगा, जो आप कहेंगे उधर आ जाएगा.
पर वाइज में आपको
टैक्स तो सर गवर्नमेंट से टैक्स नहीं छुपा जाएंगे. मर्ज वाइज वॉलंटियर है. आप दिखाएं ना दिखाएं इस तरह होता है. So just leave some money there for Trudeau. So what am I doing? Problem is the patience. Keeping myself busy. I have to do so many other tasks that I'm not trading. Though trading is not the only thing. I would like to have it done again. Got a beautiful mid-band worked on 30-20 on gold.
गोल्ड लगाओ फिर
सर स्क्रीन सेवर बंद करें, सब कुछ बंद करेंगे, स्क्रीन ब्लैक होती है ना, तो वो तो अपने पावर सेटिंग्स चेंज करें लैपटॉप की.
पावर मोड बैलेंस है क्या
ऑफ कर दे, मीनिंग के so we're gonna set the setting to not a power mode balance, plugged in. Energy saver, turn on. How do I? Energy recommendation. Okay, it says turn off my screen. There should be a setting. Never. Turn off my device. Never. Turn on my screen off when even plugged in. Never. ये नेवर कर ले, अब नहीं कहीं जाएगा. लॉस
डिस्कनेक्ट करके दोबारा कनेक्ट कर लीजिए.
हाँ, अब दोबारा कनेक्ट.
टेक प्रॉफिट में जो पहला अकाउंट उसमें $2,000 क्लियर करते हैं.
हाँ, नहीं 3,000, 50,000 के अकाउंट में 3,000 take profit, 3,000, and then round to 2,000. So you will start to get paid after approximately $5,000.
First 3 and then
Yes.
Perdia का अकाउंट ले सर.
Perdia is the most expensive company on planet right now. It starts at $750, but you don't have to qualify round 1. You go straight into round 2, but you have to make 3,000. Before that, they don't give you anything.
इसके साथ कॉपी में लगा सकते
लगा सकते हैं, लेकिन they only give you one account. They don't give you multiple.
हैं. कॉपी कोई दूसरी कंपनी का.
किसी और कंपनी का लगा. Yes. हैं?
पर्दिया की टाइमिंग का
नहीं, कोई टाइम नहीं है. It's one day. It's direct to. हाँ, कोई बात. एक आध माइक्रो जाके हल्का फुल्का डाल दिया करें.
टेक प्रॉफिट का मतलब अगर पैसे बनाने हैं डिसिप्लिन के साथ पहले $5,000 बनाने हैं, which is 2 months.
For take profit, 1 month में 1 month में 3,000 और फिर अगला 2,000 जब मर्जी बनाए, उसकी कोई टाइम लिमिट नहीं.
पहले की लाइफ टाइम.
Fastest you can finish take profit is in 6 days. So somebody goes aggressive, they clear their round 1 in 5 days. They clear their round 2 in 1 day.
Oh, you can clear it one.
Yeah, PA they can clear in 1 day. No problem, man. That's crazy company. और फीस भी नहीं है.
पहले अकाउंट की
पहले पे नहीं नहीं.
ठीक है.
$90. 90.
90 plus tax.
No, that's not. I'm a person who spends $15. To me, 90 is like I can buy so many accounts. Yeah, but I know. But most people will fail. Okay. If you're not a good trader, go with bull knox, spend 15. If you're a good trader, go with take profit. Then you don't have to pay round 2 because most people fail round 1 anyway. So they said, all right, now we're collecting more on round 1.
महीने में फेल हो जाता है.
तो फिर दोबारा 90 दें. हाँ जी सर.
वो तो है फेल हो गया तो
हाँ.
सारा सीधा मेरा आ गया बेड पे.
नहीं ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈਣ ਆਈਏ ਮਿਡ ਬੈਂਡ ਤੇ. 600 4000. मैं कहता हूँ गार्ड को इस बिजनेस से दूर रखें because it's gonna mess you up. हाँ. So do a good trade, then pray for it that hey, I've taken my decision, let it go in my favor. Because वो कह रहे हैं मिड बैंड चले, आप कह रहे हैं ना चले, तो अब उनकी किसकी ड्यू डिलिजेंस? So God is not it's not something to be taken just for one single person trades advantage. It's a global thing. Yes, but because imagine 10,000 other people are praying in that other direction, right? So अब हमारे तो घर में यही हमेशा डिबेट होती है that before 47 it's one country. When they play cricket, billion versus 300 million, right? So but 47 just put that divide in there, right? So here's too, when US plays US versus Canada, what happens, right? Crazy Jays and Yankees and all of that stuff. So that's where I enjoy the movie from PK. It's I'm not against faith. I'm not, but just to do a $50 trade, okay, यार, को बड़ी प्रॉब्लम लेके आओ तो छोटी मेरा.
सर आप एक दिन बोल रहे थे आपने ना आपके पास 4 टॉप मेथड है, 4 की मैंने
वीडियो बनाई. हाँ, सारी यूट्यूब पे पड़ी है पूरी.
करनी थी अपलोड.
कर चुका हूँ सारी यूट्यूब, सारों का स्टेप बाय स्टेप बनी हुई है सर. सुपर एरियाज के अंदर कोर्स. हाँ.
पिछले वीक बोल रहे थे मैं डालूंगा.
नहीं देखें, मेरे तो यही चीज रिपीट बहुत दफा होती है ना. आपने डिपेंड करना है कौन से ट्रेड का मेथड लेना है. एरिया का तो डला हुआ है, अभी जाएं एरिया भी और मिड बैंड दोनों चले हुए हैं. रिट्रेसमेंट डाइवर्जेंस भी डली हुई है, तीनों की तीनों इंडिविजुअल. सो like today I have a class from 6, like let's say 7 to 9 I will do a class. You will ask me, I'll repeat again, no problem.
उसको आप फिर डालेंगे उसमें.
yes अभी तो जो मंडे की वीडियो है वो अपलोड नहीं हुई.
एक एरिया अगर एरिया के बिना अप्लाई नहीं.
बिल्कुल.
अगर एरिया नहीं मिले तो
नहीं एरिया क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
एक चीज में स्पेशलिस्ट होना होगी ना.
नहीं लेकिन मिड बैंड पकड़ लें. स्कैल्पिंग वो है, पड़ी है फुल वीडियो कि कौन सा मिड बैंड लेना है कौन सा नहीं लेना.
ये कौन सी वाली है
सर? हाउ टू
उसमें 4 नहीं मैच करो.
यस.
एक इधर बंदा आपने वो को बैकिंग किया था, वो उल्टा लेता है मिड बैंड को.
हाँ.
10 साल करना तो नहीं करता. वो कौन है?
ये नहीं मालूम कि नो वो क्रॉसिंग में मैकडीज के करते होंगे. सारे एरिया ही कर रहे हैं यार, मेजॉरिटी एरिया, ज्यादा एरिया होता है.
तो आपको जो आपको देते 70 to 90%.
90% है जी, एरिया इज 90. नहीं सर, 15 बंदे हैं.
अगर
ना हो तो एरिया आएंगे, एरिया नहीं रुकते. पूरी दुनिया में हर तरफ से आएंगे, फिक्र ना करें, एरिया की टेंशन ना लें.
एक बार सर थोड़ा कोट पीना पहले 5 अकाउंट खोलने पहले हो 500 वो कॉपी नहीं
पहले आप एक तो कर लें यार, एक का डिसिप्लिन मुश्किल हो रहा है आपके लिए। आप 800 के बाद अकाउंट ब्लॉक किया है, ये मुझे ये स्ट्रेस हो। आपके 5 इकट्ठे जाया करेंगे, एक गए कापियर ने 5 उड़ा दिए, एक में लॉस 100 का, 5 में 100 का। तो कापियर उस वक्त लेते हैं जब आप एक से सक्सेसफुल पे आउट ले आए, तो आपको पता है कि मेरी तबीयत ठीक हो गई है। सो मैं कापियर पे उस वक्त तक नहीं लेके जाता until you know how to trade. That's the every day new plan does not work.
प्लान में डजन एमपी बल्ला भी ऐसे कोई भगवान से मांगना था, कोई लाके लगा देता।
FTMO
हाँ उसका 2 लाख का
$1200 का,
वो कौन सा
$1200 का।
नहीं एक इधर बंदा है 2 लाख।
हाँ हाँ जुनेद भाई, जुनेद हैं। हाँ तो वो FTMO करते हैं एरिया। अब उनकी स्पेशलिटी गोल्ड है,
और वो होल्ड भी कर सकते हैं ना।
हाँ हाँ पूरी पूरी नाइट होल्ड होता है।
तो सर इधर एक फाइनली स्पेशल कर दिए कि कौन सा नंबर हम लिखा
सर 23,700, 23,300।
उनको कहाँ मिल रहा है? मैं भी होल्ड ही करता हूँ।
तो वो एरिया ही करते हैं डैनियल भाई से, और कौन सा एरिया ही है। 99% तो
हैंडल तो ऐसे ही करता है मेरे को भी मैचिंग में।
और मेरा लाइफ पे लिया था।
ओह
नहीं, लेकिन आपको कहाँ R1 से?
नहीं R2 से।
हाँ ये कब की बात है?
काफी दिन
ओके
काफी दिन
माइक्रो
पिछले हफ्ते, उसके बाद से मैंने लाइव अपना खोला ही नहीं, डर के ऊपर।
माइक्रो
हाँ माइक्रो 2 लॉट से किया था, वो रुकी नहीं।
तो टेक फिर वही माइक्रो ही करे ना। तो होल्ड
सब अटके हुए थे,
तो होल्ड
हम सब बीच में रुके हुए थे ना, क्योंकि आपने होल्ड कर
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
मेरे पास इतने थे ही नहीं उसमें।
हाँ उसमें होल्ड के लिए
तो मेरा वो
तो चेक नहीं थे।
$150 खत्म हो गया।
साढ़े हस्ते नहीं है, लैंडलॉर्ड हस्ते हो, वो कितों में डिपॉजिट करा लेगा।
मैं तो नजर ब्लैंक है नजर ना साइन हुई है ना कि तो 5 गुप्त नाम है। नहीं मैं गल कुछ नहीं सी।
हाँ जी पूछो सर।
टेक प्रॉफिट अकाउंट लेते हो तो माइक्रो तो ही करो ना
सर देखिए मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ हो कहने कैसे होगा फिर, तो मिनी करें। तो मिनी करेंगे तो किसी एरिया से करेंगे, 2 पॉइंट लेने हैं रोज के पास कर देंगे। 100 $100 रोज का।
20 दिन में कैसे 2000 हुए 3000 कैसे होंगे?
3 पॉइंट लेने हैं।
हाँ 3 पॉइंट तो 4 ही महीने पड़ेंगे, कई बार उड़ेगा भी तो वापसी तो मतलब आपके अगेंस्ट ही हो जाएगी। 4 पॉइंट एरिया से
एक्सपेक्टेड हाई से जनरली 5 पॉइंट मिल जाते हैं, नो प्रॉब्लम।
दिन में एक बार एक्सपेक्टेड हाई हो जाता
नहीं होता, हर हफ्ते में 2 दफा होता है तकरीबन।
R1 से 2 ले रहे हैं, R2 से
एक इनके साथ बैठे हैं, वो फिब ट्रेड करते हैं, एक पॉइंट। मैं किस बंदे के साथ आपको बिठाऊं? आपने माजिद भाई छोड़ के आए हैं, ये सिर्फ 1 पॉइंट वाले फिब रेड बॉक्स में 1 पॉइंट।
100% देते हैं,
30-20 में
फिर बॉक्सेस तो देते ही देते हैं।
फिर मसला क्या है?
दोनों तरफ देते हैं।
मुझे अगेन समझ नहीं आता, सब कुछ सब लोगों को पता है, फिर मसला क्या है? मसला नहीं समझ आ रहा। फिर जतिन कैसे ले रहा है 10,000 महीने के? वो क्या कर रहा है? अंगद ले रहे हैं, बाकी ले रहे हैं, जे ने, मैं अपने लाइव दिखा रहा हूँ। मैंने अपने R1 नहीं लिया, मैंने ले लिया। मैंने 5 माइक्रो डाले, निकाल लिए। मैंने सिर्फ कम 10 पॉइंट लिए, लेकिन बैठे हुए लोग उन्होंने
R1 4 बार लिए
और वो बगैर दसी चले ही जा रहे हैं।
33 पॉइंट Nasdaq and Crude
फुल 33 टाइम्स भी $600 कट चुके हो, और एक खामोशी ना कर रहे। देखो मैं गोल्ड आया था अपने पर्डिया पे, मैंने कहा गोल्ड एक्सपेक्ट, मुझे गोल्ड नहीं करता मुझे एक अलर्ट आया गोल्ड ले लो, हम सारों ने गोल्ड हल्का सा लिया, उन्होंने 2 माइक्रो लिए, मैंने 2 माइक्रो लाइफ पे लिए और 1 मिनी फंडेड पे ले लिया। तो फंडेड पे क्या नजर आ रहा है मुझे, $569। ठीक है, तो ये फंडेड पे है, ये पर्डिया कैपिटल है। ओके, तो उसमें थ्रेशोल्ड का मसला नहीं था। अपॉर्चुनिटी सारों को सेम आ रही है, कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोग एक सेट कर लें। आपके आप देखिए, आपने 21 पे लगाया था, नहीं आया, छोड़ दिया, इट्स ओके। तो अब उन्होंने एक चीज मास्टर की हुई है कि मैंने फिब बॉक्स लेने हैं या एरिया लेने हैं, या सो
ये मास्टर है फिब बॉक्स का भी।
ये फिब
आप अच्छा करिए।
प्राइमरली इन्हीं की वजह से मैंने टूल डेवलप किया था कि दे केप्ट लुकिंग एट व्हाट numbers are there, it's been always there for 18 years. I said okay, let's make a tool out of it. अब आप सिर्फ पंच इन करते हो तो एग्जैक्ट नंबर बता दो।
टूल से करते हैं?
नहीं, ये तो बॉक्सेस से करते हैं।
ये जोड़े आ जाते ऊपर। हाँ जी, बॉक्स ਤੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਤੇ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ? रेड और
रेड एंड ग्रीन
दोनों। मैं ऊपर से भी लेता हूँ, नीचे से भी। दोनों नीचे से नीचे वाला तो ग्रीन करते हो, ग्रीन पे बाय करते हो। हाँ नहीं, ग्रीन पे बाय रख कुछ मिडल और एंड दोनों। नहीं इधर लेंदो कि इधर लो, एंड ऑफ द बॉक्स या एंड ऑफ द बॉक्स या टॉप ही और एंड पे,
क्योंकि वो दोनों देती है, टॉप से भी देती है,
टॉप से चला गया फिर थले ला दो। एमईएस
नहीं, ओ बड़े फुल ईएस वाले ने।
एमईएस में दो, उसमें एक पॉइंट बढ़ता है। एमएन क्यों? ईएस में एक पॉइंट आपने लेना है, ईएस में पॉइंट और आपके बढ़ेंगे। ग्रीन पे बॉक्स पे आपने ऊपर भी बाय किया, नीचे भी बाय किया। हाँ जी,
स्टॉप लॉस 2 पॉइंट।
अच्छा, ऊपर चला गया तभी बाय कर लिया आपने। अगर मार्केट नीचे आ गई, दूसरे पे टच किया तो दूसरे पे बाय कर। पर एमएन क्यों रखोगे? ईएस एमएन क्यों? फायदा नहीं है, एक पॉइंट लेना है आपने। सर इसमें लट आता नहीं है,
हैं? नहीं, आप अलर्ट के ग्रुप में आ गए हैं? नहीं, आज 4 अलर्ट गए हैं यार, लाइव स्ट्रीम भी चल रही है। हाँ, नहीं देखता हूँ।
अच्छा, उसको इतने मेरे पास लोगों के हैं कि हम ऊपर कैसे पिन
नहीं,
कर सकते हैं?
पहले तो देखिए ना कि आप ये देखिए सर, जनरल आप उस ग्रुप में कल गए ही नहीं थी, कल हमने फिनिश ही नहीं किया था सुपर एरियाज।
अगर एक पॉइंट है उसमें
बॉट, ठीक है, कल क्योंकि वो यही फंस गए थे ना, तो आप निकल गए, तो आप ग्रुप में आई नहीं है। सो स्टार्ट,
ये जैसे मेरी बनी है
कुछ और लिखा है
12 और 8, उसको क्या चेंज कर दूं?
इतने पेजेस में।
हाँ,
हम इसको ऊपर पिन नहीं
पिन कर सकते हैं।
कैसे?
ठीक है, ये मेरी बनी हुई है,
बताना। तो ये तो ढूंढना ही बहुत औखा हो जाता है।
पहले बन जाए ग्रुप में जाता हूँ उसको, सॉरी मुझे चाहिए ब्राउजर सुपर एरियाज का।
खोलना है इधर?
नहीं, इधर
सुपर लिख दे, आप आ जाएगा उधर। दूसरे
ये आ गया,
तो
ये लिखा है प्रीमियम ग्रुप।
स्टॉप लॉस कितना है? स्टॉप लॉस मैंने पहले 8 लेता था, अब 7 मैंने एक फिट आप कह रहे हैं 4 टिक ले रहे हैं स्टॉप लॉस। देख सर 8 देख कैश
स्टार्ट।
डिपेंड करता है मुझे मार्केट बेस होती है, पे नहीं करना इस लोग का नेक्स्ट ले आता है इस मार्केट में।
अगर अपनी ईमेल डालें,
सेंड कर दूं?
हाँ
इस पे
ये तो अपनी ईमेल लिख के जो आपकी है ना, आ गया आपको व्यू चैनल ज्वाइन। ये देखें लाइव स्ट्रीम भी मेरी चल रही है,
अच्छा इधर ही।
और इसको अब हम कर सकते हैं पिन।
कहाँ से?
इससे तो आर्काइव हो गई। चलिए आर्काइव के अंदर चला जाया करें,
अच्छा,
ताकि सबसे ऊपर होगा। अब नो प्रॉब्लम।
तो इसमें और 90% चल जाता है। और रेड बॉक्स का ये आपका मैं दोनों पे करता हूँ। अच्छा, रेड बॉक्स पे क्या है? 15-10 पे करते हैं या दोनों? 20-20 का अलग है। हाँ जी, वो तो बॉक्स से अलग है। हाँ वो तो यस अब जैसे रेड पे आपने किया, हाँ यहाँ पे आप सेल करेंगे, यहाँ पे बाय किया ना आपने, हाँ रेड से आप यहाँ पे सेल करेंगे नीचे से। हाँ यहाँ पे दोनों रेड से दोनों नीचे ट्राई करना, उधर दोनों बाहर करना।
अब पहले टेस्ट करें अपने
नहीं, सिमुलेशन पे टेस्ट
सिमुलेशन पे ना एटीएम बना रहे हैं।
हाँ, वो है, आप है किस पे? ई
हर
है ना?
हर एक पे ना आप एक साथ
हाँ,
टेस्ट करें मार्केट लो और
Live stream should be okay. I'm still connected.
पता नहीं है किधर जा रही है।
समझ गया, थैंक यू।
All right, be ready. 45 minutes, 48 minutes to go.
नहीं मैं आज ये
पर वैसे फोन होते सेल लगता सी जी 30-20 के चलना
नहीं हम पे लंघ गया हम ऐसे लंघ गया जो क्रॉस हो जाए ना वैसे डन
ओके सर,
फोन जो आगे भी अच्छे आए यहाँ पे अगला
थैंक यू। अदरवाइज ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾ ਦੇ।
बॉक्स होते हैं 2-3 किस्म के होते हैं एक होते हैं जब एक कैंडल बना उसके साथ ये कहा जाता है 5 पॉइंट ओके 5 पॉइंट यहाँ से 5 पॉइंट
क्योंकि मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, लाइव स्ट्रीम जा रही है ना,
कई दफा यहाँ पे
ऐसे क्लिक करें ना उस पर।
मैं भी बोल दिया कि 5 वाला कैंडल के बाद 5 पॉइंट
लाइव स्ट्रीम भी दे रहा हूँ ना आपको ऑफिस से, ये किसी सारे डब्बे में डलवा देते हैं, न्यूज़ के अंदर, एक्सप्रेस में, वुडू में, हर एक में ये लाइव स्ट्रीम हम कहते हैं कि उधर भी आ जाएगी। लेकिन उनको पता तो, हाँ एग्जैक्टली, तो आपको
एक्सपायर होता है जब
ये हाँ सब एक्सपायर होगा तो ये सारे, क्योंकि बिलिंग सिस्टम तो हमने ही रखा है IPTV वाला, तो वो उसके साथ मैक एंट्री करता रहता है, तो आपको रात को 12 बजे किक आउट कर देता है। तो अभी डैनियल की वेबसाइट पे सारा वो आ गया ना, ऑटो मेंबरशिप के, it will automatically renew, you just go make a payment and it will renew for the 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, sub auto. It's all AI based, there's no human involved, there's no emotion involved. Yeah. नहीं अब्यूज खत्म करने, काम तो उतना ही है, अब्यूज है कि you know,
तो अगर तो स्क्रीनशॉट मारेगा उसका भी ऐसे, जैसे जो बाइनेंस नहीं मारने देती तो ऐसी होना चाहिए, सुपर नहीं मारने देती
हाँ
स्क्रीनशॉट।
no, अभी तो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बहुत फीचर आपको ब्लड टेस्ट के साथ लेने देगा वो। कि अभी तो खाली 2FA डाला है, तो DNA के साथ आपको सुपर एरियाज में डालने देगा वो, वेट करें DNA टेस्ट।
वाला तो चलेगा, दूसरे कौन से फोटो खींच लेगा।
नहीं क्या कर, कितनी देर एक बंदा करे, जिन्हें शेयरिंग में कितनी देर शेयर होंगे। पहले था about a week ago, before 2-factor authentication, people were just sharing username passwords. Before that, emails were coming for areas, right? Before that, so first security implemented, we said areas won't come on the screen because people go to meeting, they take picture, they start sending areas. Again, pehle kaise change hua. So about 3 years ago, you used to get areas differently. When I joined, we sat down, we said, okay, there's too much abuse, because what happens is, yes, software is free for your life. I mean, you have paid for it, it's good. You own the Mac device. But the subscription is good for maybe 4 months, 3 months, 6 months, depending on your package. If you don't care about areas, you can use this software and you don't need us. Retracement divergence, bottom of the bar, mid-band, gap trade, you can use this and you don't need us at all. This is for rest of the life. It works the same way. Even I wrote the fib tool free. Why? Because some people don't care about areas going inside the box. So the fib tool is outside. So we know when to, but there is premium services, Telegram, documentary, opinion, that costs money. We have 3 offices. The new office is already overbought. Oversold. Wait, kis tarah hoga? I need more space. Simple, I'm trying to say. So it was 51 people yesterday. I'm telling people, it's a real estate office that I'm subleasing. And it got big, so big 51 people sat, and they're like, man, you're messing up our floor. This is not what you agreed for. So we said, okay, we want to buy your second offices, right? So, but that cost money. These offices cost money. 15 staff cost money. So your monthly membership helps us. लेकिन जब आप गोल्ड लेते हैं, जो सर्वर की ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट है ना, वो $1.40 है पर यूजर, उससे भी कम है. Because when Voodoo got to 100,000 users, it was costing us roughly about $1. When you get to that many level, the CDN, the hosting, the HLS, the Flusonics, the Wowza, the VOD, the staff, at 100,000 users, we had $1 cost. But how much we were selling to the dealers? $3, $3.50, $4. But right now, let's say that you're looking at Geo, Gold, they're giving around $4. I think the cheapest you can get is $4.50. इतना ही है हाँ वो थोड़ा सा वो चल रहा है ठीक है. So but their cost, the guy who's running it, Gold roughly has around at this moment, the last time I checked, he's crossed 600,000 users. 600,000 users. नहीं Glow तो 1 million पे चला गया. Glow is out of Vancouver. So Glow has gone to 1 million users. Vancouver से चल रहा है सब. The best. It's so Glow Gold COD is based out of
30 days trial.
very good. Good. Wow. That's crazy, man. That's too much. Because remember, they're gone into over 1 million users globally. So so what Gold started doing is they started putting rebrands. So they called it XYZ, BYZ, 3YZ. So now one got so big, they got a lawsuit. So they said, okay, we're going to break it down differently. So same idea. As users grow, cost goes down, right? So they're hand over fist. Problem right now is in this model is you have the guy who runs the server with his team. 4, 5, 6 people is all you need to run 100,000 users. You don't need any more. Because VODs you can buy, streams you can buy, everything infrastructure doesn't take that much time. It's the management of the stream that take time. Oh, gee, CP24 down ho gaya, oh, ye down ho gaya. So somebody has to fix those links, right? Professionals have their own recoders. They will re-upstream the thing so they don't go down. But the big issue is between that server owner to a distributor, to a reseller, to a user. So they are trying to cut everybody now. So user is getting, you go to Brampton, it says $7, right? So end user is happy, $7. Distributor, server owner is happy, costing him $1. He can still make but the problem is the flippers between the 10 to 15 cents is the margin that left. That's the problem. That is a problem because now there's Chinese services coming. They're selling directly to you for $12 a year. How can you compete with them? Oh yeah, go on AliExpress, just buy a key. It's good for a year. So एक MAC address उनको दे दो, उनका जो panel है. So I think it was called, last time I was checking, the server is called T-Rex. T-Rex. If you search this server called T-Rex, they were selling on Alibaba for, I think, $4, I think less than $10 a year. Just check that. But they have 2, 3, 5 million users, right? So then, so it's all in the whole IPTV game, it's all about the number of users. No, you're paying 10. 10 years ago, this used to be $25.
Yeah.
25, 20, then somebody. So now I have people that I know for part-time, they sell IPTV. Not part-time because it's piracy is not that the strongest. In UK, you go to jail, by the way. Mm-hmm. In US, you get a lawsuit. In Canada, they give you a warning, right? So नहीं ये तो रिटेल है ना, ये तो कोई रीसेल कर रहा है जो किसी को सर्वर को जो चला रहा है पीछे यूके बेस्ड है ये हाँ तो वहां देखिएगा कि T-Rex की कॉम्पिटिटर तो because they work on M3U based servers. So the whole idea is depends on where in chain you are the top guy, top of the food chain, or you are the reseller. So I know a lot of people who would buy a case of Max. एक पैनल ले लिया, 25 क्रेडिट डलवा लिया, लाओ जी मैं IPTV ओनर हूँ. यार ऐसे तो नहीं होता ना. Like I mean, that's not, you know, remember, if you pay somebody $25 a month, if there's a problem, they will pick up the phone. If you're paying $10 a month, most likely the dealer has sold you and doesn't want to talk to you. फिर उसके इनफ, फिर अभी उसके इनफ कस्टमर नहीं.
कम से कम 20 तो मैंने उसको दिए.
चले ठीक है. नहीं, it's a because reasonable rate is about $15. 15 is reasonable.
जहाँ से मैं ले रहा हूँ उससे दिल्लो वीडियो, he has like 3,300 3,000, more than 3,000.
9,000 customers on just one server. Tillo video.
दिल्लो
Yeah.
so big, उसकी शॉप देखी उसने क्या रेनोवेट करा क्या.
So अगर 9,000 कस्टमर हैं, हर कस्टमर से $5 आ रहे हैं तो 45,000. नहीं, दरमियान में से $5 है तो 50,000 महीने का लेके जा रहे हो. इतनी बड़ा इंडस्ट्री है. People don't realize. Issue is billing. There is no. नहीं, देखिए कैश ले लेंगे, e-transfer ले लेंगे, right? कैश लेते हैं. Why? क्योंकि ये सारा
में तो पैसे मांगते हैं ना, टैक्स.
So it's a huge industry out there in Canada, because the best part is you have Spanish, you have Filipinos, you have Italians. So there's a big in Toronto, you can run a server. And here's the best part: when I got sued, right? And I got sued, by the way, from Dish Network. When I got to 100,000 users, they came to my home. They said, "Stop it, stop it." So मैं वुडू 1 लाख पे चला गया था ना, 1 लाख यूजर ले गए थे जब. हाँ, तो
आपके एंड में
मैंने उसकी सारी स्क्रिप्टिंग की थी, एंड टू एंड, हाउ टू गेट. देन वी स्टार्टेड स्प्लिटिंग वुडू इनटू डिफरेंट सेगमेंट्स, नेम्स. टैंगो को कुछ और दे दिया, उनको कुछ और दे दिया, मो को कोई और दे दिया. So the idea was they find us through IP. They track us through the financial system, because anyway, they serve us a notice that, okay, but we fought back. We said, look, your laws don't apply to us, first of all. So it cost us $250,000 to settle with Dish. They said, stop it altogether, because what happens is just don't sell to US customers. If you look, Voodoo for the longest time wasn't selling in US. Why? We had a big issue with the region issues. So now Glow, now Gold, all these guys are making, at least $200,000 to $300,000 a month, the top tiers. So Tango has their own server, everybody has their own. So no, because after the lawsuit, they said either settle or, I said it's not worth it. And now I no longer do any of that, because it's the software. Because because I wasn't doing the streams. Number one, there's a crew. I'm the software development. You can tell me what to write. So my company did not do anything at all. My company took the channels that somebody provided, restreamed it. So we were legally not doing anything whatsoever in terms of breaking the law.
जो हमारे जैसे यूजर को सेल कर रहे हैं, वो उनका कौन सा पार्ट आता है?
नहीं, आपको पास एक यही आएगा. So what happens is, generally most people get hit with, the end user doesn't ever get a hit with the lawsuit. Mostly it's resellers. So what Bell and Rogers do is they wind up, they send आपसे बाय करेंगे अंडर कवर, आपकी वीडियो बन जाएगी, आपसे कहेंगे आ जाएं जी, आपको हम लेके चलते हैं, आपने पायरेसी की है. Piracy in Canada is the weakest country on planet Earth to do piracy. If you're in UK, it's jail time. If in US, it's jail time. But in Canada, they say, please don't do it, please don't. Right? So most people don't care. Express, RAM, right? And nothing. See, my issue was, when I saw his case, I said to him, don't burn the server, man. Overnight, he just got scared and he wiped out the server. Remember, Express went down, pura sare credits chale gaye, sab kuch chala gaya, and then you were blank server. So when I spoke to him, I said, "Why are you doing that? You fight with them." When gold guys got the lawsuit, I said, "Hey, just talk to them. Tell them I won't do it." So they want to. All they want to do is to make sure you're out of business. सर पकड़ना उनको है लाख यूजर वाले को, छोटे से क्या निकलेगा, आपसे क्या निकलेगा, कितने 200 बंदा निकल जाएगा, 100 निकल जाएगा, आप कहोगे यार मैं कुछ करता नहीं, ऊपर जाओ जिससे खरीदता हूँ, वो उधर जाएंगे, वो उधर जाएंगे, तो वो जब बिगेस्ट इशू
नहीं करते थे जो फोन नंबर
सर, अब तो बिगेस्ट होता ये कि बेल एंड रॉजर्स वाले हर कुछ 6 महीने बाद ना नई लिस्ट तैयार कर देते हैं, ban, and then it spreads again. Trust me, like cockroaches. They kill some. There's too many. The problem is Bell and Rogers they can't go to court and get a judgment against you. Right? The whole idea is getting a judgment against you. So if they can't get a judgment, what good is to enforce a law if they'll be let out, right? So the whole dilemma is मिड चल गया है,
मिड चल गया, मेरा ऑर्डर कहाँ हो गया,
वो तो चले हो गया, पूरा मिड चला 100%. So anyway, so
कोलंबिया वीडियो बना था,
कोलंबिया बहुत पुराना था, श्रीलंका ना गाने में
कर रहा है ना वो कोलंबिया वाला तो
सर कोलंबिया
सबसे शुरू किया
खराब करना है,
पर अभी तो उसका शरेआम ही है,
अब तो
नहीं देखिए, बात ये कि all of these guys think they're above the law. Like what happens is eventually उनको लगता है कि ये क्राइम ही नहीं है. It's a civil crime, by the way. It's not a criminal crime. There's two types. So it means you won't go to jail for it. It's X versus Y. So when I got sued, it's a civil lawsuit. Anybody can sue anybody, by the way. I can tell you, hey, you owe me this because you are violating my laws, right? Yeah. So it's a civil lawsuit. They come down, and depending on if you have the power, you will fight them. If you don't have the power, you won't. So
तो डिश से शुरू होगा ना, ये डिश लगाने लगता है.
yes.
अब तो तब से चोरी हुआ था. नहीं है, आपको आता है, ऐप आती है, उस पे डाल लो, फिर टीवी के अंदर ही.
Sir, lay off is that जो
हाँ वो बड़ी गलती कर ली आप. वो ज़्यादा कंफ्यूज हो गया है.
I think the most expensive server was COD. COD 123.
पहले स्टिक्स भी तो चली थी.
Fire sticks, yes. See, laws are useless if there's nobody to enforce them and implement it, and you get a judgment out of them. So that's why nobody cares. इसीलिए आईपीटीवी के लॉज इतने पीछे चले गए हैं, गाड़ी नहीं रुक रही चोरी होनी, तो आईपीटीवी को उन्होंने कहा हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है. लाइक इट्स ओके, लाइक
यहाँ तो है, पकड़ के बोलते हैं नेक्स्ट टाइम तो नहीं करोगे, बोलेगा नहीं करेंगे.
नहीं अमेरिका की तरह उठा के बाहर फेंके वापस, instant deportation, instant. Trust me, your crime will go like UAE, zero, because they know they get caught. So what happens is human behavior is like a cat. You get a cat, the bad cat, you leave it, comes back home. You move cats out of an area where they can't come back, they won't come. So pick a crime, don't do anything, no jail time. It costs $100,000, by the way, per year to put a person in prison. So, and a trick that नहीं देखिए, बात ये है कि उनके हाँ लीगल्स, हाँ नहीं नहीं मेरे कहने का मकसद है सो यूएई की तरह डिपोर्ट करें डिपोर्ट
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So I knew one guy, one case, homeless person. Can't like people get homeless for different reasons, marriage, divorce, bankruptcy, homeless. He goes and hits somebody. And he's like, now I have a shelter, I have medical, I have food, I have a room to sleep in. Like so, if you're homeless, go to jail. It is like literally. I mean, I've seen a lot of people who would get into trouble just to, stay inside.
सर मेरी वाइफ नर्स है, वहाँ पे आते हैं होमलेस आते हैं, वो घर ही नहीं जाते वापस, तीनों टाइम का खाना मिल रहा है, फर्स्ट क्लास बैठे हुए हैं, अपना सो रहे हैं, खा पी रहे हैं, जब उनकी बात ठीक हो गई थी, जाओ तुम घर, नहीं मैं नहीं जाऊँ।
4 people I know personally, mortgages got so expensive. You know what they did? They sold their home, they bought an RV. Look at the creativity. So inside Toronto here, you can get an RV, a trailer park, right? This is common in US. So they bought a used RV for less than $10,000, right? And they park it, and their parking cost is less than $300 a month, and they're saving ridiculous amount of money because housing prices is not affordable in Toronto, right? It's crazy, right? So you have to understand there's so many creative ways, but so it costs 100,000 to government to go and put you. So they say the catch and release, deport. 1:33. So we are 27 minutes away from the countdown. Tsunami is not a. किधर गई ये 53 पे चली गई वाह है देख एक अभी सीखा अभी एक पॉइंट भी ले लिया
पर वो तो ग्रीन पे लेते हैं ना,
उन्होंने ब्लू पे लिया
मैं देख के ट्रेड मैंने टिक चार्ट पे लिया
नहीं फिर देखें हम मिक्स कर रही हैं ये 2 फिल्में 2 आंखों से देख रही हैं एक टाइम पे एक आंख देख रही है शोले एक आंख देख रही है टर्मिनेटर तो ब्लाइंड तो नहीं है so it's like watching 2 movies at the same time नहीं वो ठीक है but the wrong thing so say if you're trading areas you're not really you can do it on 30 minutes because that's the whole behavior for area trade
ब्रेक ले लो 5 मिनट भी
सर 2 तो बाद चलो क्योंकि असल एक्साइटमेंट That is done. That is done. सिर्फ पूरे दिन में 2 पॉइंट ट्रू चाहिए होती हैं ईएस में 100 के लिए
मैं पॉज करने आया हूँ की बताऊँ
देखें टारगेट लेके आए हैं
वो वहाँ पे तुम्हारा उसका हाँ ना काम हो गया सारे हाँ चलो ठीक है हाँ
and stretch a bit before the market. Mid-band worked really good. Full more than 30, 13 to 16, 3 points on mid-band. Everything is green. Price came to mid-band. You bought it. You exit. 3 points are done. ठीक है सर. ना लेने के 1000 रीजन है. मुझे गुस्सा चढ़ रहा है कि मैंने 42 से 52 तक क्यों नहीं बैठा गोल्ड में. चलो इट्स ओके. गुड क्राई. यार गोल्ड गॉड्स करेंसी है. See, the thing is with gold, I cannot analyze much other than these charts. So it doesn't excite me. It's good profitable. Yeah, it generally follows the good rolls, low to high. हाँ buy करें, expected low से buy करें, that's fine. And but जिस तरह भी आई थी expected low पे, it has an problem is gold is areas only primary, right? So ये जो बाकी चीजें ना इसमें जरा fun है. सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट नैस्डैक में. नैस्डैक तो सर Nasdaq is like a girlfriend and ES is your wife. So excitement देती. लेकिन excitement में फिर skin भी उतर लेती. 5 दिन मैं और भाई जो है ना. So gold, ES will test your patience. Nasdaq will test your wallet. That's it. How much money you have there. And okay. Sir, hopefully spike आ जाए. Expected high है. Expected high की upper range है. So let's see.
अच्छा सर मेरे को थोड़ा काम है मैं निकलता हूँ. मेरे को बड़ा दिल था आज यहाँ रुकने का पर
No problem, sir. कोई बात ही नहीं. Today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then Monday, then Tuesday. Sir, मैं कहीं नहीं जा रहा. So in 3 years, I've seen thousands of faces come and go, like so.
नहीं मेरा फेस नहीं भूलेंगे. मैं जाऊँगा नहीं ना.
आपकी स्टोरियां हम आगे तो आगे चलाएंगे. No.
90-10 का ही रेशियो भी 90-10 ही रेशियो होगा.
है
90-10 रेशियो ही होगा. बहुत डाउन.
किसका?
सक्सेसफुल 10 out of 100. 90 fail.
For winning 97 fail. जो ज्यादा इधर ज्यादा है क्योंकि थोड़ा सॉफ्टवेयर है ना. लेकिन इधर जितनों से बात करो ना थक जाते हैं गैम्बल कर करके. आते हैं सीखते नहीं हैं ट्रेड मारते हैं. अब प्राइम एग्जाम्पल सुबह 800 बना चुके हैं. 800 बना के अकाउंट बनाया. अब मैं क्या करूं?
जब मेंटर बना रहे तो इट मीन आप बना तो सेम उधर से बना रहे हो ना.
मैं खुद बनाए हैं. उनको बनाना भी आता है. वो आपके सामने लाइव है. उन्होंने उनको सिखाया. उन्होंने 1 पॉइंट ले भी लिया. जो एक रॉन्ग होप है ना वो लोगों में आ जाती है कि every time I will put a trade in, every time I will win. That's not gonna happen. Even for me, there's nobody in the world that will put a trade every time. So you do is less trading. खाना बना हुआ है 500 मुझे पता है शाम के 9 बजे $450 वाइज में गिरे होंगे. So 450 times 1.40, 630 Canadian dollar per day. So it's average. So my personal goal always is averaging $500 daily. Daily, that's reasonable. So inshallah.
नहीं पर जैसे आप पे आउट लेते हो इतने 10-10
maybe about 42.
ज्यादा हो जाएंगे.
नहीं मिनिमम. गंदे से गंदा दिन भी 500 तो देके जाए यार.
पर जब सपोज आपके 10 पास हो गए.
नहीं ऐसे नहीं है ना. ऐसे नहीं है. देखो R1 5 अकाउंट है, वो लिए खत्म हो गया, ठीक है। एपेक्स नहीं किया आज ट्रेड, उधर बुलनॉक्स डिड नॉट ट्रेड। पर्डिया yes traded, right? $600. That's the how many? Apex 20, take profit 5, that's 25. Perdia live yes traded. I got my target. So 5 on take profit, couple $100 on live, that's 700. Apex and Bullnox not traded. Legends, I'm waiting to not trade until they change the rule to down to 100. What else? Tradeify is there. So it's not like अभी एक कहीं आपको याद आया कहीं ऑर्डर लगा हुआ है, ये देखें एक कंपनी पोजीशन, लेट्स गो, आई थिंक आई मीन नो पोजीशन।
ऐसे आप कंपनी करते भी 20 अकाउंट लिए और एक महीने के बाद वो 20 कर दिया।
मेरे में एक प्रॉब्लम है, मैंने सुबह से बैठना 9 से 12 मिले था, एक ट्रेड लिया ना, सारे मिल गए, पहले मैं करता था, अगले 3 घंटे मैंने क्या करना है, और फिर ना रॉन्ग ट्रेड हो जाते थे अक्रॉस ऑल द, सो आई डिसाइडेड टू डू group them together. Legends, Apex, Bullnox would take profit live with those, so about 4 to 5 to 6 at a time. Like Apex PAs in the evening, haram se khamoshi se, because why? Apex has a rule that you cannot go less than 30% inside your trade, they won't pay you, right? So that's annoying, right? So 30%, let's say you have a $1,500 account. If you saw negative 450, they will deny your payout, right? So those PAs, I tend to do them in the evening. हैं? नहीं सर, फ्री का पैसा है, फ्री का मनी है, फ्री मीनिंग ऑल ऑफ दिस इज फ्री मनी। थोड़ा सी मेहनत करनी है ना सर, कितने रोज के डाले हैं नहीं हो, ठीक है, टेक प्रॉफिट तो ठीक है, आज आया टेक प्रॉफिट हो गया ना, तो ये अलहदा चल रहा है, बुलनॉक्स अलहदा चल रहे हैं, तो मैच्योर होती रहती है ना डीलें, हैं? टेक प्रॉफिट में नहीं है, टेक प्रॉफिट में तो आपका अकाउंट उस वक्त तक जाता है जब तक अकाउंट में पैसे हैं। All right, 2175. We're inside R1 officially. We're inside R1 officially.
ट्रम्प ने 2 घंटे पहला ट्वीट किया,
कुछ कर दिया ट्रम्प?
2 घंटे पहला किया था।
सर ये नहीं मैं यूज करता, बिकॉज दे हैव प्रोजेक्ट एक्स, आई डोंट लाइक इट। बहुत कंपनियां फिर मुश्किल हो जाता है।
GDP a good idea, let families buy their home.
So we're inside R1 on both markets officially.
सर पर्डिया की ट्रेड कर सकते हैं 2 बजे?
बिल्कुल, Bardia doesn't give you any restrictions at all.
बैंक ऑफ कनाडा भी होल्डिंग
हाँ, आज इंटरेस्ट रेट नहीं है।
बॉक्सेस वो आ जाएंगे आते रहते हैं। वो तो गेम खेल रहे हैं बैंक ऑफ कनाडा, वो तो जो लोग फंसे हुए हैं उन्होंने कम करना ही नहीं है, ताकि जिसकी मिलियन की मॉर्गेज है उसको तो फंसा के बैठे हैं 25 साल के लिए।
क्वेश्चन ये है, मिलियन की ली क्यों?
नहीं उस टाइम
नहीं देखिए my dad always told me one rule, nothing personal, since 1996. He said the mortgage should be more than that. If you have to work at a Tim Hortons, you can afford, you and your wife. So let's say an average person back then used to make about $1,500 back in year 2000. So two people working will make $3,000. So that mortgage should not be more than $3,000, right? So problem happened was people's income did not go up, but yet the prices of the homes went up so much. And what was happening was we were always thinking, so when I look at somebody's mortgage, that's $1 million, that scares me, right? It scares me.
Sir, वैसे जो हमारे current rate है, as compared to पिछला data, ये होने stable में सही है, moderate है,
I think
या
it's
ऐसे घट होनी चाहिए?
मॉर्गेज काट होनी चाहिए।
mortgage तो कम होनी चाहिए।
आजकल का जो हम लोग का रूल है कि जो फैमिली एवरेज इनकम है, जो हाउस प्राइसेस शुड बी 5 times ऑफ एवरेज इनकम। सपोज 4 बंदे कमा रहे हैं, 1.2 टोटल बने हैं, है ना, बेसिक जॉब कर रहे हैं, तो ਉਹਦਾ 5 ਮਹੀਨੇ 6 ਲੱਖ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਘਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਹਾਊਸ ਇਜ਼ ਐਟ ਦ ਬਟ ਜੋ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਨਾ, ਬਾਹਰ $18 ਦੀ ਜੌਬ, ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ 18 ਦੀ ਦਵਾ ਦੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਭੱਜਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ।
Then people get into different type of businesses, like on the side, like IPTV, trading, like vlogging.
कनाडा का टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर इतना ज्यादा है ना, वो कोई हाउसिंग के अलावा कोई चॉइस ही नहीं थी लोगों को पैसा मिलने।
True.
ताई दे एक ले ले, 2 ले ले। I have people, I know people, like real estate agent ये बेचारा क्यों कमा, 1 लाख की तो उसने एलिवेटर लगवाया घर च, 100,000 का एलिवेटर। अच्छा, तो 2 स्टोरी है क्या, बुढ़ा माँ प्यो तेरे को नहीं है, तू एलिवेटर की शो दिखा रहा है, 100,000 उसने किचन चलाया, now he got backed up. First mortgage 3 million दी सी ना, 2 something दी, सेकंड मॉर्गेज ले ली 3.5 दी, थर्ड मॉर्गेज ले ली 4.5 दी।
That's suicidal.
I know him personally.
It's
But second smart सी, second and third जेच वाले में, now he's in Europe, बैंक ने कर वेट कर बेटे जर्मन, हाँ वो कैसी Kleinberg, ठीक है, show off, he was totally show off.
what am I doing for ES? Give me a question.
नहीं बिल्ड हो रहे हैं, क्लोज नहीं हो रहे ना, बिकॉज़ कॉस्ट इतनी ज्यादा दे रही है,
नए प्रोजेक्ट शुरू नहीं हो रहे,
तो सेल भी नहीं हो रहे लोग। नहीं वहीं पे
बिल्डिंग वगैरह देने आने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट।
Yes.
condos are new condos are 93% down,
75.
new houses 84%। लास्ट वीक मेरा जान पहचान रियल एस्टेट एजेंट ने खुद अपना बुक कराया फ्रेंड के नाम, 650 का बुक कराया, सब बिल्कुल थल्ले है, नो पार्किंग, नो पार्किंग पे होती है। हाँ पार्किंग है नीचे भी, 1 बेडरूम का 6.5 का 4.5 का बिकता था, वो भी नहीं आएगा कोई लेना।
पार्किंग ही नहीं है तो लाना कितने?
नहीं तो वैसे भी वो तो स्पेकुलेशन चले गए ना, गैम्बलिंग। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਮਿਡ ਬੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਬਟਨ।
ਮੈਂ ਦੋ ਦੇਖਣੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਕਿ ਤਾਂ 1.2 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਵਾਟਰ ਟਾਊਨ ਤੇ ਟਾਊਨ ਹਾਊਸ।
ਹਾਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਸਰ 2 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ,
ਉਹ 2 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ
2.5 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ
ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਲੋਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਆਈ ਉਹਨੇ जब वो एवेल्युएट हुआ वो मॉर्गेज उसके यहाँ से 1 मिलियन की उसको 2 लाख कुछ देना पड़ा है पहले, मॉर्गेज देने के बाद कुछ आप आती हो गया कार रखता हो।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ, they have trapped everybody in their houses। ये start house value 4 लाख दी है, 6 दी है, you have taken $1 million की mortgage, 25 साल तो दोगे, ठीक है, but buyer वास्ते right time to buy।
सर R1 मैंने उस वक्त ली थी ना दोबारा, लाइक तो 2 माइक्रो से $66 बने हुए, ठीक है, ये 2 माइक्रो है। ये डिफरेंट ही कंपनी है, ये निंजा पे चलती नहीं है। आई एम टेस्टिंग इट बट दिस वर्क्स डजंट लेट यू होल्ड द पोजीशन। फंडेड कंपनी है, ये CQG पे चलती है। सो आई विल डू लिक्विडेट $48। सो इसमें क्या हुआ, ये देखें आज का प्रॉफिट $103। अगर आप मेरे सारे लॉट साइजेस देखें, 1 माइक्रो, 2 माइक्रो, 1 माइक्रो, 2 माइक्रो एंड डन, राइट? सो that's all it takes.
इसका रूल कुछ इजी है?
नहीं, इजी वही है, पहले 10 दिन करो, 5 दिन करो। इसका तो सबसे घटिया चीज़ है कि बनाने 1500 है, नीचे सिर्फ 700 दे रहे हैं, तो और टफ है। तो इट्स अ लिटिल बिट क्रेजी।
वो जो आपका उधर पैसा था फास्ट ट्रैक में, वो तो
नहीं, फास्ट ट्रैक तो फास्ट ट्रैक में
तो निकाला था हमने, बीसीसी आप निकाल दिया था ना,
रेडी हो रहे थे, मेरा पे आउट अप्रूव हो गया था, बट देन द कंपनी फोल्डेड।
उधर निकले कुछ
नहीं, कुछ लोगों के निकले हैं, थोड़े से निकले हैं, 1-2 पे आउट, लेकिन मैंने 20 अकाउंट लिए थे अपने, 20 मिसेस के, 20 अलाउ कर रहे थे। तो अब देखें, एक अकाउंट हमने उस वक्त पे किया था ऑलमोस्ट, नहीं, $300-300, एक $6,000 के हमने अकाउंट खरीदे थे। 12,000 तो चलो, उनका दुख कम है, वो तो रिकवर एक टेक प्रॉफिट नहीं कर दिया। दुख है कि हमारे पूरे ग्रुप ने 2.5 लाख डॉलर बना लिया था, 35 मेरा, सारों का, तो वो बस एक आध हफ्ता हम डिले हुए, क्योंकि जिन्होंने को पे कर दिए थे तो उनको पेमेंट मिल गई। मैं अप्रूव लिखा आया था, एंड आई सेड आई एम अबाउट टू, मेरा जो बड़ा बैच था वो अप्रूव था, सो इट वुड हैव बीन अबाउट $30,000 ऑफ मनी कमिंग इन। Another mid-band worked. सर मैं वहाँ $1 नहीं छोड़ता इस वक्त, शाम को लिखा हो ना तो मैं शाम को भाग के विड्रॉ कर लेता हूँ। क्या अपना बफर छोड़ा हुआ है, नहीं करें, इट्स ओके, नो वरीज।
हाँ, हर पॉइंट के पास जब आगे रहता है आपको पॉइंट
अभी तो रेड की
कुछ 5 पॉइंट ले आ रहा है होने जो
कैंडल के बाद 5 पॉइंट उसके बाद 5.5 से मूव हो जाता है 5 ये तो 475 के देते हैं
और बॉक्स दे देता है, स्टार बॉक्स आ जाता
मोस्ट समटाइम बॉक्स आ जाता है, बॉक्स पे तो मूव होती है।
हाँ बॉक्स में
ये छोटे वाले बॉक्स ये भी चल जाते हैं।
ये चला अभी, ये तो मिड बैंड पे आया, ये तो डबल सीओडी थी इसमें। आप कंसिस्टेंट चल रहे हो, कंसिस्टेंसी चल रहे हो आप।
मैं ट्रेड करता हूँ 1 या 2 दिन महीने में ज्यादा तो प्रचार जॉब मिले
फुल टाइम नहीं करते हो आप? concept इतने अच्छे हैं तो आपको फुल टाइम ही करना चाहिए।
Murtaz just shared his screen. This is hilarious.
Oh, okay. Actually, number 1 है।
He's trading 6 markets.
इंडिया रखता हूँ मैं, ओके। नंबर में है इधर का 20 इसका जब पीछे से हो जाता है तो देखिए एक सर्विस कार्ड के लिए चाहिए नंबर, इंडियन नंबर कार्ड चाहिए, आप
नंबर देखिए 904
944
904 7755 ऐसा
कॉल करते हैं।
मैसेज कर दिया अपने नाम के पास
इसलिए जो फिर आपका फाइनेंस में शुरू हो जाता है, तो वो तो एचवैक तो कभी खाली नहीं होता। एफिशिएंसी का फॉर्मूला है जो ये कॉस्ट करती है डाउन तो कौन सा कोई भी आता है
पहले कौन सा आपका लगा
चेन्नई 97 का हाउस है
ओवर वही लगा हुआ
यूज हुआ पुरानी
उसमें पानी लगा प्लास्टिक चिमनी में जा चिमनी है ना आउटसाइड वॉल की है ना मिडल में आउट का तो वही मिडल में
Guys, 4 minutes to go. Four minutes to go.
अपना नाम टैग कर
लास्ट टाइम किसी ने बताया था एक जो चल रहा था ना प्रोग्राम सरकार का डिबेट वाला वो दोबारा आ गया नहीं आया बंद हो गया तो लास्ट 1.5 साल से खत्म हो गया अभी भी इंटरेस्ट
All right, guys, 3 minutes to go. So let's crack our hands. Not that I'm gonna do anything. It's just excitement is. सर ऊपर जितना दूर चली जाए देखें स्पाइक कहाँ आती है मुझे स्पाइक पे लेकिन पहले ऑर्डर लगा के रखने हैं या उससे पहले जैसे आए ऑर्डर लगा मार्केट पे रेडी रखना है हैं ठीक है नो वरीज सो लेट्स सी हाँ सर आपको अभी मजा आएगा 5 मिनट में +500 और -1000 दिस विल हैव
5 मिनट को लगा सकता हूँ
हाँ 5 से ज्यादा हो जाएंगे 3 पर डिया में 3 लगाए फुल लॉक्स में तो ठीक है फुल लॉक्स में 5 है why can't I don't have a problem on
order submitted.
All right, the countdown is beginning. Fed rate decisions is coming. So gold has gone to 54, so it's almost into your second retracement of Fibonacci. Audio is okay. हाँ देखेंगे अभी क्या होता है चार्ट्स तो शायद ना चल पड़े फ्रीज हो जाते सिर्फ डाउन देखता रहता हूँ प्राइस क्या चल रही
पर आपने ऑर्डर लगाए हैं
फंडेड में है हाँ बस आ रहे हैं आवाज कर देते हैं चलिए
It's a single behemoth holding up Hershey's. And I want to point out Hershey's milk chocolate.
नौकरी पे चाहिए तो कम कर देगा
नहीं उसको नौकरी से परवाह ही नहीं है वो कहता है कि मुझे ट्रम्प निकाल ही नहीं सकता
I was rejected, I think. What do you think of that? Hershey's you like 11%? I'm a Hershey's trying to get Hershey's can here for one o'clock. Hershey hugs. Here's the hot years. Any more? Runs like that?
Low, you 10 seconds. Forex factor. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Be ready, guys. Boom.
Almost perfectly offsets the incremental spend of the one big beautiful bill out.
So it went to 64.24. And Nasdaq shot up. Nothing crazy happened. 548. Orders are coming in. So same interest rate. Interest rate did not go down, guys. No. So interest. Craziness.
On the Nasdaq 100 up by 0.4, on the Russell up by 0.9. By decision seconds away, 30 minutes later, Chairman Powell. For now, let's cross over to Mike McKee.
No rate moves, 2 descents as anticipated, and no future guidance. The benchmark rate remains in a range of 4 to 4.
अब ये गिराएंगे अब वो शाम को 6 बजे जाके लड़ेगा कि क्यों नहीं किया ये रेट
Exports continue to affect the data. Uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated, their statement says. They dropped the suggested in the last statement that it had diminished. But there are no hints about future moves. September is not mentioned.
He didn't even say September.
Carefully assessing data examined the outlook and the balance of risks in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range. At the moment, labor market conditions remain solid and inflation remains somewhat elevated. Those were the characterizations used in the last statement. As anticipated, Governors Chris Waller and Vicky Bowman dissented the first time, as John mentioned, that two governors voted against the committee decision since 1993. They preferred a quarter percentage point cut. Governor Adriana Kugler did not attend the meetings or vote on policy. The Fed says she is attending to a personal matter. Guys?
Maliki, appreciate it. Fantastic breakdown, as always. As expected by many of you, policy unchanged. 2%, two governors, as Mike repeated, the first time since 1993. In the first paragraph of the...
I am short on many trades.
The labor market remains solid. This is the issue that Governor Waller has with the labor market and that kind of communication and language. When he made the case that cut interest rates in the last few weeks...
5 micro short हूं मैं 550 से.
Ultimately, this meeting, he failed to convince the rest of the committee to go with it.
Although he did get another Fed governor, and I am curious to see what their justification is, especially after the ADP report, the better than expected GDP print, a whole host of other economic data points that have come out, as well as earnings that have continued to surprise to the upside more frequently than not. This is going to be very much an emphasis on why, from their perspective.
I don't agree with the 3% statistic today. I think we're at 1.2% domestic final sales. I love what Jason Furman did with a 6-month moving average.
Two micros. Let me see कुछ बन गया होगा इधर. Positions $72. Good, done.
Let's look at the market. Equities private fading up by 0.2% on the S&P 500. In the bond market, yields just a little bit higher. Look across the curve on a 10-year on a 30-year.
कितने दें सर ये जमीन नहीं अभी तो बहुत दूर है अभी तो अब एक तो इमीडिएट स्पाइक नहीं आई ना वो सिर्फ 24 तक गया नाउ अब उसकी स्टेटमेंट से बॉट ने ट्रेड लगाना शुरू करना है
You said they were important. Why are these two dissents important this afternoon?
It's got my attention for sure. If I go back to December 1993, that Wayne Angel and Larry Lindsay dissented. They thought policy was too accommodative. You know what? They were right. In January, the Fed came in and
so it didn't do a huge craziness. Only went to 64.24 and
they're seeing something.
Nasdaq went to 559. That's it. No crazy. नहीं हमें एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि स्पाइक आएगी बहुत बड़ी
नहीं रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट
हाँ हाँ पहले जो भी झटका लगता है ना अब स्पाइक्स आनी शुरू हो जाएंगी जब उसकी स्पीच चलेगी 230 पे
क्या बोलता है
अब क्योंकि bots will start putting up orders based on his words.
So I expect at the press conference.
Look, gold dropped from 58 down to 50. Crazy, gold is dropping too. Nothing. That's your first mid band.
अवसर नंबर 8 वो भी
Setup to valid है meaning so let's see which way it goes. We're back in the zone of 540 550 R1. नहीं अभी तक तो नहीं जा रही you never Let's see. Price is stuck. Same price. Nothing moving. 540, 550. $529. Back in R1. $559. Areas worked again. Touched R1. नहीं नहीं दोनों साइड पे ही वहीं पर ही फंसी हुई है. So spike went from 24 down to 12. So only 12-point move. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. No, कोई change नहीं है. बढ़िया.
टेलीग्राम पे जैस में ना वो कह रही है कि टेलीग्राम पे आ नहीं रहा. They can't hear you on that.
No, it should be okay. अभी चल रहा था. अभी टेलीग्राम लाइव चल रहा.
उन्होंने कर दिया.
वो जो वॉल्यूम जो आप चेक करते हो उसकी फीस हर महीने की $40 है या
हर महीने की? हर महीने की.
हर महीने की.
So
Any website that you can
Bullnox. Log into Bullnox and just click on pay level 2 data.
pay level
Level 2. Bullnox की website.
मैं सर वो मेरा शायद एक्सपेक्ट यही कर रहे थे ना कि
हाँ लेकिन अभी 2:30 में अभी उसने आके हेलो बोलना है. अभी वो अभी रहता है. Okay, nothing crazy. So 15 minutes he's gonna show up.
You see the color, the color on it. It was very good. It was it's working now. What? ये निकल गया, मैं इधर लगा रहा हूँ, इधर ले सकता हूँ, ये तो निकल गया, ऊपर वाला तो निकल गया, नीचे ट्राई कर सकते हैं, मुश्किल है, सेम पे ट्राई करें पहले, अब खुद फिर आपको पता चलेगा, ज्यादा चलेगा, फिर आपको पता चलेगा कि कौन सा कहाँ से लेना है, कहाँ से ऊपर वाला पॉइंट आपको तभी समझ आएगी जब आप चेक करें.
All right, so nothing crazy happened today. So on the interest rate announcement, which was expected of, but that he's not gonna drop the rate. Now, first his statement and then Mr. Trump's statement.
शाम को फिर हिलेगी मार्केट, क्योंकि 4 बजे आ रहा है ना,
4 बजे वो आ रहा है, ये जो गिराएगा वो उसको उठाने अगर ये गिराता है, पहले तो देखते हैं कि what is the plan of action today? नहीं अभी कुछ उस तरह खास हुआ नहीं.
Order canceled.
वही 550 में फंस गई है.
We know it's going to come. The key today is business funding numbers were in waiting for
Margins are restored. That's good. So at 2:30 he's gonna start. That will come. Speech will come live.
On Friday, we know the effective tax rate is lower than it actually should be right now, and that's because firms are using warehouses and free trade zones to not have to pay the cost of tariffs, but over time, we're starting to get one point, and that's what we're seeing in the Facebook, that's what we're seeing in the surveys, they're seeing the effects are starting to come in, and coming off the heels of the pandemic-induced inflation, which we have yet to hold.
Sir, 20-25 पॉइंट की मूव. Nothing in ES. स्पीच के बाद शुरू होना चाहिए. 2:30 के बाद साले मेले लगेंगे. So if it goes to 64.21.
I don't know what
57 minus 14, 43 down 15. That's $2,000 in loans.
Not much more than that. That's slower than the first half, but not a lot slower than the first half. I think we can slow down in the overall economy. Due to tariffs, among other things, it's been destabilizing. There's an uncertainty factor. If we get more certainty, we should get more investment as interest rates finally do come down in 2026. Then we get some of the stimulus from the monthly beautiful bill act coming into the economy. Those things we know are out there, but it really is the beginning. The second half of the year has a lot more headwinds than the first half did, and the second half is not as significant given all of the other
right now. The U.S. economy and what's the we're facing that time this time. We want to join this one program. So 20 years ago, the Federal Reserve and Chairman Powell leaving interest rates unchanged. Two rates become interest rates thanks to two Fed governors. As we said repeatedly, the first time that all the way back to the early 1990s.
लगा ये फिर तो आपको पता चलेगा और पेन पेन करते हैं
पहले ऊपर वाला कर दिया फिर नीचे
करते चलेंगे तो फिर ही होगा नहीं देखने पे कुछ नहीं होगा
नहीं अच्छा लगता है वो पिकनिक मैंने नीचे वाले को लगाया था उससे नीचे निकल गए कैसे पता लगता है मैं लगा रहा हूँ भाग रहे एक टिक से 2 टिक से छोड़ देते दोस्ती करते हैं।
Jackson Hole, by the way, you could have gotten Bowman back. One just went back to them. Okay, I think this is a very important historic thing.
Well, let's get to the nature of that dissent. Governor Warren articulated this pretty clearly in his last speech. It was quite literally called making a case for interest rates. And in that speech, he talked about not just overdraft returns on it, but also on inflation. The laughter
सारे एक्सपर्ट बिठाए होते हैं, पता है इनको कुछ भी नहीं होता।
any increase
कितने पैसे दे के बिठाए हुए हैं पूरी दुनिया में।
किसी ने भी तो बोलना है सर।
एक आध का तुक्का ठीक चल जाता है तो वो और ऊपर हो जाता है। तो मेरा फ्रेंड काम करता है स्कोशिया बैंक में करता था, पीछे रिसेशन नहीं आया था, 100 साल का चार्ट लगाया। मैंने कहा तुमने क्या करा, ये क्या हुआ? कहता है यार ये किसी को नहीं पता होता। एक्सपर्ट जो है ना ये बस ऐसे ही
You've got corporate America kind of where you want them, but they look healthy. When we look at second quarter banking, they actually reduce credit reserves into the system. There's a lot of money sloshing around the system. Look at it too, so it's over $22 billion. The reason for the Fed to start guessing 3 to 4 steps ahead to bring rates down today just doesn't make sense to me.
It's easy about that. Bank of America agrees with you. He joins us now. If you're welcome to the program, you've got no cuts for 2025. No cuts at all, and you're not alone.
No cuts at all. Wow.
this year.
He's saying no cuts so far, 2024.
अपनी तो कह रहे थे लास्ट 2 और कट बोले होते इस साल के।
पहले भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की है तो उसमें बताया कि जब तक ये टैरिफ का इफेक्ट नहीं हमें पता लगेगा। हाँ उस वक्त मैं कोई रिसीव नहीं करूंगा।
ड्रामे कर रहे। देखो बैंक एक क्वार्टर में एक बैंक $4 बिलियन बना रहा है प्रॉफिट हमारा कैनेडियन। तो जिस लोगों का जीडीपी कंट्री का जीडीपी नहीं है 4 बिलियन, वो एक क्वार्टर में एक बैंक बना रहा है। आप सोचो 16 बिलियन साल का, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ एम्प्लॉइज, बिल्डिंग है, उनके खर्चे तो देने के बाद वो $4 बिलियन नेट
वो उनका हैबिट
जब डूबते हैं तो टैक्स पेयर मनी से बचाते हैं, जब डूबते हैं तो हमारे पैसे देंगे उनको बचाते हैं, बेल आउट करते हैं। हमें थर्ड वर्ल्ड को बोलते हैं कि ऐसा है, खुद ज्यादा चोर चुके हैं।
सब ड्रामे है।
सर वो लोग नहीं क्लोज करते हैं तो काटते हैं सीधा
क्लोज ही होता है, कमीशन तो काटते हैं। और अगर प्लस से देखा है माइनस क्या देखा है?
प्लस 15 देखी पर
काटे कहाँ? तो $3 ही कटेंगे ना। तो ये वो लाइव थ्रेशोल्ड है, इसमें सारों में ही होता है। लिमिट से सर, लिमिट से।
तो बाद में कैलकुलेशन अभी तो प्लस में दिखा रहा है तो फिर कैलकुलेशन बाद में करेगा।
बाद में शाम को 6 बजे आपका लेजर आएगा। एक्चुअली आप लाइव ही देख सकते हैं। इट्स नॉट सो 6 more minutes मिस्टर पावर। आई होप दिस क्रैशेस टू। मैं शॉर्ट में हूँ मैं मार्केट के अंदर लाइव में हूँ सर। चलो ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, ऊपर गया तो हम एक एवरेज करके निकाल लेंगे। तो मैं अब आपको डराता हूँ, वेट करें। मैं हमेशा अगली स्टेटमेंट मेरी पूरी सुना करें। कितना लॉस आपने ले सकते हैं। होता है ये कि मैं 2 माइक्रोस अभी मरा हूँ इंटरेस्ट रेट वाले दिन, वो चलना शुरू हो जाए ना, अब ऊपर की मुझे ना, मैं शॉर्ट में इसलिए हूँ पर्सनली, ऊपर गुंजाइश नहीं है। हर चार्ट दुनिया का हर बंदा कह रहा है ओवरबॉट है, तो शॉर्ट में ही रहूंगा ना। अब वो देखें क्लाइंब अगर कर रही है 23,650 है मेरा ऊपर का नंबर, अभी है 23,550। मेरे अगेंस्ट 2 माइक्रो कितनी दूर जा सकते हैं? 400 पॉइंट, लेट्स से 200 पॉइंट लिख दो यार। 200 टाइम्स 4, $800। वहां जाके देखेंगे, एवरेज करेंगे। इधर मुझे ज्यादा चांसेस हैं कि अगर एक तरफ मेरी स्लाइड शुरू हो गई ना तो मुझे साथ ले जाना, तो मैं उसका वेट करूं। रिवर के अंदर 7 मुझे 7 आई नीड दिस नंबर 500 पॉइंट्स लेस बड़े अकाउंट पास हो जाएंगे 500 पॉइंट अगर गिर गई तो और सर नहीं अगर हो गया ना हमने 1000 भी देखी हुई है एक दिन में 18 दिसंबर को 1000 पॉइंट गिरी थी नैस्डैक 18 दिसंबर को इंटरेस्ट रेट वाले दिन मेरे पास सारा रिकॉर्ड है भाई तो मुझे उम्मीद तो है कि आज भी गिराएंगे यार नहीं गिराए अभी तो 551 पे चली चलो लव सर हुण अखा कर दियो बंद ते कंप्यूटर दी स्क्रीन उधर कर दियो हुण सिर्फ नंबर देखी जो भी है देखा जाएगा वो देखो तुसी एंटर होए हो ले उत्ते ले गए 54 55 ये 59 ऑल टाइम हाई है let's sit down take a bit of a walk
So I think all of that is common, not that will be
If you could have a thank you, Max, or whatever. Just before we go, just squeeze in a question on the labour market.
सर स्कूल तो आपने 100 प्लस में देखा
और 50 देखा
तो वो माइनस में गई फिर
कोई मसला नहीं
फिर वो 70 प्लस में
तो फिर $25 कटेगा
फिर भी
हाँ कटता तो है जितना हाईएस्ट पॉइंट से बंद होगा ना क्लोज वहां से काउंटिंग शुरू हो रही है
माइनस करके दोबारा
बेशक 100 तक पहुंचनी चाहिए फिर कुछ नहीं कटेगा यस नहीं सारों के साथ बोलना टेक प्रॉफिट एक से
लिमिट से निकलती हो
नहीं कई दफा वो फिर अगले ट्रेड में रिकवर कर देता ना जो छोटा सा गैप हो इसमें इतना मसला तो नहीं है अजी 557 हो गया आप तो फिर वहां से हैं मैं काफी 30 से हूँ 2 minutes news conference will start let's see because the upper limit is 650 that's what we have seen so against me can go 150 at least 150 times 10 1500 bucks 5 micros let's see
Are we expecting from the goods prices through the next 7 months? The key will be what is the consumer tolerance to that. If you see weakening of the sky inflation that Bob was talking about, if you see more of the sky in the distance deflation, that make them feel more confident. So of those two reports, jobs versus CPI.
लेकिन कितना टारगेट रखे हैं कितने निकलोगे हाँ इन 500 तक ते आवे यार
because that's what we're going to see first. We're going to see the impact of later. You'll see whether consumers accept that and then how businesses respond to that, either consistent demand or fall off in demand. But it's going to be pricing first.
Can I ask you, do you put equal emphasis on both services?
Gold fell down to 50 again, trying to test expected low.
You have to look at both, and you have to see if there's some offset. I think the good prices.
We standing from that podium a few months ago, comments for the next 60 minutes. He faced a ton of questions about why they didn't cut interest rates today, how he's handling the descent. And Mike Keats has his hand up, and Bob slipped him an email. What do you want Mike Keats to ask this afternoon?
I think you have to nail him on inflation. If they're so sure that the impact from tariffs on inflation will be transitory, and he said that in the past, why not go ahead and start bringing rates down, 25 basis points or so? Go with the two dissenters. 30-odd years ago, the two dissenters proved to be right.
Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management. Bob, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Solid question for the chairman in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, and if CPI is the most important, you aren't going to see the consumer tolerance for quite a while. Well, that kind of sets up a chicken and an egg. You don't get either of them in time.
Michael should be in the press conference. The wild statistic today is JP Morgan with a model 18% tariff rate. That changes this entire dialogue.
There is a question as to whether we've seen the censorship yet in the truth categories making the argument that we haven't had the tariff test. We've been working our way through. The fact that it's been escalating slowly, and maybe by the time we get to September, that test is a whole lot bigger. Here's the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jay Powell, stepping in front of the podium for today's meeting.
Squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year. Wage growth has continued while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are consistent with maximum.
Economy जबरदस्त
somewhat elevated relative to our 2%
Yes, PA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ allowed ਹੈ, ਹੁਣ allowed ਹੈ।
2.5% over the 12 and that
अब वो बोलना शुरू हो गया जी।
core PCE prices rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation.
Okay, इसने अच्छी न्यूज़ बोली।
Actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
तो जैसे जैसे अच्छे वर्ड्स कहता है चल पड़ती है 572
4.5% to continue
दूर सर जिन्नी दूर
we will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem.
लेना है तो ले लें, no problem. It's up to you.
The likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to wrap up any modifications by late summer. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing it to a sustainable 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering
R2 तो टच हो गया है. अच्छा आपने R2 के ऊपर ले लिया. No bro, लेकिन R2 is done.
is in service of the mission. We at the Fed
That came down fast.
achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Done जी.
Thanks, Chirpel.
Craziness.
Not to mention,
सर इसमें मिड बैंड पता नहीं क्यों चल रहे हैं. कुछ में नहीं चलना चाहिए.
नहीं मिड बैंड नहीं बोल रही है, सॉरी फिब बॉक्स.
अच्छा है.
यहाँ पे फिब बॉक्स था वो चल
As you know, today we decided to leave our policy.
अब उसकी न्यूज स्टेटमेंट है.
Inflation is running a bit above 2%. As I mentioned, even excluding tariffs, solid.
Oh, he's speaking, yeah.
And the economy is not, the economy
Oh
is not
my
performing
God.
with those restrictions.
ये पकड़ो कैसे? ये भी नहीं पकड़ी जा रही.
सर
So it seems
शुक्र करें आपके चार्ट्स चल रहे हैं. शुक्र करें चार्ट्स चल रहे हैं. Okay, when touched R2 and we're done.
In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
just a follow-up.
अभी आप ट्रेड में हैं, निकल गए. बड़ी इतनी आपके नैस्डैक आपकी बस की बात नहीं. या बड़ी जल्दी निकल गए, इतना पैनिक करके यार. मैं अभी बैठा हुआ हूँ ट्रेड में. मैं 530 में बैठा हुआ हूँ. Let's see. It's okay. Let's see.
Taking that information into consideration.
नहीं क्लोज होनी है, क्लोज नहीं होगी. तो आर ट्रेडर खोलें या उसमें से देखें. अभी वो एक सर इस तरह इसी इंटरेस्ट रेट में 72 ये इसमें करें ना क्लोज, डिस्कनेक्ट करें फटाफट.
Several deals with trading partners where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty?
हाँ ये इंटरेस्ट रेट है सर.
Wait and see the economic effects.
So, essentially, the statement in the statement.
ये लेकिन 97 हो गए, 125 हो गए. ओके ठीक है जी. 125 निकाल लिए. और मैंने इस चक्कर में चलो इट्स ओके वो नीचे आया था लेकिन नहीं मेरा ट्रेड निकलना था. कितना आया था?
And now we seem to have an idea of what the tariff rates are going to be on some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show?
पोजीशन में जाके फ्लैट डिस्कनेक्ट, पोजीशन फ्लैट, फिर गया.
Lots of events in the intermediate period.
ऐसा ही. लो जी आ गया. Speed.
I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, the numbers.
Great. Now I am profitable, huge. 527. आजा. Close position. हाँ.
Feels like there's much more to come.
उसमें जाके देखनी पोजीशंस कहाँ देखनी है.
ठीक है सर, मैं वो पहले ट्रेड से सारा कुछ निकले है बाहर.
पहला वाले ब्रेक ही बंदे आ गया. ये पेंडिंग ऑर्डर की नहीं कट रहा मेरा.
सर वो नहीं कटेगा. We got nothing to worry.
अच्छा.
ब्यूटीफुल। आजा आजा नीचे पूरे 500 470 दिखा मुझे। हो गई जी स्पीच बंद उसकी। मैं सर नैस्डैक में मैं और आ गया जी। हाँ
Certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks,
पूरे 500 तक मेरा लगा हुआ है। Let's see.
A narrower but better signal for future for where the economy is going has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many, many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits,
Oh man, this is amazing.
They're all very, by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see a slowing in job creation, but also a slowing in supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance, albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable. Which is why I said we do see downside risk in the labor market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid. Inflation is above target, and even if you look through the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target, and that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, downside risks to the labor market are certainly
So labor, given the fluid labor supply situations, there a number for this job report you get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So as long as that puts the labor market in balance, the fact that declines in both supply and demand, I think is suggestive of downside risk. So we're of course we'll be watching that carefully.
Thank you. New York Times. Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument are most compelling to you, and how you're weighing their views against those on the committee who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on to the sense, what you want from everybody and also from the center is a clear explanation for what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making. And we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table, where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the sort of the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation is a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance policy for now. But we had two dissenters who I think, you want that clear thinking and
so this is markets moving for you guys.
We certainly had that today, I think, all around the table. In terms of, you asked about the June SEP,
आप अपने चार्ट की प्रोफाइल चेंज करें फास्ट पे, कंट्रोल अभी आप स्लो पे हैं, मैं उसकी प्रोफाइल चेंज कर देता हूँ। वर्क स्पेसेस में जाएं, बाद में करना है, ट्रेड से निकल जाएं, बिकॉज़ अभी आप स्लो में हैं। 5:30 नहीं आप उसको चेंज कर दें।
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market?
560.
My own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive. We're going to be at some point when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, we've arrived with great confidence the neutral rating as our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what neutral rate is.
Just watch a 30-minute candle. Goes up, goes down.
It reacts over time to slightly looser policy.
No positions at all. 425.
What have you learned over the last few months about the inflation generating and price pass-through process? And just to drill down, the June CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods inflation. Now, the tariff landscape is only starting to be settled with some of these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices, is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing now is...
यार क्योंकि आप ना स्लो प्रोफाइल में कर रहे हैं, आज तो ट्रेड का वो है ही नहीं दिखा रहे हैं, अभी ले लेते हैं कंट्रोल सेंटर पोजीशन, यहाँ पर जाके फ्लैटन, तो इसमें कर लिया करें। अब वो 100, हाँ यही प्रॉब्लम, अब ऐसा ही है सर, आपको जल्दी करना है। हाँ, क्योंकि आज तो वो पीछे बोल रहा है ना भाई, अभी क्लाउन नंबर 1 बोल रहा है, क्लाउन नंबर 2 ने आना शाम को। हाँ। कोई बात नहीं, इमीडिएटली ट्रेड बाय ट्रेड में स्ट्रेस ना लिया करें, वो शाम को देखेंगे जितना। हाँ, वर्क स्पेस में जाके फास्ट कर दें।
I think we've learned that the process will probably be slower than expected at the beginning, but we never expected it to be fast. We think we have a long way to go to really understand how it will be. So,
MD fast picker. तो देखिए कितनी जबरदस्त ले रहे हैं, मजा आ रहा है। हैं? नहीं, मैं अभी फिक्स करता हूँ, वेट।
You could argue we are looking
for मेरे 3-4
inflation by not raising rates. We haven't reacted to new inflation.
हाँ, एक हाथ गिरेगा।
लॉस ज़्यादा
case is that these are one-time.
ये तो चार्ट एक तो निकाल रहा है।
Of course, again, they will not turn out to be inflation, because we'll make sure that it's not. We will, through our tools, make sure that it's not moved from a one-time price increase to... We want to do that efficiently, though. Efficiently. And that means we want to do it, if you move too soon, you wind up maybe not getting inflation all the way fixed, and you have to come back. That's inefficient. If you move too late, you might do too unnecessary damage to the relationship. So there's
good.
And the inflationary problem. What we're trying to do is accomplish that in a way that is efficient. But in the end, there should be no doubt that we will do what we need to do to keep inflation in control. Ideally, we do it efficiently.
500 के दरमियान ही है, कोई मेजर।
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The one big bill, leaving aside the adjectives,
आज ज़्यादा इसलिए नहीं मूव करेगी कि
an argument for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts you would expect for next year.
So of course, let me just ritual disclaimer that we.
अब गई है सर, मजा आता है शॉर्ट में, शू करके दे। और मैं एक शॉर्ट में हूँ इस वक्त। फाइनली नाउ मेरे एग्जिट्स हो रहे हैं, डन। 500 पे मेरा एग्जिट था, 550 से 50 पॉइंट लेना था ना, अब जाके उसने एग्जिट। नहीं ठीक है, जिसने R2 से सेल किया उसने तो 80 पॉइंट निकाला। कोई बात नहीं।
You and the president. So let me ask it this way: do you have concerns about the cost to the government?
जाने दे।
Elevated or longer in terms of interest rate charges.
We have a mandate, and that's maximum employment and price stability, and it is. It's not something we do to consider the cost to the government
Yes,
of
S2
rate. So we have to be able to look at the goal variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve those goals. And that
Gold fell to 38
the fiscal needs.
and gold गिर रहा है.
If we did do that, for our credibility.
There you go, 5. So 587 to 500. Incredible. 3 o'clock. These question answers were the ones that.
When it comes to the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest in that issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
Not for me to say. I will say we had a nice visit with the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens very often.
अब वो president की गालियां देगा.
Visit a building, but it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that
S2 तक गई है जी, और 2 से S2, and the Nasdaq almost close. Nasdaq नहीं सर, हो चुका है. बाय तो करना ही नहीं है ना, बाय करना ही नहीं है. अगर बाय करें तो फिब में करें थोड़ा बहुत, अगर आपने वो करना है. इस वक्त बाहर तूफान आया हुआ है और आपके $1500 ना नजर भी नहीं आने 5 मिनट में.
मैं चार टिक से लगा रहा हूँ
स्टॉप लॉस भी नहीं चलते वो, अगर वो स्पीड आए ना हो. इस वक्त आप ना सिर्फ देख रहे हैं. माइक्रो फास्ट से जल्दी हो जाना है प्रोसेस. गुड. ये मेरा एक टारगेट था एंड आई सेड इट्स गुड. 6400 पे आ गई जी आपके. आ रही वो बोली जा रहा है, आई जा रही है. अभी देखें पूरी कैंडल नीचे 479 broken S2. Let's see. Yes जो है ना इस वक्त S2 में आ गई है and 6398. मैं नहीं जवाब दे सकता इसका, जवाब मैं नहीं दे सकता. आपका स्टॉप लॉस है, आप लें. ठीक है, फिर आप फिब से आप मिड बैंड में स्विच कर ही जा रहे हैं.
नहीं मैंने एटीएम मिड बैंड पे लगा दिया.
आपने लिए 3 महीने, लेकिन अभी S2 से जिसने लिया वो डन हो गया ना. अच्छा, इस शॉर्ट किया था 3 माइक्रो 15 का एक बना तो 20 पॉइंट लिए. अच्छा
मैंने S1 से नीचे वाली से सेल किया था, ऊपर से नीचे आई है ना और ट्रेल करता गया और फिर किया.
वेरी गुड. ऑटो ट्रेल सेट कर दें, वो खुद ही मूव करता रहे. ब्यूटीफुल. I'm just looking for price to go to 590 now for Nasdaq. यहाँ से 590 फिर फेंकेंगे ना 590. फिर एक झूला सा ले लेंगे. पाकिस्तान में गिस्सियाँ बनी होती है ना. नहीं क्यों जाए, डर ज्यादा ऊपर का. मुझे एक साइड पे ले यार, डबल डिप ना करें तो डबल डिप खराब हो जाना काम. तो I hope I'm short somewhere. I don't think so. 483 100 पॉइंट गिर गई जी. आज बहुत अकाउंट्स जो है ना आपके तबाह होंगे. बड़े जो गैम्बलर्स है ना, बड़े उनके आज अकाउंट कुछ के पास हो जाएंगे, कुछ के तबाह. ये देखिए मिड बैंड चल गया जी, गैप ट्रेड था.
इतना फास्ट है.
हाँ, गैप ट्रेड था. ठीक है, वो देखें.
मैंने आपसे पूछा था जो आपसे भी और नहीं लेता वो चल जाता.
आ रही है जी 90 में देख. 90 का फिगर मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है. जी वीडियो गेम चल रही है. दिस इज नॉट ट्रेडिंग.
On the right side, then it's good. By mistake, you are on the wrong side.
a wait and see approach. What do you mean?
For cutting rates. You're waiting to see if the tariffs will affect inflation. So it's a wait and see approach.
So that that's where policy
462. Crazy, eh?
Okay. Delay though, where you're saying is one-time price increase for tariffs.
Yes, 1 पे आ गई और वो 90 पे आ गई.
Is that giving companies cover to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance. What may be giving some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact.
जाने दें जी, जाने दें.
Companies will raise prices as they can. And you saw famously in the first administration of President Trump, during those tariffs, washing machines were tariffed. But
अब टैरिफ की लड़ाई शुरू हो गई पीछे. 445.
Just like washing machines. So companies will often just go across the street in a group, you know what I mean? We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the effects turn out to be on goods and inflation.
के बाद तो सेल नहीं होना चाहिए.
S3 के बाद.
Maybe less than people estimate, or more than people estimate. You're not going to be zero. Because consumers will pay some of this. Businesses will pay some of this. Retailers will pay some of this. But we're just going to have to see it through.
Just follow, if I could, some additional tariffs have been in place since February, and things.
अब टैरिफ की लड़ाई शुरू हो गई तो मार्केट.
So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house, who's facing a 7% mortgage and maybe can't afford those rates?
Don't buy it.
Well,
rent it.
The housing is a special case, right?
सर जो डोम हो उसको होल्ड भी तो कर सकते हैं ना.
नहीं इसको नहीं पकड़ सकते. नहीं, राइट क्लिक करें, ऑटो सेंटर बंद करें.
डोम में तो लिमिट लगी नहीं रही है.
नहीं कर सकते. डोम कोई ट्रेड नहीं कर पाता इस प्राइस में. चार्ट पे एक और मिड बैंड चल गया जी आपका.
One of those is just this kind of a long-term housing shortage that we have. We haven't built enough housing. This is not something the Fed can help with. But so I think the best thing that we can do for housing is to have 2% inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we can contribute to housing. There are lots of other jobs to do for the private sector and Congress, but that's what we're trying to get to. And we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation, we were very close to 2%. We're seeing some good inflation move us away, but so far not very far away.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you. Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed?
हर चीज एक्सपेक्टेड लोग.
You'll be ready to cut. I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening?
425. Let's see where it goes.
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those.
404. Beautiful.
If you saw that
100 पॉइंट वहां से गिरी है.
the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply
We're in expected low, guys.
more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So that was a time when policy was restrictive when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target.
Next 3 o'clock candle, 72. We're almost heading into the zone of our area.
What will it take? It'll be the totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in before the next meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing. Does that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to see the number come down?
I think closer to 2. We'll look at everything. It's as I mentioned. A pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase. And in the end, we'll make sure that that's the case. We're just trying to do that efficiently.
Order 1, 2, 3, 4.
And efficiently means getting the timing right so we don't race too soon. We didn't finish the
किधर नहीं वो बन रहा है बना हुआ है अब देख नहीं पा रहे.
So we're trying to get that timing right, and that's effectively what we're doing.
All right, let's see if it pulls up.
Financial Times. Just a question on the dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the meetings and how to
63.70 it fell to.
Inflation back to target.
So this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, and you, I'm sure, know, and the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of major discussion at all at the Fed. I would say it doesn't come up. The transcripts, when they come out in years, they'll probably reflect some mentions of the dollar, but it wouldn't be a major topic.
23408 का भाई if I may to Andrew's question. I think
हाँ तो वो जो क्योंकि वहां से ऑर्डर लगा है ना पोजीशन में जाके देखें पोजीशन में आपका बाई लगेगा अभी पता लगेगा.
measures they describe them and so on in order to just ensure we've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the US economy. Thank you.
We're monitoring the situation. We do, of course, as you know, during the pandemic, we looked at a whole lot of new kinds of data. People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that.
Expected high worked, expected low worked, 100%.
We need it to be good and be able to rely on it. And we're not going to be able to substitute for that, but if we have to make do with what we have, but I certainly hope that we get it.
Why is today crazy? This is what you witnessed for. This is what you signed up for. So it's not crazy enough.
President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you concerned the way that conduct might impact the Fed's independence going forward?
I'll just say that
one is an S2 and one is 23,355 से चलेगी. चलो, it's okay. No problem. हैं? नहीं चार्ट्स पे नहीं मैं लेता मैं नंबर पे ले लेता हूँ चार्ट पे लगाता हूँ 30 मिनट वो जो एरिया चार्ट होता है. Today is the day you pass your accounts or blow your accounts, either or.
And political factors, and so governments all over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of distance between direct political control of those decisions and the decision makers. So if you were not to have that, there would be a great temptation, of course, to use interest rates.
377. Let's see if it gets to 300.
So I think that's pretty widely understood. Certainly, it is in Congress, and I think it's very important to say that.
So his questions go into AI. AI takes it, takes the tone of it, and then.
You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee around that. We've seen the liquidity rates rising for upper income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months? How much of a vulnerability that is for the economy going forward?
Consumer spending has been very, very strong for the last couple of years, and had
382, 355 was the low.
Forecasting it would slow down, and now maybe it finally has. So I would say.
So it should come to somewhere, the number is 300, 23,300, if you're thinking to buy Nasdaq.
It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level, and delinquencies are not a problem. You mentioned high-end delinquencies. I don't know what to make of that. I read the same thing, but so generally, and then if you look at the banks, and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending, not at a rapid rate. But it's true, and again, right in line with what we expected. The GDP data that we got this week. And I think it's still a little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which may also be affecting, some of that can affect consumer spending as well. Look, it's one of the data points that we pay most careful attention to, and there's no question that it's slowed. And we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and forms of inflation. Those are our two variables that we're assigned to maximize.
And just to follow up on what my colleagues were asking about to the sense, Governor Waller said that the labor market is on edge, and he was pointing to weaknesses on the private sector. I was wondering, you said that the main number to look at is the unemployment number overall, but what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk about any individual's, comments. I wouldn't do that. But I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but that had come down a bit. And if you take the QCW adjustment seriously, it may be even low, maybe close to zero. But the unemployment rate was still low. So what that's telling you is that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So it's in balance. Oddly enough, you've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year.
So I'm waiting for 323,000, but it's gone up.
Because of immigration policy, really, the flow into our labor force is just a great deal slower, and those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned, quits, look at wages are gradually cooling. Look at vacancies to unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable they haven't really moved a lot in a full year. So I think if you take the totality of the labor market data, you've got a solid labor market. But I think you have to see that there are downside risks. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but I think you've got downside risks in a world where unemployment is being held down because both demand and supply are declining. I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Hi, Chip Powell, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the two dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting?
जी सर, लेकिन इधरों पोजीशन तो जाके बंद करो ना सर। ਹੁਣ ਤੇ चलो फड़िया गया है। गुड। अपना थ्रेशोल्ड लाइव चेक करो हुण कितना होया। नहीं हुण चेक करिए ना, आर ट्रेडर हुण मेरा ख्याल है इनफ हो गया है। बहुत हो गया। मैं मजा वीडियो गेम है पूरी पर डे होवे ना, जिथे थ्रेशोल्ड ਦਾ ਮਸਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਖਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਜਾਓ। ਇਹ ਪਰ डे ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ, पर डे थ्रेशोल्ड नहीं है, लेकिन डर महंगा अकाउंट है ना, 700 ਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੀ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ 10 ਮਿਲਦਾ 300 ਆ। ਹਾਂ 3000 ਮਿਲਦਾ 3000 ਮਿਲਦਾ। ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਲੌਗ ਆਊਟ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਨਾ, ਅੱਛਾ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਐਂਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਐਂਡ ਕਰਨੀ। ਹਾਂ ਅਗਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਡੋਮ ਯੂਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਲਿਖਿਆ ट्रेडर डैशबोर्ड। ਹੁਣ ਕੈਲਕੂਲੇਟਰ ਖੋਲੋ ਤੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੋ। ਇਹ ਨੰਬਰ ਦੇਖੋ 50,411, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਈਨਸ ਕਰਨਾ ਸੀ 47,924 ਤੋਂ, ਕਿੰਨਾ ਬਣਿਆ 50,411 47,900।
Not surprising that there would be different perspectives.
47,924 ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਿਰਫ $13 ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਕਰ ਲਏ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਥ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਹੋਲਡ ਤੋਂ ਸਿਰਫ $13 ਮਾਈਨਸ ਹੈ ਬਸ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੂਰਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ 411 ਬਣਾ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹੋ। 3,000 ਤੋਂ 411 ਕੱਢ ਲਏ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ। ਬੋਲਣਾ ਅਕਸਰ ਨਾ, ਹਾਂ ਨਾ ਪੰਗਾ ਲਓ ਸਰ। ਹੁਣ अगर ਲੈਣਾ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ 300 ਤੇ ਵੇਟ ਕਰੋ 23300 ਦਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਮੈਂ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਲਵਾਂਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅਗਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦਾ ਕਰ ਲਓ 23320 ਤੱਕ ਤੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਾਕਸ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਉਧਰ ਫਿਬੋਨਾਚੀ ਬਾਕਸ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰहा है
Inflation above target. When we have risks to both goals,
this is the crazy market, man. 60 point it shot up one way.
So you have to, that means policy should be tight because tight policy is what brings inflation down. If you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, more a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking, and we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. There's one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff Cox from CNBC.
वापस ले गए
A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic purchasers. That was down to 1.2% gain in the second quarter from 1.9% in Q1, suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. Just wondering if you look at that and you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks that the housing market is in fact weak. And the inflation numbers from GDP today came down 2.1% for headline, 2.5% for core. I'm wondering how much more movement you would need to see from these data points before you would be comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total. Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%. Fits the whole half. You mentioned the quarters. So those are slower. But
बैठा रहता 550 से तो 350 गई थी. But
it often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data, we still think it's continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs is a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation because you're being pulled in 2 directions, and you have to decide which of those to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of
what a beautiful pull-up.
Which we're not.
So it'd be safe to say that if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting it?
I'm not gonna say that. No, I just think we're gonna need to see the data, and it can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the employment data, and we're gonna make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that.
So 23. 590 minus 23 365 225 move आई है end to end 23 356 नहीं 300 590 minus 23 356 $235 ਦੀ move आई है. Amazing.
Thanks very much.
है नहीं सर वेट कर 300 ਤੇ ਆਣ ਦਿਓ 300 ਤੇ ਆਣ ਦਿਓ 23300 ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਬਾਕੀ ਵਾਪਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਦੇਣੇ ਕਿ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਂ 590 ਜਾਂ ਐਟਲੀਸਟ 600 ਤੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਵੇਟ ਕਰੋ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਇਧਰੋਂ 600 ਫੜੋ ਜਾਂ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਫੜੋ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਮੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਮਿਡ ਬੈਂਡ ਆਪਕਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹਾ ਹੈ
exchange, we get some real dollar strength. Euro dollar down to 114 this afternoon and down by 1 percentage point. Now, perhaps these market moves have you look at that positioning that it does about the Fed meeting itself, but There is one point of attention that I think is very much worth exploring. And it's on the labour market. Governor Waller is making the point that this labour market is on the edge. Chairman Powell has a different view of things.
41.
If you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market.
Two headlines crossing in the last 45 minutes.
S2 का हमें alert आए थे. Expected low का भी alert आया, S2 का भी आया. Good. Alerts are coming in. That's unhappy. वो नहीं मैं देखता ही नहीं, use ही नहीं करता. Sorry, my mics are starting to die. Give me a second.
To parse through exactly what he was saying. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but you do have downside risks. What are the downside risks? When do you start to see them materializing? And what is the difference between growing downside risk and a market that clearly isn't weakening?
Yeah, I agree on the labor front. There's
422.
Got the other Jerome Powell's. And I go, well, he was wobbling daily. I went into the Bloomberg and looked at weeks unemployed back to 1967.
So again, all of these are opinions. It's like whatever they can see.
And that kind of pre-crisis.
414. Let's see if it touches anything.
One part here and one part there.
You mentioned the president. I think that's the second point of attention. One from within the Fed, the other outside of the Fed. There was a note from the chairman of the Federal Reserve on government borrowing costs and how the Federal Reserve doesn't take note of what it costs the government, given where interest rates are right now. That's one of the core arguments coming out of the White House to cut interest rates.
Yeah, and it's one that is falling on deaf ears, as it doesn't necessarily want to be seen as monetizing the debt, right? That would cause some sort of inflation surge. Theoretically, in economics, there is this idea you have a central bank that essentially is printing money by lowering rates or artificially suppressing the cost of borrowing in order to foster more spending by the government, that can lead to longer-term inflation. He's pushing back against that. Does that raise the ire of the president?
Mike McKee was in the room. Mike McKee is going to be with us in about 5 minutes' time, so stand by for that. We'll bring in the former New York Fed President, Bill Dudley, to join the conversation.
Oh, sir, मजा आ रहा है. Interest rate.
Of waiting.
I think they have to wait because they're not really sure what's going to happen to the economy, both on the inflation side and the labor market side. And I think they have a reason to wait because, as Paul said, the unemployment rate hasn't changed. So essentially what's happened over the last 6 months is the demand is slow, but labor supply is also slow because of immigration policy. And he was very explicit about that. He really said, we're focused on the unemployment rate. It's basically in the same place as it was last summer. So I think, the message, press conference was very clear. We're not in a rush.
आपका सुपर एरिया की एक्सेस है
It's going to take time.
सुपर एरिया आपका
What the effects of the tariffs are going to be. And he also made it very clear that what he's focused on.
नहीं वो हमने वर्क स्पेसेस बदली है ना, तो मैं हाँ मैंने फास्ट किए हैं तो मैं कर देता हूँ.
So how did you understand? You don't see a weakening in the labor market, but you do have downside risks, and those downside risks are growing. Can you put that together and translate it?
हाँ दूसरा पहले एक लाओ ना तो अब दूसरा है.
तो 30 वाले में आने दो ना और की जरूरत है. कुछ और करेगा मुझे लगता है.
अब इसको बंद करके रिस्टार्ट करें, मैं कर देता हूँ. इसको नो करना है, नो करना. Yes.
Right now, because the unemployment rate hasn't moved at all. Bill Dudley, Bill Mike was on with JP Morgan and before the
पता नहीं नेट बैंक चला है कि फिर वाली सब कुछ चला के
बन गए ना, बस ठीक है ना, ग्रीन में जा रहे हैं ना, ये इम्पोर्टेंट बात है.
कल का दिन मेरा थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट बैंक मेरी गलती थी कल.
economy that has the kind of tensions we have starting at the board with all in 19%. Well, there's a big difference. I mentioned 30, right? this is and the economy is actually doing okay. So I think you have to think of the impression quite differently because the key volume was a reaction to all this kind of.
ले जाओ अब मैं लॉन्ग में हूँ ले जाओ इसको 600 पे पहले शॉर्ट में था तो मैं अब ले जाओ शॉर्ट Thank you for coming in. So I'll be right back, guys. Good.
Itni fast moving. Is there any which way from where we're at? Anyway, then normal.
We don't have a template for this kind of shock. We don't know how quickly it's going to pass through into inflation. We don't know how that's going to affect inflation expectations. We don't know how the uncertainty about the trade policy is going to affect a business fixed investment. So we're in sort of uncharted territories, and uncharted territories, you want to be precautious. And I think that's what the Fed is being at this point.
The government is making a different point, Bill. As you know, in a recent speech, he said a large share of tariff increases will be passed through to consumers. He went on to say the increase would fade over the next year or so. What is it about his argument that you don't find that convincing?
Yeah, you put which weight on what you have on so as opposed to what. Most economists believe that most tariffs get passed through to the consumer. I mean, I haven't but that's what happened historically. So I don't think pass through. Every 1% increase in tariffs is about 10% of the price. So we're going from 20% tariffs in imports to 17-18%. That's about 1.5%.
Right now, the market's expecting that next year you're going to see a big rate cutting cycle of the economic data almost just simply because of there being a new Fed chair who has a particular mandate to keep put aside the idea of whether or not you think that that's good or bad. Do you think that that will lead to higher inflation, given the fact that right now, even if it remains on hold, we're talking about 50 basis points and then pushing it into next year?
I think we should be careful not to overstate the fact that the chairman is going to change. Because there's 12 people on the Federal Open Market Committee, and those people aren't going to do what they think is inappropriate. So the chairman has to sort of bring along the rest of the committee. Well, second thing I would say is the agreement in the committee isn't quite as large as people are making it to be. Pretty much everybody expects rates are going to fall over the next couple of years. It's just a question of timing and magnitude.
You've been in the committee, you've been in the room for some of these Fed meetings. We heard that this was one of the better meetings. That was what Fed Chair Jay Powell said. And then he thought that it was a really robust discussion. Can you translate what that means?
I think what he's saying is that we're all still friends and we're all still getting on and we respect each other's points of view. So he's sort of downplaying the importance of what the dissents mean. And I think that's right. I don't think the dissents are big schism in terms of the monetary policy outlook. The fact is, if you look at the summary of economic projections, every single respondent expects interest rates to be lower at the end of next year.
We've gotten through the last hour and a half here, Bill. I have to say, we haven't mentioned the dots. That's a good and beautiful thing. What do the dots do forward, given this exceptional tariff uncertainty? I don't know. John, how do you create a dot?
Got to wait until September. Get me around.
Well, that's one of the problems with the summary of economic projection. It's the modal forecast, but it doesn't really tell you that much about uncertainty around that forecast. I mean, the uncertainty around that forecast is quite large right now.
I want to interrupt the show. John, you mentioned to me Megan Desai died in London, the giant of London School of Economics. Bill Dudley, Megan Desai's strength was humility. What's the humility we need right now in two Americas, a boom economy, and a lot of people really struggling? What's the humility our central bank needs?
Well, I think Chairman Powell does have humility. I mean, that's precisely why he's not cutting rates today, is because he's uncertain about what the economic outlook is. So he's not
394.
So I think he's showing appropriate humility as the chair of the Reserve.
Bill, appreciate your time. Bill Dudley, the former New York Fed president. You mentioned the sun.
Back to 400.
Hubris.
Yeah.
I think that was the name of the book, right?
A fabulous book, a short, thin monograph. And what he did.
Let's see if it goes to 300.
From the morning shows, but the answer here is humility in order. The Valerian's unknown unknowns, that's where we are right now.
Well, we've all been humbled coming out of the pandemic. A lot of consensus calls turned out to be very, very wrong. If you look at the Federal Reserve, what it came to transitory, Have they been scarred by the transitory Tory? Do you think that's why they're waiting that a little bit longer this time around to move again?
If you believe that they should be cutting, you can make the argument that they're not going to wait to see more data because they got it wrong. And that is very much what we're hearing from people like Neil Dutta, et cetera. At the same time, the argument that inflation has remained above 2% for so many years at this point, and you haven't seen it fall, if anything, it's actually firmed up, points out why this is still such a risk.
Yeah. Live is still on, so we're still with you. Don't worry. Keeping you posted. So let's see if it breaks 355. 300 is where my orders are sitting at.
Just have a ring. Oh my God, I just chipped it in this uncertain time. Just to change rules, because half of America's flat on their back.
I'm happy to give the chairman some credit on one particular point. I think he navigated the percent pretty much.
Live on, Abby.
16
Live
I
chat.
love the interpretation. We're still friends. And so, you know, we can discuss and disagree, but everyone had well-argued points of view. Look, he did navigate that well by saying, this is a time of uncertainty, and uncertainty calls for robust debate, and that is what we had.
Will we see that at Jackson Hole? I think we will.
I think it will.
I think it's going to be maybe one of the most interesting Jackson Holes out there.
With a focus on the labor market, how much is changing and how you measure it in a very new world, not only with the immigration, but also with AI.
You're going to see
Jack Farrell on a horse, it's going to be amazing.
Remember when you go around singing around Jackson Hole on a late night?
Well, Lisa's out
Drinking
squatting fish.
Yeah.
Squatting fish? What am I, a bear?
They're not canoeing.
Save those stories for another day. So what's your canoeing impression? What was that? That. Yeah, nice.
That's it. Whoa, he is never done.
Oh, you do like the water impression. Nice. I like that too. This comes from Wells Fargo just moments ago. Optionality maintained. I think that's the conclusion of a lot of people. Optionality maintained going into the September meeting. Mike McKee was just in the room. He joins us right now for more. Mike, welcome back to the show, sir. What was your big takeaway from the news conference?
Optionality maintained. I mean, that was basically Jay Powell's goal. He maybe has disappointed the markets, those who were leaning into a September cut, just because we had the two dissents for July, and because it's going to provide more data between now and then. But Powell tried to make it clear that the data could go either way, and that's, I think, something that maybe people in the markets had sort of forgotten. The biggest issue for the Fed is that the tariffs have not taken effect yet in large measure. We just got copper tariffs during this news conference. More are coming. So it's going to be very hard for the Fed to know by September necessarily whether we're going to have a large inflation increase or not. Powell seems to think not, and he's still in the camp of those who are looking at it as a one-time move, but he does seem to accept a little bit of the Waller and Bowman argument that we could see inflation rise more if they lose control of inflation expectations. And certainly the anecdotal stories we get are that companies are raising prices and consumers are noticing it and they're not happy about it.
Maybe this was a meeting in operation, optionality maintained, and it was a successful one. It really threw the emphasis on Friday's data on the jobs report, not just necessarily the headline number, but the unemployment rate. Suddenly that becomes the most important number of the week, potentially. Mike, how much did you see a spotlight thrown on exactly that composition?
Well, it's the unemployment rate the Fed has been looking at for some time, because if companies are letting people go, then you have a problem because you lose their salaries, their wages, and people stop spending. And then people get afraid that they might lose their jobs too and pull back. But the thing that the Fed is looking at is not so much the unemployment rate level, it's how fast it moves. A number of them have said that if we got to 4.5% fairly quickly, which in theory could happen by September or maybe the October meeting, then they would be really concerned, because that would suggest that a lot of companies are moving at the same time. If it inches up to 4.2% on Friday as forecast, not going to be a big concern. We'll look at the size of the labor market, of the workforce, and if it inches up to 4.3% and then by September, they're not going to be overly concerned. So watch the rate of change much more than the change itself.
Mike, great work as always. Thanks for dropping by again. Michael McKee there of Bloomberg with the latest. Just got this note from a Bloomberg subscriber. I'll read it to you. We want to remain open to different points of views here. The Fed likely has it wrong. High rates are feeding inflation expectations. High rates are feeding inflation expectations. People look at the cost of housing, rents, and mortgages. If rates come down, so will inflation expectations because it will unlock housing, and the housing market is most important.
Well, this seems to be in tandem with what President Trump is arguing, that if people feel like they could borrow more cheaply, could unlock the housing market. I'm not sure I'm totally following that aspect of it. I do think, though, there is this belief that because of where bond yields are, people, in particular savers, which make up an increasing proportion of the population, are getting a lot of income, and that income can go directly back into the economy. So there could be an argument there. Unique arguments.
This potentially that maybe would unlock some supply for certain people around this table sitting on mortgages and paying 2-3% interest rates, and that certain person might be choking as we speak just about housing.
You might want. I couldn't quite keep it together.
I want to talk about this equity market. Equities declined by 0.4% on the S&P. Following the news conference, bond yields started to shift higher. You pushed that through foreign exchange, and you started to get some dollar strength on the market. Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock joins us now for more. Jeff, welcome to the show, sir. I just wonder from your perspective whether these moves tell you more about positioning than it does anything that was said in the news conference.
Yeah, Jonathan, you say it often, the first move is not necessarily the last move on the data. I mean, I think they're pretty consistent with the headline you talked about just a minute ago in terms of optionality preserved. I think when you look at what Powell came back to many, many times was this balance of risk focus and how unique the challenges are, that you have an inflation challenge and you have a labor markets challenge. And the focus, and we'll be back on Friday to talk about it, the focus on the unemployment rate. Remember, he also said that there's a risk inside of that the balance that you're getting is because you're getting the offset on the supply side, but that the demand side decline was indicative of downside risk. And that to me was a little bit of a tell of, if you see that scenario where the labor market balance of risk starts to move more in favor of cutting, that they'll be responsive to that. Otherwise, it is this overshoot in terms of inflation. He said it many times. They're at target on the unemployment rate perspective, so the labor market's at target, and you're off target in terms of inflation, and that's what justifies the slightly modestly restrictive. But if the inflation piece moves in their favor, meaning it is transitory, the tariff impact moves through, they'll move to cut rates off of restrictedness.
Well, Jeff, pause. How long are they going to have to wait before they can make that call? Because what you just said doesn't sound like September.
Yeah, that is the interesting part when we talk about this, inflation pass-through and transitory. We're just starting to see, the chairman, address this in the press conference, that we're just starting to see some of the incidents in terms of tariff impacts. Now, that's not broad-based inflation, that's in goods inflation. And so they're going to care about the impact and the balance between services and goods. And we talked about a little bit of that trade-off. But to your question, it is going to be a tricky environment. If the unemployment rate stays stable here and the labor markets don't decelerate, which is Waller's concern, and inflation starts to accelerate, it's going to be hard for them to be cutting rates into that environment. Remember what he said was, we believe we're modestly restrictive, but we don't know where we're at, and the data tells us, and the data is consistent with less than modestly restrictive because the economy is doing well enough despite the setting of a policy rate otherwise being somewhat above their idea of where neutral is.
Jeff, it seems like the Fed is talking about how they engage with monetary policy in a very traditional way. It seems like the market is exploring ideas of whether the rate-setting policy has served a different purpose recently. And John was having me explain something that someone sent him, and I lost my breath because I was trying so hard. But there is this idea that actually keeping rates high is inflationary in and of itself, and that because the growth and the inflation trajectory seem to be roughly in balance, it is appropriate and actually the right course of action to lower rates. That's what the president has been arguing. Do you see anything to suggest that monetary policy is just in a profoundly different place in this cycle and serves a completely different function in the economy?
Well, I think we have to remember that a lot of the pass-through of monetary policy flows through financial conditions. Interestingly, it was hardly mentioned. I think Powell mentioned it very briefly about financial conditions remain accommodative, but that a lot of the impact of monetary policy is not the direct impact into the economy in terms of credit rates. A lot more of that is on credit spreads. That's financial conditions. And credit spreads are exceptional directly control. So I think the bigger issue in terms of monetary policy is the financial conditions impact. And financial conditions are both about monetary policy, what they directly say, but other aspects. A lot of the financial condition easing that we've seen is more about the other fiscal directly control. So I think the bigger issue in terms of monetary policy is the financial conditions impact. And financial conditions are both about monetary policy, what they directly say, but other aspects. A lot of the financial condition easing that we've seen is more about the other fiscal policy, the passage of the bill, the passage, the extension, the elimination of the risk of a big increase in taxes. And the tariff uncertainty is also a big part of the financial conditions easing. So it's not just about monetary policy directly in terms of its contribution, but the overall picture in financial conditions. That creates the either easing feature that we're having right now, or a tightening feature when financial conditions tighten.
So to put that into a market call, does the fact that the Fed is remaining on hold give you more confidence to invest in long-term treasuries with the belief that this Fed is going to try to get inflation under control?
I think that the longer-term Treasury impact has more factors associated relative to near-term Fed policy. I think the short-term Fed policy and the inflation piece is additive to the long-term perspective, but it's challenged by a couple of other things. One is you're coming into this environment after a long period of a collapse in term premium. You're having a change with respect to inflation and inflation uncertainty. That is a reflection of the post-COVID environment, where the pricing of an inflation term premium is resetting higher. And you have a change in the global environment in terms of the level of trade, the amount of recycling, the holding of reserves, and finally, the attractiveness of long-term treasuries as a portfolio hedge. We got a significant structural change in stock-bond correlation. It's a reflection of all those factors, in particular, the movement from an environment of too little inflation. We're going on 6 years of too much inflation relative to target. And that challenges the effectiveness of long duration as a portfolio hedge, which reduces its attractiveness. That encourages an increase in term premium and changes how much we want to hold long-term treasuries in a portfolio as a result of all those structural changes.
Jeff, we got two Americas. We got America flat on its back. I think Powell talked about that today. The president talks about it each and every day. Look at the housing market. Just as one example, your Carnegie Mellon is going to take in billions and billions of dollars into Western Pennsylvania to do AI. How does a central bank prosecute monetary policy given the polarization of America?
Yeah, Tom, it's a frequent theme we've talked about on the shows we're together in. It's something we look at a lot. The distribution of economic outcomes matters as much as the central tendency. Unfortunately, what we heard a lot from Powell today, and it's the kind of simplification of economic statistics, is it looks at that central tendency and not the distribution.
Yeah.
The distribution matters. The question was raised about delinquency rates at the high end, which is a bit surprising. He said, I don't know what to make of that. I read that too. I think we all did. And so those distributions matter. And I think the problem for the Fed is setting the interest rate policy in the middle isn't necessarily going to solve the problems at the bottom. Powell talks a little bit about this in terms of what monetary policy is equipped to deal with, and what other policies like fiscal policy are going to be better attuned to address some of the inconsistencies or inequities across the distribution. And that's something that Fed policy is just not designed to address.
Bottle it, John. That's the clearest explanation of distributional policy I've heard so far. There's two Americas. Maybe it's like England, maybe it's like France. I don't know. But we're living it, and Powell's living it in real time.
Hey, Jeff, let's sit on the market for a couple of beats. You mentioned correlations, messy correlations back in April. We had risk breakdown alongside the risk-free asset. The dollar didn't strengthen off the back of it, even though we had higher bond yields. How much comfort can you take in some of the developments we've seen cross-asset over the last few weeks, the last month or so?
Yeah, I would say the last few weeks or so, you've seen a little bit of a return to normality. Stock bond correlations kind of coming back in line. It was during that period that you just referenced that was, the Liberation Day tariff uncertainty around April. We saw some dramatic breakdowns.
All right, I am back. Where are we? 397. Okay.
Last thing though, that shock period has to be learned that a lot of these breakdowns are due to some structural changes.
What are we doing?
The biggest one of which I talked about a minute ago, and it affects fixed income dramatically, and that is this shift in environment from too little inflation to too much inflation. Where did we hear it today? We heard it today when Powell talked about the balance of risk, and that today, unlike in any prior period, the Fed is challenged on both sides of its dual mandate. There's an inflation challenge and a growth or maximum employment.
Beautiful. I'm wrong.
The Fed is more constrained. You can see the constraints in the debate. It's in the center. A differing in viewpoints of which side of the dual mandate.
नहीं एक दिन में ये पास होता है बुलनॉक्स की जो दो कंपनियां जो एक दिन में पास हो सकती हैं बुलनॉक्स और एपेक्स आई वुड रेकमेंड बुलनॉक्स
वो एक ही बारी में एक दिन में पास
हो सकता है लेकिन टारगेट 3000 बनाना है आप एक दिन में करें 10 में करें 30 के अंदर हाँ जी
hedging efficacy of fixed income. We're out of that era. Where is the hedging efficacy?
All right, guys, 342. And I'll stick with you guys. How many people are still with me? Quite a few. Wow, interesting.
But that's a structural change. And we saw it a little bit in April.
Interesting. Lots of people are still with me. Interesting.
To be more specific and build on what John was talking about, one correlation that broke down was the idea of higher rates in the U.S., meaning that there would be a stronger dollar. It seems like as
back down again.
This press conference, we are seeing that ongoing
96.
As John nodded to, this partly could be a positioning thing, how underweight people had gotten the dollar versus the euro.
93.
In terms of
92, 90.
In the dollar that we saw in the first half of the year is over.
I think there is a shift, and you can look into the equity markets and into the cross section of equity markets to really see how dramatic that shift is. Certainly, you see it in terms of
yes, it's almost 60 back to.
But you see it underneath that, the performance of cyclical.
Jazakallah. Thank you. So we're still waiting for 300 because 355 it touched. Let's see.
Unprofitable companies in the performance that we see in quality versus high quality versus low quality companies. And so I think the shift in the macro narrative around tariffs is really reinforced around we've removed the tariff uncertainty. We're no longer trading off of tariff headlines. Yes, we have the tariff implications still in front of us, but the kind of bigger tail risk has been removed. And associated with that, to get to your question, you kind of return to a bit more of U.S. exceptionalism alongside the AI trade has come back. It's recovered from the deep sea kind of drawdown back in February.
Right,
so a lot of these under the surface themes have come back.
Whereas gold has gone to what? 33.26. Wow, that fell down to somewhere. It's not at extreme yet, but 33.25. So it went as low as 33.90, made a divergence, came back down. Let's see, gold. Natural gas is inside expected low. I will worry about this later. Time to shut this test down. As Trump is going to start speaking around 4 o'clock. 408. To jump from 392 to 420, 28 points sharp. What's the gap today? 34. It's almost zero. They're moving their own. $27. President Trump speaks. $4 p.m. $33, $35. From 590 to 355. So move is 200 and 590. $235 move. So this happened when last time? So it's stuck in S2. Interest rate. Interest rate last time happened went to March 19th. Expected high. It's having behavior same as January 29th, 260 point move. December 18, September, July 16th, July 30th is today. I hope I'm not in a trade.
Wait, hold on.
प्रो ले लें या प्रो प्लस?
नहीं, पहले प्रो आता है, वो प्रो प्लस नहीं आता. Just waiting for Trump to start saying something. Meanwhile, I work on my other projects. 458. Okay. $465. Let me turn on if there's news for Trump.
Kind of skinny, real breath, Noreen.
Take effect.
When we're talking about the impact on the macro moving forward, how long can this go on before taking a real bite out of the job market, out of consumers? Because we've seen all of that hold up fairly steady until now.
Yeah, it's consumers are still spending, as Jay Powell mentioned during this press conference, and as long as they're still spending, companies are going to be reluctant to shed their labor force.
Hello.
They're still scarred from the hiring difficulties they had after the pandemic. So there's
Onion.
But if the consumer gets more cautious as they see prices rise, companies are going to feel more pressure to lay off workers, and then you get that negative feedback loop. Then the Fed's cutting, but I don't think we're there yet.
Real quickly,
Okay,
but with regards to the earnings that we've gotten so far, what have you taken away from the commentary on tariffs and the economy?
I mean, the banks were clearly, the consumer is still fine, at least until today. We're seeing a lot of companies raising prices. And I think still a lot of uncertainty about the tariff impact and some hits. I mean, you're seeing automakers, for example, talking about $4 or $5 billion hits this year.
Yeah.
That's not small.
Yeah. Former chief investment strategist at Bridgewater Associates. And on our final point there, Shanali, we should point out we are expecting to get earnings of out of Ford after the bell among 24 companies expected to report, including Microsoft and Meta.
Speaking of interest rate sensitive sectors and tariff sensitive sectors, we have a lot going on after the bell. We'll see if those AI companies are immune at all to some of the pains we've been seeing in the market today.
All right, another down day for the S&P 500. Fractional losses to be sure. The Nasdaq holding in the green. Fractional gains to be sure. The full breakdown of all of today's market action starts right now.
Closing down. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Shanali Basak taking you through to that closing bell with a global. Audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube here on Fed Day, here on GDP Day, here on Treasury Refunding Day, here on Earnings Day. Carol, who you got?
Oh my God. I mean, so much coming at us. I just want to say, in terms of takeaway from Fed Chair Jay Powell, I mean, he gave investors so much to think about. But what I really thought was interesting, he said, we're in a special situation with two-sided risks to goals. So he's looking at that dual mandate, saying that there are risks to both in the end. So he's going to be continuing to watch all the data that comes at him and the members of the FOMC before that next September meeting.
Yeah, that September meeting, though, a cut, not a done deal at this point. The odds of that moved on substantially, despite the fact that President Trump, just ahead of that press conference, put a message out on True Social and said, I don't know. He said, I hear they're going to do it in September. President Donald Trump said it at Bill signing ceremony.
The market's not listening. Look at the futures pricing, and they're actually pricing less of a chance for that September rate cut than they were just yesterday. And so where he's hearing it from, the market is listening to the people that did not dissent.
Good point, Shanali. You look at work on the Bloomberg terminal, you can see the change in expectations. You don't even have to go there. Just take a look at the 2-year yield, higher by 7 basis points on the day. You're seeing strength in the dollar. The VIX elevated here on the day, and a mixed bag for equity markets, with the biggest pain coming in the cyclical and economically exposed sectors. Dow Transport is finishing out the day down 3% here on the day. You'll take a look at the KBW Bank Index, the KRX, and some of those other cyclical sectors, and you'll also see similar declines. As for the benchmark index, the S&P 500 down for a second straight day, down about 0.1%, and the S&P, the Nasdaq, excuse me, Carol, up about 0.1% on the day. Earnings crossing the wire. Qualcomm.
Indeed, Qualcomm. Let's go right to the outlook. Fourth quarter revenue, they're looking, folks, for $10.3 billion to $11.1 billion. That's above what the street is expecting, at least on the higher end. 10.61 billion is what the street's expecting. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS, more for the outlook, 275 to 295. The estimate on the street is for 284. And again, seeing, let's go back to the past quarter. Third quarter adjusted EPS, 277. That's better by a nickel in terms of what the street was expecting. And third quarter adjusted revenue of 10.37 billion, pretty much in line with what the street was expecting. 10.33 billion. Stock little change, just down about 0.6% here in the aftermarket.
Yeah, pulling up that earnings release here. The company, actually, it's not even up yet on their investor relations website. That's how early these numbers actually came out. Worth repeating, the fourth quarter revenue outlook, though, it does seem to be what is moving the stock in the after hours, ever so slightly bouncing between gains and losses, down about 0.5 percentage point. The company says the company says CapEx at $785 million. The company also said third quarter adjusted revenue coming in just above estimates at $10.37 billion. Once again, fourth quarter revenue, that outlook, $10.3 billion to $11.1 billion. The estimate was for $10.61 billion.
Yeah, the promising sign in there, Tim, would be that there are signs of resilience and growth in the smartphone sector. And of course, we'll be waiting for a read-through on that when you're thinking about these large technology giants, the consumer exposure matters here a little bit. The high-end phones, though, are where they're doing even better. And so the question about that K-shaped recovery throughout the course of this earnings season resumes.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, too. We should point out we're also expecting to get earnings out of ARM, the UK chip maker. And of course, we're waiting on some of the big heavyweights in the indexes. That includes Microsoft, Meta, also expecting Ford, Albemarle, Lam Research, eBay, and Western Digital, amongst others.
It's just a reminder that not all chip companies are the same. So Qualcomm may be giving a little bit of a better forecast, but we've been getting from Texas Instruments, Intel, which also gave more cautious outlook. So it's just a reminder, you got to take a look at each of these companies and what their fundamentals are, and really what markets they play into.
Ford reporting in just a couple of minutes. We've got an interview with the company's CEO coming up in just about a half hour. We're also expecting, of course, Meta Platforms a little later, too.
Yeah, I've got to say, just to kind of get back to what we were talking about with Qualcomm, remember, this is a stock that's only been up 3.5% this year. So there's a lot of room here for the upside if investors choose to read it that way. But you're looking at it turn further negative here, down about 3%.
All right, Microsoft earnings are crossing the wire right now. So too is ARM. Let's start with Microsoft. The initial knee-jerk reaction to the upside as the company says revenue in the most recent quarter, $76.44 billion, a beat. The street was looking for $73.9 billion. Intelligent cloud revenue also coming in slightly above estimates at $29.88 billion. Azure and other cloud revenue, ex-FX, up about 39% in the quarter. The street was looking for a gain of about 34% in the quarter. I just want to point out one other quick thing. I know it's a much smaller business, but when it comes to the productivity and business revenue here, you did actually see a beat there as well, $33 billion. And on the personal computing side, Tim, Carol, $13.5 billion. Street was looking for 12.7.
I got to say, I was curious about in terms of valuations for this one because Microsoft will fascinating to watch the trade here because it's bouncing around. I mean, this is a stock that's up 22% year to date, and we are seeing off of these numbers initially a gain of about 5%. So investors definitely liking what they got. I've got to say that Azure and other cloud revenue, maybe that's what's catching their attention, up almost 40%. They're up 39%, and that is easily beating the estimate of 34.2%.
Yeah, Satya Nadella, chairman and CEO of Microsoft, saying, quote, "Cloud and AI is the driving force of business transformation across every industry and sector. We're innovating across the tech stack to help customers adapt and grow in this new era." And this year, Azure surpassed $75 billion in revenue, up 34%, driven by growth across all workloads.
And even beyond that, I'm looking at CapEx numbers as well that came in for the quarter at least lower than expected. So that outperformance comes on the heels of not overspending either. I know a lot of investors are out there looking to make sure that they're getting a return on their buck. And you are seeing Microsoft just surging after this report because, to your point, Carol, Azure was really a big part of what investors were looking for and making sure that more and more of that revenue was being driven by those AI initiative.
And I guess I would say when it comes to AI, you got to think about the Microsoft relationship with ChatGPT. You know, they are kind of the king, queen, if you will, in terms of what has set us going in terms of AI.
Yeah.
We've got Ford crossing the Bloomberg.
Yeah, let's go to Ford for a second. We'll get back to Microsoft. Those earnings crossing the wire. Remember, the company had removed its guidance a quarter ago. It is now reinstating that guidance for the full year, and it does appear that guidance is lower than the one it gave before, saying that it expects earnings before interest and taxes, so EBIT on an adjusted basis, $6.5 to $7.5 billion. The low end of that range is slightly below the average of street estimates, which was for $6.84 billion. Also interesting, the company is trying to quantify the impact from tariffs, saying they see a tariff headwind of about $2 billion. That's up from a previous guidance of about $1.5 billion. Though they did point out that that number could be as high as $3 billion, though they expect about $1 billion in mitigation, if you will. Not quite sure what that means. That brings it back down to $2 billion.
Well, speaking of high numbers, Meta shares surging in the after hours, up about 3.6%. The company sees third quarter revenue at $47.5 billion to $50 billion. The estimate was for $46.2 billion. The company sees total revenue for the year to be in the range of $47.5 to $50 billion. It sees expenses to be $114 billion to $118 billion. So expenses were expected to be $113 to $118 billion. Second quarter revenue, once again, beating estimates. Second quarter EPS coming in at $7.14. That's massively above expectations of $5.89. Second quarter revenue expected to be at $44.83 billion. $47.52 billion is the print. Shares surging in the after hours, up 6.7% and climbing.
Yeah, and that's after Meta has been quite an outperformer. It's up about 19% year to date. Hey, let's go to some commentary and context. Company saying they expect third quarter 2025 total revenue to be in the range of $47.5 to $50.5 billion. And they say while we are not providing an outlook for the fourth quarter revenue, we would expect our year-over-year growth rate in the fourth quarter of 2025 to be slower than the third quarter as we lap a period of stronger growth in the fourth quarter of 2024. So they expect full year 2025 total expenses to be in the range of $114 to $118 billion. So that's narrowed from their prior outlook of $113 to $118 billion and reflecting a growth rate of 20 to 24% year over year, and currently expect 2025 CapEx, including principal payments on finance leases, to be in the range of $66 to $72 billion, narrowed from their prior outlook of $64 to $72 billion, and up approximately $30 billion year over year at the midpoint.
I also want to look at ARM here as well, because they're forecasting profit lower than expected. They're ramping up spending here. You do see shares down more than 5.7% after the market, after saying that fiscal second quarter earnings will be 29 cents to 37 cents a share. Analysts had seen 35 cents on average. So there you go, softer profit expectations there.
All right, real quickly, eBay, those shares higher in the after hours trade guidance for the third quarter of 2.69 to 2.74 billion, above street estimates on both the low and the high end of the range. For the most recent quarter, the company did beat on both the top and bottom line, revenue growing 6%. Tim, to 2.73 billion.
All right, shares of Robinhood up 4% in the after hours. The company's not giving a 2025 outlook for operating expenses, but second quarter adjusted EBITDA was a big beat, coming in at $549 million. Second quarter net revenue also beat at $989 million. Once again, shares higher by about 4.5%.
Just got to say, Meta on our way out, up more than 8% here in the aftermarket. Microsoft up more than 6%. I'm looking at E-mini futures, S&P, they're up about 0.3% here in the aftermarket. All right, guys, that's a wrap. A lot of earnings. A very busy Wednesday. That's going to do it for our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Shanali and Romain, of course, finishing up there on TV. Tim and me here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, and we will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
Our coverage continues with a look at the two biggest gainers in the after hours trade, and that is Microsoft and Meta platforms. Microsoft up 6%, Meta up 8%, a beat on the top and bottom line, and more importantly, a commitment, a new commitment. Meta saying that it sees full year CapEx in the range of 66 to 72 billion. That's a nudge higher on the lower end of that range. Microsoft saying its CapEx spend for the quarter should be about 24.2 to 23.17 billion. That's the quarter that just passed. We have to wait for the conference call to get the guidance out of Microsoft. We don't have to wait for Caroline Hodge. for Tech, and she joins us around the desk here to help break down these earnings. Where do you want to start? Microsoft or Meta?
I just think for both of them, the
ठीक है जो भी आपको easy लगे
for Meta, more than 20% growth in terms of revenue quarter on quarter, much ahead of expectations, and signaling it's going to be 25% potentially for the next quarter. But Microsoft's still managing to build up 18% growth. Isn't that extraordinary? We have companies
Done हो गया जी
growing at that rate of run rate, and the fact that Microsoft, a nuance here, we're actually getting an ASIO number for the first time. You read that out, that $75 billion. They've never split that out.
No problem.
Finally, we see how the
ठीक
value
है
in capex buck is happening for Terra.
Done.
I give them to spend.
Done हो गया
We've seen Meta post these numbers.
ठीक है okay
To even the higher end of their range, upping the low end of the range for capex spend, does it give these two companies just a boatload of firepower to spend more money on AI?
And particularly for Meta, where they've shown that it helps their product. The generative AI is making their advertising more easy to use. Marketeers want to lean into it. No wonder you're seeing the pricing of those ads going up by about 9%. They're able to charge more broadly. And they're also trying to articulate, what does super intelligence labs mean for them? Yes, they've been spending in capex, but boy, they've been spending big on talent. We've heard about the 200 million.
There you go. Trump is speaking.
But all this is about making it more personable. You're going to have a super intelligence helper for your personal reasons. That's what Mark Zuckerberg's trying to get across here. And it helps his business because he's trying to sort of throw shade on some of the, well, enterprise needs that we've seen. And look, you're not going to be using your software app so much. You're going to be using my app more, and therefore the vindication in the capex comes through.
All right.
You know, think sometimes.
Well, I mean, some of us don't necessarily want a super intelligent assistant, but you know, I get it.
Don't want to use it.
I mean, I would take an assistant.
Thank you so very much. We're looking forward to the rest of your coverage. That is Caroline Hyde, co-host of Bloomberg Technology. We're going to stick with those tech results. We are joined now by Daniel Newman. He is CEO at Futurum, a technology research and advisory firm, who says that Microsoft is a cash machine and an AI killer play. Now, Microsoft versus Meta. I'm going to choose. You could choose your darling here because they're both coming out strong after hours.
Yeah, Microsoft threw a curveball on this one because if you'd asked me 1 hour ago, I would have said Meta. I was certain that Microsoft was going to do the business, but I think Meta has done a better job of applying AI to its business than any other company. But that 39%, $75 billion number, and this is without even really having its own infrastructure yet, having its own LLM, still in this odd OpenAI relationship. So I took a pause, Shonali, but I'm going to actually still say Meta. But Microsoft really did the business as I expected they would.
I do have one more question about Microsoft.
some Microsoft earnings or something. What's going on? Oh, we have Microsoft earnings. That's why. Oh, yes. Today is Microsoft and Meta, guys. That's secondary. That's what's happened. Earnings.
And I think Google is one of the big winners of this kind of AI cloud shift. It was all about AWS, and tomorrow they'll show their numbers. This is going to put AWS under a lot of pressure if it does another sub 20% result for the business. So Microsoft is clearly showing.
There you go. 700 we're hitting because of Microsoft earnings. Be ready. 22,000. We have a new number now.
To scale. They haven't invested the way
Two major earnings.
that they have been able to transform their.
There you go. Be ready.
An absolute juggernaut. At this growth rate, you would say that they can compound this, they can continue to invest, build on capex. My only
22,000.
This is a big risk because I really love NVIDIA, but it's that over dependence on NVIDIA. Yeah. We see other companies doing more vertically integrate, which could help margins down the line.
Well, I'm curious then. I mean, let's just go to Meta for a second, because I mean, they're spending just as much as Microsoft, more or less. And some would say, at least in theory, they maybe are spending it in a more tactical way. When you look at the amount of money that Meta is spending, not just on the actual capex itself, but some of these reports of these outsized pay packages they're doing to lure talent there, are you comfortable with that as an investor?
It took me some time to get comfortable. I use the analogy of building the world's best team. It doesn't matter if it was the New York Yankees or you're building Manchester City. Sometimes you have to buy the best talent to win the league. Meta obviously understands that this is multiple trillions of dollars of market cap at play.
So we got up to our number.
I was always very bullish on Meta and its ability to achieve and
676. So let's see if it gets to my number of 23,700.
These $100 million, $200 million pay packages, they may seem absurd.
23,678, 679.
Waiting on stickiness in the platform,
Earnings.
revenue benefit it's creating for its own tools, but also winning in open source and being the world's leader in AI. There is hundreds of billions, if not $1 trillion, immediate market cap gains that could come in the next year. We saw how quickly Nvidia went from 3 to 4. It's entirely possible Meta sees it go from 1.7, 1.8 plus to 2.5, 3 trillion just by convincing the market it's the best AI play.
Yeah, we're watching Meta shares right now. The after-hours trade hit the highs in that after-hour session, up more than 10%. But I am curious. I mean, we're seeing Microsoft rally, we're seeing Meta rally because of all the money they're spending.
Rally.
What about some of the chip stocks? We just got reports out of Qualcomm as well as ARM. ARM making it very clear that it does plan to ramp up spending on R&D to sort of chase after AI trade. Shares are down on that. And Qualcomm, I'm not quite sure what they're doing, but of course they've been trying to make a little bit of a pivot to become less reliant on the smartphone universe. How do both of these companies stack up in your view?
Yeah,
Come on, only got to 680.
It's clear that that company is going to move into something more AI-centric solutions and IP. And of course, it's got the CPU.
So earnings took everything place. Trump hasn't spoken yet. It's the earnings. Meta and Microsoft. So it's an explosive day today.
This was sort of reiterated in my conversation with Renee, was related to the investment the company is making to expand the TAM and continue to grow in areas where it has higher margin and more opportunities into the future. So I'm still very optimistic about ARM. We rate the company very highly in our Future AI 15, which is basically the biggest AI companies outside of the Mag 7. We have them in our top 5. So we see a lot of potential there. Qualcomm sits in our top 15 as well, because we do believe that the handsets, the devices, the CPUs, and of course, physical AI. So Qualcomm's done really well in autonomy, in ADAS, and they have a pretty significant IoT play, and that's where I really like them for growth. But they've had to grow against this headwind of Apple steering its business away. And of course, as it's gone away, we're actually seeing growth accelerate. I think they showed a number of like 15% for this quarter, which is pretty encouraging for the business, but it doesn't trade like a company that has a lot of growth potential, and that's why we like it. We think it's being missed. If they can enter physical AI, robots, use their XR technology, their handset technology, plus their ADAS technology to actually fuel maybe lower cost robots than say what Tesla is going to bring to market, I think that could be a boot. It's a little further out there. But overall, it's been a steady business. They're holding their end, and of course, their business is right within the range, if not a little bit above. So as an investor, undervalued, pretty solid play.
Good. I took 652, and let's see. But 680, Microsoft.
10% after going all in on AI, allowing marketers to use the technology for advertising. It's all in a bid to make it cheaper and simpler for brands. Right now, is the CEO of Mountain, one of the premier ad tech platforms out there. And we're always remiss not to point out that for all the talk about AI and the metaverse and all this, Meta at its core is an advertising company, and that advertising is still the juggernaut, up 21%, $46 billion in ad revenue alone, Mark.
Crazy, man. The market shot up from S2 to R2. Didn't get to expected high, but earnings.
They have just, I think it's now 12 straight quarters. They've just been growing significantly. Their investment in AI, I think, is really going to pay off for them because it's going to continue to expand that SMB market that is so much of their revenue by making it really easy for those small advertisers to get higher and higher quality creative. So I think that's the thing to look towards for the future.
With regards to the rollout of AI, some of those AI tools and other features, how does that sort of affect Meta's cost with regards to ads? And the idea that does it help ad impressions? Will that be better? Does it actually drive down the cost, or change the cost price per ad? Does it change discovery? Anything?
Well, they can raise how much they charge, but the way to think of it is that those small advertisers are looking for customers.
So now you saw everything in one. Earnings, Trump, FOMC, and this is where we enjoy the full battle. Somebody raised their hand. I can't see them here, guys.
It's so good that a lot of people say, I feel like Instagram is listening in my conversations. It's not happening. But that's how good that targeting layer is.
Some questions. Cannot see graph, of course. That's done.
that's also going to contribute to better.
Yes, you can
performance.
place an order in advance. That's
You
done.
know, Meta has
Okay,
a
I
lot
didn't
of
get same numbers on charts. You need to do maybe any disk.
It's literally expand the number of advertisers and
660.
both will lead to more growth.
Mark, you know that I do all my shopping, all my stress shopping on Instagrams. I'm talking to the right person here. Meta has the average price per ad increasing 9% year over year. My question is, who are they crowding out? Because corporate America isn't sitting here flush with cash, a bit large, to be spending on extra marketing dollars. There are still tariff uncertainties. Can we see them squeeze others out very materially at this point and gain much more share?
Well, I obviously, you know, Mountain, we're doing
679.
So we're seeing that gain a lot of traction. The TV industry is kind of battling back.
So alerts worked. That was a good sign.
For the advertisers, what they want to diversify. They want to be investing in search, social, television, email marketing, you know, for retention marketing. So it's not a zero-sum game. All can grow together. And what's happening here is Meta is just growing their piece of it and doing it more effectively. So I don't think anyone is losing that question in that equation. Actually, the customer is the big winner because, you know, they're seeing success everywhere they look.
Mark, who's the main competitor at this point when it comes to attracting those extra ad dollars?
So I don't really think, sorry, I feel like I'm starting a response. It's because I don't really think of it that way. So each of these advertisers, when they look to grow, the way they do this is they say, how much of my growth am I going to get from Google? How much am I going to get from Meta?
Let's see if it breaks.
And they just allocate, if the advertiser is going to grow 30% next year, then the amount they spend with Google, Meta, Mountain, Amazon is going to grow 30% also. So again, no one's kind of getting crowded out. I think in the brand advertising arena where those budgets are more capped, that is an issue, but Meta never worries about brand advertising. They literally yawn when people talk about big brand advertising. They just simply don't care.
So I'm curious, Mark, as we've kind of worked through this earnings.
Somebody took gold extreme low. Did we get an alert? That's the question.
Amazon, I think it's tomorrow. We're given a broader picture here of kind of this new cohort, a relatively new cohort, I should say, of sort of ad giants here. Are they not at all affected by economic cycles the way that advertisers of, you know, decades past would be?
They are, but the opposite of what to expect. So these companies, you know, the big direct response performance goals, when the economy is going bad, the advertisers tend to spend more money on performance marketing. So the brand advertising market tends to shrink. So those are the holding company, the agency holding companies, and those tend to suffer. But the performance marketing machines, you know, like the Googles and Metas, they tend to grow. And so to a certain extent, I've seen pictures like illustrating it. They're like recession proof. In recessions, they tend to grow even faster as companies don't want to give up their growth. So they spend.
All right, 682, 683. I think we're at the highest high ever. It has broken 688. Oh, very close to our.
And Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg unveiling the company's AI strategy earlier today, writing, quote, Meta's vision is to bring personal superintelligence to everyone. We believe
we're very close to our numbers. 23. We're in.
Who believe superintelligence should be directed centrally towards automating all valuable work.
Inside the range of 700. It's up to you. Some of you want to take it, take it. It's truly up to you.
Future, Meta saying that, and really hinting here that growth in spending is going to be a prominent feature next year. How much of it goes to acqui-hires towards superintelligence?
Well, look, he's clearly, it seems, still in the process of assembling this incredibly expensive team they've been putting together over the past weeks and months. I think today is going to be looked at as it's quite a pivotal day for Meta's AI, right? I think we've seen these very, very strong earnings that shows the existing business is cooking on gas, right? Still bringing in the advertising revenue, still growing, believe it or not. There's still people joining Facebook, you know, which amazes me. At the same time, we had these messages this morning, a video message from Mark Zuckerberg, a sort of manifesto from Mark Zuckerberg, signaling this sort of focus
on Meta's strength in AI, which is going to be a more personalized assistant.
The more personalized.
Gold is not at extreme low yet, so it can't send an alert.
Pointed out something that is a reality, which is there are certain companies in this AI ecosystem that certainly want more centralized, really centralized around them. If we will.
So 23,690 it got to. Okay. Because of the earnings.
I think it's
23,690.
Right now, he's running the biggest social network in the world.
Yeah.
Sam Altman isn't doing that.
No.
Right? Apple isn't doing that. No. Google has its own version of personalization from Mac.
23,690.
Of data on people communicating, their friends, their family, their connections. And I think he sees that and thinks, okay, it's time to lean into that and use that intelligence to build an AI that's more personalized, knows a bit more about.
So Feds took it down, but Meta and everything took it up. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So now the move has been between 690 to 355. So very close to our ranges. So expected high is done.
He is creating a new way for the industry to operate, and therefore maybe right. He was the one that kind of went out ahead of OpenAI and said open source is the future, wasn't he?
Yes, but I'm not sure he feels quite the same way now, right? I don't think that's been as successful as he thought, and much of the reason for this dramatic sudden hiring, you could even call it a sudden panic on Zuckerberg's part. I need to get all these people in because I'm going to dramatically change my strategy. And one way to convince those people to join, it seems, has been to say this will be a closed source.
We only have about a minute left, but I do want to get your thoughts on Apple's AI strategy of lack thereof, because there's been a lot of criticism, some of it fair. But it also, there's been an argument that maybe Apple sort of, toward this approach relative to
That shot up to
might actually be
64.30.
Just throwing money at the wall that we've seen other companies.
I mean, look, it could be that Tim Cook has saved himself a lot of money here by not going after this top talent in the same way. Some of Meta's AI team was poached directly from Apple. It seems Apple sort of might have given them a bit more money as an offer, but they didn't take it. They weren't prepared to go above and beyond to keep these people. I think that suggests that Apple is aware that its main strength here is the iPhone. And that's secure for years yet, in my view.
But they need to leverage that, right? I mean, in the same way that Meta is leveraging its sort of legacy ad business to fund whatever the AI future is, why aren't we seeing maybe Apple, Tim Cook, take a little bit more aggressive?
I think in Apple's case, the way to strengthen that position is new hardware as opposed to the AI. I think lacking AI feeds on iPhone is a problem, but I think it's one they've got time to solve.
All right, Dave Lee of Bloomberg, opinion, Meta and Microsoft, two of the big gainers in the after-hours trade to the downside. We're keeping an eye on Ford. Those shares down 2% after the company reinstated the forecast up to a big gainers in the after-hours trade to the downside. We're keeping an eye on Ford. Those shares down 2% after the company reinstated its forecast. Ford. Those shares down 2% after the company reinstated its forecast and reinstated it below where it was before. A conversation with the CEO, Jim Farley, up next.
Truly happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and not give it credit.
Good. I took 685 again. Didn't want to.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories, the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Didn't really think I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate like 48.5 million Americans. They didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/finds treatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/finds treatment.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
अच्छा सर another 30 minutes so पूरी 9 to 5 लगाएंगे आज लाइव स्ट्रीम हमारी जो है ना फुल कितनी हो गई है टुडे अभी आप देखें it will be one of the highest live stream 7 hour 23 minutes is still going so another 8 hours पूरी लगा देंगे thank you
Say that it's adjusted profit for the year of $6.5 to $7.5 billion, the low end of that range, slightly below the average of analyst estimates. Joining us right now here in Studio 2 is Matt Miller. He is the co-host of Open Interest, and he joins us for a very special interview with the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. Matt.
Thanks very much, Romaine. Jim, thanks for joining us. I want to ask first about how you're offsetting these tariffs. I was on a call with Sherry House, your CFO, earlier. She said the hit to growth would be about $3 billion this year from tariffs, but you're able to recover about a third of that. How are you doing that? Is it through pricing? Are you able to get it out of suppliers? What are you doing to get that back?
It's all of it, but the biggest strength for us is Ford Pro, our commercial business. And it's not just vehicles, it's also software and our parts business on Pro. That's where the strength of our business is, and that's why we increased our guidance net of the tariffs by about $500 million. It's Pro. We expect flat pricing for the rest of the year. So it's really Pro that's driving our results.
Yeah, hopefully investors know the story already, Jim, but I don't think everyone understands the breadth of services you offer through Ford Pro and the kind of growth you're seeing. You've added $2 billion to revenue year over year, well over $3 billion to revenue quarter over quarter. And I was looking at the valuations of some of the competing businesses like Ryder, Geotab, Samsara. They all blow away your valuation. I feel like Ford Pro would get a much higher multiple if it was trading outside of the legacy automaker. Have you thought about spinning that off?
We have, but we don't want to do that. That's why we broke it out as a separate segment, Matt, so everyone can see the profitability, double digits margins again, really strong results. We have almost 800,000 monthly subscribers for our software, as you said. We're beating now the third-party software providers because we can control the vehicle speed. We can control access to the vehicle now. Third party can't do that. We also have a very strong parts business. Our dealers have invested $2 billion in large repair facilities. We've never really been in that business in a big time to compete with third party. Now we are. And almost 20% of the profits now for Pro are non-vehicle. So it's a great ecosystem. It's something our competitors do not have. That's why we broke it out separately so all the investors can value just that.
That certainly was the bright spot. I am curious, Jim, about the strategy going forward with regards to the electric vehicle business. When we talk about the commitment to new models and more importantly, commitment to the infrastructure to support that, what's the plan?
Well, that's a great question. First of all, Ford is number 3 in hybrids, but we're number 1 in truck hybrids. So we're going to expand our hybrid offering across our internal combustion engine lineup, and that's going to really distinguish us. But we're starting to see different kinds of hybrids that customers are excited about. E-Reds, which go about 100 miles, all electric, but then you can take a 700-mile trip once in a while. Those look really promising for a 3-row crossover like Explorer or some of our trucks. Our EV strategy, we've been number 2 to Tesla in the U.S. for about 3 years. We really changed that a couple of years ago, and now those products are close to market. Our first one, we're going to show everyone in Kentucky the platform. We're going very low end, super affordable EVs for urban duty cycles and for commercial. Our E-Trans have been very successful with people who have, scheduled routes. They don't have to worry about public charging on the fly. That's where we're seeing with our EV business. The real low end for people who just want a commuter vehicle that's really cheap to operate, and the EV is cheaper than ICE, and commercial. We're not going to invest in a lot of the very expensive crossovers for pure EV. We think that's going to be a hybrid business.
What does the supply chain look like specifically for the EV and hybrid business right now? Some of the kinks that we saw last year and at the start of this year, has that been worked out?
It has. We're really excited about our new affordable battery. We have a plant in Marshall, Michigan, that's going to be one of the first to make in the U.S. an LFP battery. That battery supply chain has really reacted to this change in the market. We're looking to repurpose our unused battery plant assets, and more to come on that. I think the supply chain has been very difficult because the demand is so much lower than everyone thought. The growth has been there, but lower than everyone thought. And we've all adjusted to that. We've moved out our cycle plans. We've focused on affordable and commercial. You know, a lot of people are fully pregnant with a lot of OEMs are fully pregnant with their existing lineup of these very expensive EVs. We're fortunate we moved 3 or 4 years ago and we could tilt the hybrid and a specific kind of EV. And the supply chain has been able to move with us so far.
I want to ask, first of all, I'm excited when you come out with a 3-row E-Rev, call me up because I'm in the market for one of those. I want to ask about the unintended consequences of this administration's
36. We'll run it until 5 o'clock, and that's it. So earnings.
They're getting away with a 15.
What is tomorrow for earnings? Let's take a look. Oh, tomorrow is even more. Tomorrow is Apple and Amazon. Be ready.
25% on foreign parts, up to 80% stack tariffs on Chinese parts, to the extent that it's got to really disadvantage you when you're competing against a Toyota built in Japan or a General Motors vehicle built in South Korea. Can you quantify that disadvantage?
Yeah, I mean, we studied it very carefully. If you look at labor, if you look at the material costs, as you mentioned, Matt, and you look at the currency, you know, a lot of these countries have currencies that really advantage their export. We think it's $5,000 on, like, say, a RAV4 versus a Kentucky-built Escape, and maybe as much as $10,000 on a Japanese-built 4Runner or a Subaru versus, you know, a Bronco built here in Michigan. So it's really meaningful. What we're working with the administration is to take that layered tariff, because the others have their own tariff, plus you're subject to all these other tariffs. We're working with Commerce and the Trump administration to minimize our tariff expense so that we can get more competitive. But the bottom line is our plan at Ford is not to compete in those commodity segments. We're really passion products like Bronco and Mustang, work vehicles like Super Duty and our trucks, you know, and breakthrough EVs, which everyone will learn about in Kentucky in a little bit. That's where our capital is going. So although it's a $5,000 to $6,000, you know, disadvantage, our capital really isn't going into those segments.
I get that, and I feel like, you know, some Americans are willing to pay more to support a $70 an hour labor cost that we have here, you know, $20 to $25 labor cost that the Japanese are working with. But it still seems, you know, like General Motors could move more production to South Korea if they get a 15% flat rate and have a huge advantage over you. They're the biggest auto importer in America. Have you talked to the Trump administration about working this out somehow?
Every day, every week, every month, every year, we have daily conversations with our counterparts in government, and you know, whether it's emissions, whether it's, you know, tax policy, but especially tariff policy, they are very committed to minimizing this disadvantage that we have, making 80% of our vehicles in the U.S. But, you know, a lot of those vehicles that we make in the U.S., you can't really find a way to make those vehicles outside the U.S. And just remember, there is a chicken tax that's been around for a long time on heavy trucks that would be very difficult, impossible to be competitive overseas. That really affects the commodity segments like RAV4 and others. But that's not our strategy to go after those segments. I'm very hopeful. The Trump administration understands the predicament that we are in as they make these bilateral trade agreements, and they are going to work with us to do the right thing for our U.S. manufacturing companies.
So, Jim, the president is actually speaking now at an event.
President is speaking. Let's see.
He's making a lot of comments about bringing U.S. manufacturing back.
All right, he's live now. Now Trump comes in. So
cars, that he wants all that, of course, to be built here in the U.S. A reiteration of comments we've heard in the past, based on the policies that at least have been proposed and
let him speak.
Started to be rolled out. Are you seeing any sort of material progress in
Which way I
bringing
can
more
go to
auto manufacturing?
Politics does. Worst situation in the sense of violence and killing of Jews since the whole
of tariff, it'd have to be more like 30 to 40% to build a new factory in the U.S. Now, we've seen a lot of our competitors, even our domestic competitors, fill open factories here where they have bridge production.
Opportunity. There are work ants and there are queen bees.
Okay, now Trump is speaking. Let's see which way do they want to take. So 23,688 became the highest high number of the history. 23, let me update that, 688. So today the levels work from expected high to S2. Incredible. If you took 650, 660, 670, 680, you're done. From 650. To went as high as 35. So very, very explosive day from FOMC, interest rate statement, Trump earnings for Microsoft, and so lots of. Yes, understand. Holding a trade. 657. All right. 15 more minutes and we'll call it a day. And then I'll start my class around 7. I'll go down to 23,500. What is happening?
Or an acceleration in delivery of their order book.
But actually, most of them, if not all of them, are asking for an acceleration in the
to 15,000 locations in rural and depending on the plans of IROC.
That's right. I want strong wage gains, and I don't want to be happy when the wages are only going up a little bit more than inflation. That's simply not good enough for the United States. Or
Trump
for
keeps
Donald
saying
Trump,
they should
and
lower
we
the
should be
rates.
opposed to that concept, the limits to growth concept at the core of the Fed.
Bob Heller, let's go back to this other point about dissents. Do you think now, with 2 dissents at this meeting, first of all, do you think that concerns Jay Powell? Or maybe Powell's just saying,
Even noon bread.
or as others have suggested, Bob, that there's no meeting in August, but Jay Powell will give his Jackson Hole Fed speech in August, and it'll be a little more dovish, and that sets up a September rate cut of 1/4 or 1/2 point, which is also darn long anyway. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. The inflation rate has come down a lot. But what's the meaning of those 2 dissents today? What does that mean?
I think it's important because the last one, the episode that I referred to back in '86, it basically led to the resignation of the vice chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, Press Martin, at that particular time. You had a whole new Fed makeup, and it can lead over time to internal turmoil. It's not the Federal Reserve tradition to have a lot of dissent there.
Oh, interesting. Dave Malpass, I'll give you the last word. What do you think this all means? Do you think
Next area 750. So wait until 750 if you want to do anything at 6.
what do you think's going to happen here?
I think the Fed is stuck in a rut. I'm not sure the rates will come down under these conditions. Chairman Powell said several amazing things, that the Fed's not seeking growth. He said that explicitly, that housing, they can't help on housing. He said the big, beautiful bill, the reconciliation bill, is not stimulative in the long run. Now, we know it made the tax rates permanent, and so it's hugely stimulative in the long run. And he also said over and over that we are at maximum employment. Again, I say that's simply not good enough. We need lots more jobs, more wage gains in this economy, and it won't be inflationary. It will be productive. We can do that with, and I'd love to see, I know you do a capital gains cut. That would help a lot on the production side too.
100%. All right, gentlemen. Thank you for the readout. Bob Heller, good to see you again. David Malpass, as always. Folks, coming up, we're going to talk Guy Benson and David Asman. All right, a little bit about trade. We haven't had a chance to talk about trade because trade meetings have been postponed in the White House. But we have Guy Benson and David Asman and me. I'll be right back. I'm coming.
Big day, everybody. That's the spirit. Running lots of fun.
All right, guys.
Just hit 100 million visitors, so we're throwing a party now that we're the go-to site for home shoppers.
You don't think that's a little over the top?
Over the top. 100 million, Marcy. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we get that every month.
Excuse me?
What are you gonna do? Throw a party every month?
Party every month, everybody! I changed the song on homes.com. The place to find a place.
Pod's last sale of the summer has been extended. Save up to 25% on moving and storage until September 22nd. And see why Pods is the most awarded container moving company. But don't wait. Book now and save up to 25% at pods.com.
When flight prices dropped, Vic could finally book a midlife crisis. It's terrible. Politics feeds into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen, but of course you can.
Go to IBKR's forecast trader.
All right, 10 more minutes. I'm gonna...
Put your money where your mouth is.
So, to conclude the session of Wednesday, July 30th, 4:50 p.m. Eastern, we started this stream this morning around 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Eastern, 9:05 a.m. Eastern. So what did we? Lots of volatility. Most explosive day started at non-farm employment change, advanced GDP, then you have pending home sales, 2 o'clock mother of all news came, for interest rate, then 2:30 Fed's chair started to speak, that the 2:30, then 4 o'clock earnings came for Microsoft and Meta, and I believe both are good. We'll figure out later if they're trading. After hours now, the stock market is trading for Meta higher. Meta is up $63 in a jump. So it's right now trading after hours 757. So please don't take a long trade, short trade. Let it go higher. And Microsoft went up $37 from 513 to 550. So these two companies, trillions and trillions of dollars. So now, because let me see Microsoft. Microsoft now becomes 3.82 trillion, and Meta becomes 1.75 trillion. 3.82 plus 1.75 is 5.57 trillion in combined. So these two almost like $37 jump in this and $62 jump in. And so Meta is kind of crazy at the moment. It's not the all-time high. All-time high was almost close to your 750 zone, but it's very close now. 757. It will open up, and around right now it's trading at 756, and $61 is jump. So when the market opens up again, you're gonna see futures climb higher. So be very careful when shorting. So if you want to short, let the market go higher first, maybe 800 even. So don't. So 23,800 would be reasonable, because everything, Microsoft is green, Meta is green. So that's why you were down to 23,390 and it shot up to 23,700. The earnings came and that kind of pulled the market up. But Feds brought the market down because of the no interest rate announcement cut. And let's see what happens next. So 4:53, most markets are done. So I will see you guys back again tomorrow morning. And tomorrow we have earnings for Apple and one more big company. Tomorrow is explosive of Apple and Amazon. Rough day. Again, tomorrow 2.45 trillion plus 3.16 trillion. Again, similar to today. Both go in same direction, we'll figure out. But enjoy, guys. Thank you. 4:54 p.m. Eastern now. And let's see. Enjoy.